It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Order of the day.
Orders of the day. Affaires amendement des députés.
Private members' business.
Report stage of Bill C-237, National Framework for Diabetes Act, extending in the name of Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on motions to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, seconded by Mr. Garrettson, moves that Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Nepean, on division.
On division.
On division? Good. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, seconded by Mr. Garrettson, moves that Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak on my private member's bill, Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes in Canada. I want to begin by thanking the member from Mark Earl 14, who generously traded his slot so that we could begin third reading on this bill today. I would also like to thank all my colleagues in the Health Committee who unanimously supported this bill in March. As a member of this House know, 2021 is the year when we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin by Sir Frederick Banting and his colleagues at the University of Toronto. This is still recognized as one of the greatest achievements of medicine in the 20th century and made them the first Canadians to win a Nobel Prize. It has been inspiring to see how the world has recognized this monumental achievement. On April 14, UFT hosted the Insulin 100 Scientific Symposium, which drew more than 6,000 attendees from around the world. And this was also the occasion where Canada Post chose to unveil a new stamp, which features a quote from Banting's unpublished journal in his own handwriting, and an original insulin bottle with a red cap. I was proud to advocate for the creation of a stamp like this, as it serves both as a celebration of the achievement and as a reminder that the search to cure continues. The same day, the Minister of Health opened the World Health Organization Summit to launch the Global Diabetes Compact, which seeks to improve the diagnosis rate and care for people living with diabetes. She highlighted this bill and said that Canada has a proud history of diabetes research and innovation. From the discovery of insulin in 1921 to 100 years later, we continue working to support people living with diabetes. But we cannot take on diabetes alone. We must each share knowledge and foster international collaboration to help people with diabetes live longer, healthier lives in Canada and around the world. The Director General of the WHO said, the number of people with diabetes has increased 4 times in the last 40 years. It is the only major non-communicable disease for which the risk of dying early is going up rather than down. The Global Diabetes Compact will help to catalyze political commitment for action to increase the accessibility and affordability of life-saving medicines for diabetes and also for its prevention and diagnosis. This is why now is the time for all levels of government in Canada to work with stakeholders and create our own strategy to fight and ultimately end this disease. One that coordinates funding for awareness, prevention, education, data collection, treatment, and research that will improve health outcomes for all Canadians and one day lead to a cure. Diabetes rates are 3 to 4 times higher among First Nation than among the general Canadian population. Furthermore, individuals are diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at a younger age than other individuals. In my own community of Brampton, every 6 residents has diabetes or pre-diabetes. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the challenges faced by people living with diabetes, who are at increased risk of developing severe symptoms and dying from this infectious disease. Furthermore, the economic insecurity, lack of physical activity, and mental health struggles associated with the pandemic all have a negative impact on those living with the diabetes. A national framework for diabetes would provide a common direction for all stakeholders to address diabetes and other chronic diseases with the same common risk factors. It would enhance coordinated effort across federal, provincial, and territorial jurisdictions and provide a mechanism for tracking and reporting on progress. The government, of course, needs to conduct their own consultation and stakeholder engagement. However, one proposed strategy which could be taken into consideration for the national framework and which has been considered by the Health Committee is Diabetes 360. This was developed in collaboration with more than 120 stakeholders and has strong support not only from the entire diabetes community, but also from the other key health stakeholders. I would like to thank all the individuals and organizations who have supported this bill and helped it come together. Their support means a lot to me, and I know it will make a difference in the lives of 11 million Canadians living with diabetes or pre-diabetes. Back in the spring of 2019, I was proud to bring forward the unanimously supported motion to declare November as Diabetes Awareness Month in Canada. But now it is time for more than awareness. It is time for action. 100 years ago, Canada made the biggest leap in the treatment of diabetes. Let's pass C-237 today and send it to the Senate. I'm very hopeful that passing this bill will help millions of Canadians who are fighting this disease. Canada gave insulin to the world. Why we cannot lead the way? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's nothing to do. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Brampton South for all of her advocacy on diabetes all these years and for a great speech today. And the question that I have beyond the national framework that is definitely needed is that there are other things that the government could do. The member mentioned a 360 Canada plan, which Diabetes Canada has been asking for $150 million of funding from the federal government for a number of years, and it's not been funded. Also, the pharmacare that the Liberals have been talking about has not been brought forward, and there's many people that can't afford to buy their diabetes medications. And so can the member say whether or not the Liberal government will support those two things?
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the member who I serve with the Health Committee, and thank you for your leadership, member. But the government, of course, need to conduct their own consultation and stakeholders engagement. But Diabetes Canada has done great work in putting together their 360 strategy. I hope that the minister would take this work into consideration when crafting an official framework, as well as the other testimonial and recommendation found in our HoC report. You were in the committee when we made the HoC report. It was a great report. Thank you very much for the question.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Hello. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that we have to recognize all the efforts of my colleague and her determination for this important disease. In each of our provinces, I think we have associations, as we do here in Quebec. For example, the Diabetes Society, which does excellent work. So the scope of this national strategy considering provincial jurisdiction? Well, how do you see this exactly?
Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank you, Quebec Diabetes Association, and what I recognize my colleagues' interest in increasing health transfer to the provinces, and during the pandemic, the federal government has been there to support the provinces, including over $19 billion in the SAFE three-strata agreement. And of course, it was announced that additional $4 billion would be given to the provinces through the Canada Health Transfer and another $1 billion to help with the vaccine rollout. We have stepped up to help all provinces, including Quebec. We'll work with the Diabetes Quebec and all provinces. As in my bill, we said we will work with the Quebec Diabetes Association and provinces and territories.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for bringing forward this private member's bill on this really important issue. Not too long ago, before COVID, I had two young people come and speak to me about juvenile diabetes. And one of the biggest challenges was in one province, all of the things that they required were free and part of the program, but in another province, they weren't. So we had outcomes of health that were completely different simply because of the province that they were born in. I'm just wondering if the member agrees that diabetes-related medication, supplies, and equipment should be included as part of a universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank member for share her story and her advocacy. I agree, no Canadian should have to choose between paying the prescription medication and necessities like rent or putting food on the table. I would like to remind the member, since taking office, this government has taken historic action to lower drug prices, including by introducing new rules at patent drugs so Canadians can buy their medicines easily. But we need to do a lot more. Thank you, member, sharing your story and your advocacy for your constituents. We'll work together to
We'll go for a very short question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by thanking my colleague for championing the issue of support for families and individuals with diabetes since I have known her when we were both elected in 2015. The families that I speak with talk often about the serious burden that exists to manage diabetes for themselves or for their children, but we don't often hear about the importance from an economic point of view, given the immense cost to diabetes across the healthcare systems in Canada. I'm wondering if the honourable member can offer comment not only on the importance of doing this because it's the right thing to do to support people and families, but also the fact that it's the smart thing to do to alleviate the immense burden that lack of proper diabetes care puts on our healthcare systems.
The honourable member for Brampton South, a very short answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to congratulate member, her great work, putting even diabetes work in the budget. Thank you so much. And I know that this is very important because there's a big burden on the healthcare system. As you know, through Diabetes Canada's website, even though $40 billion till 2026. And this budget in a recovery plan for job growth and resilience. This plan is to finish the fight against COVID-19.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-237, the National Framework for Diabetes Act. And I would like to thank the member for Brampton South for bringing it forward and for all of her advocacy. From the time we were both elected in 2015, I have participated alongside with her. We were both on the Health Committee when the Health Committee came with recommendations to the government on what they should do about diabetes, because it is a serious issue for 11 million Canadians that have diabetes or pre-diabetes. And so that report was one of the important things, but the member has also done numerous other things to raise awareness for diabetes on the Hill. I can remember an event for all the MPs to get tested, to understand how they could see the risk factors for diabetes and find out whether or not they were actually having any kind of pre-diabetes or diabetes. That was great. There was another time that we brought a mobile unit that had all the ability to, test and treat. And these mobile units are very important here in Canada, especially in rural and remote places where it is very difficult in many cases to get access to a physician and, the medical care that is so important to people that are living with diabetes. And so for that, I congratulate the member, and I'm happy to see this bill being supported unilaterally at committee, and support for the amendment that the Conservatives brought. Now, I would say for those that aren't aware of the different types of diabetes, I said 11 million Canadians have diabetes or pre-diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is people that can't produce insulin. And there's 1.1 million of those people. And so in order to get the insulin that they need, these people need to either inject or there's new technology of insulin pumps that has really upgraded the quality of life for individuals. But those pumps are $7,000 or $8,000. And so affordability is a key issue there. For people that are the most common type of diabetes is type 2. And these individuals can't use the insulin that they're producing or are not producing enough insulin. And there's 9.9 million Canadians that are in this category. Now, there are things that can lessen your risk of developing type 2 diabetes, including healthy eating and regular exercise. But once you've got this condition, then you're going to require insulin therapy, medications, and sometimes glucose monitoring. There has been good advances in technology of glucose monitoring that has really made the quality of life much better. Again, there is an affordability issue for some, but Canada began this 100 years ago with Banting and Best and insulin, and we have continued to excel in technology in this area. Now, the bill itself is a national framework, and as part of that, it's going to bring prevention and treatment. There will be training and an emphasis on educational needs, which I think is important. The more that people know about diabetes and the risks and how they can prevent or minimize the impact, the better. There is also an important part of research and data collection, and the government over decades has done excellent work to support diabetes research in Canada, and that needs to continue, and the data collection that goes along with it. The other part of the bill is info and knowledge sharing related to preventing and treating diabetes. And this will be important because this is a disease that can develop into other complicated conditions. So kidney disease is a common outcome for those that are at risk that cannot control their insulin levels. Many have foot and leg problems that can result in amputation, eye diseases, heart and stroke increase, and all of these issues, are not just tragic for the individual, but also a cost to the healthcare center. And I know the parliamentary secretary had previously made a comment about this, and that it wasn't just the right thing to do to bring in this national framework, but also it was a cost benefit, because we know that if diabetes is not adequately controlled in an individual, an emergency room call is $1,500, an amputation is $90,000. All of these things, are incredibly costly to the healthcare system. And so although there has been some concerns raised about whether or not this bill will be a problem with provincial jurisdiction, I would say that the provinces absolutely are open to receiving more federal funding to cover things and to do the right thing to prevent more expensive conditions from developing. In fact, my own national framework on palliative care is a great example of how the federal government can work alongside with the provinces to provide the supplemental things that don't exist at the provincial level, and to have the provinces use their funding to accelerate the plan. And so with the palliative care framework, many of the education and research and data collection things like this bill were put in place. But then the provinces also came alongside with money for hospice and money for training paramedics and extending all kinds of things that have resulted in more people having access. And so my hope is that with this bill, we will see the same thing. And it's important. Now, the amendment that the Conservatives brought had to do with the disability tax credit, because you may remember that a few years ago, there was a change made by CRA, and 80% of people that previously were approved for the disability tax credit that helps people to pay for their medications and the supplies that they need as people living with diabetes. Well, 80% used to be approved, became 80% now rejected, and it was a long period of time of outcry from the opposition parties before the government set that to rights. And I think, to be fair, the intent behind the government was that if you weren't eligible for the tax credit, then you were also not eligible for the disability pension plan. And that plan had been in effect for 10 years, and each individual that had qualified had about $150,000 in the account. And so there was a bit of a nefarious attempt to try to take that money away, which, fortunately, we were able to correct and get that in place. And so our amendment was to make sure that the CRA is administering the disability tax credit fairly, and that the disability tax credit is designed to help as many persons with diabetes as possible and is achieving its objectives. So this will provide a bit of oversight to ensure that that kind of thing doesn't happen again. And that will be, very important. Now, what the bill does not do is some of the other funding that will be needed, and some of it's been talked about already. Diabetes Canada does an amazing job of making people aware, helping people that are living with diabetes, providing tools and training. But they have a 360 initiative that they have been calling on the federal government for quite a number of years, from the time that I was the Shadow Health Minister. And it's not been funded at any point. And so I think we need to see the government seriously consider, with 11 million Canadians living with this condition, that we need to, be preventive in nature. There are a lot of initiatives that also could be supported, like participation, getting people more fit. If we can get children more fit and eating more nutritiously, this is a key factor in preventing people from coming with type 2 diabetes. And so I think that's an action that the government could take. I also think that when it comes to pharmacare, the Liberals have been talking about this since 1992. And, there are many provinces that have plans already in place, and there are a very small number of Canadians that don't have coverage. But in particular, people that have diabetes that are not able to afford their medications, it is really a larger cost to the system overall, and something that should be addressed and could be quickly addressed through organizations like Diabetes Canada. In terms of this framework, obviously, I am a passionate advocate as well for eliminating diabetes and doing everything we can to help those individuals. And so I, as well as the Conservative Party, will be supporting this private member's bill. I think that the member is to be commended for her continued advocacy, for her persistence in bringing more and more good ideas to the table. And you can see from the reaction from the various parties that everybody wants to work together alongside with the provinces and territories, with our Indigenous organizations, to make sure that everyone who is living with diabetes receives the help that they need. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will end.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Happy Monday, Madam Speaker. Now, there are diseases that silently weaken our population, compromise people's health, and even risk their survival. One of these diseases is diabetes. People are more and more familiar with this illness, and an increasing number of Canadians and Quebecers are receiving a diabetes diagnosis. I don't have diabetes, nor does anyone in my family have it, but I met Juliette Benoit, who was about 13 at the time. I met her for the first time in October 2018 as part of my work as an MP. She had come to Parliament Hill to raise parliamentarians' awareness about a disease that is often misunderstood, type 1 diabetes, which generally appears in children or people under 20. This disease is characterized by a total absence of insulin production. To survive, you need to use an insulin pump or inject insulin daily. Type 1 diabetes affects 10% of people living with diabetes, and Juliette is one of those people. From the beginning of the meeting, I was very impressed by this young girl. She was eloquent, concise, determined, and courageous. She wants to move forward research on this potentially fatal disease that she has had since she was 11. She has gotten involved in the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, and she is an excellent ambassador for the foundation. Thanks to Juliette Benoit, I am now on the All-Party Juvenile Diabetes Caucus. From a personal perspective, Juliette has been able to draw attention to a disease which more than or nearly 300,000 people in Canada have. She convinced me to get involved. She has used her disability to become a lever for change. That's incredible to see. I'd like to thank the member for Brampton South for introducing Bill C-237, the National Framework for Diabetes Act. In Section 2, the National Framework includes measures, including explaining what diabetes and prediabetes are, identifying the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare and other professionals related to the prevention and treatment of diabetes, including clinical practice guidelines, promoting research and improving data collection on diabetes prevention and treatment, promoting information and knowledge sharing in relation to diabetes prevention and treatment, taking into consideration any existing diabetes prevention and treatment frameworks, strategies, and best practices, including those that focus on addressing health inequalities, and finally, the bill seeks to ensure that the Canada Revenue Agency is administering the disability tax credit fairly, and that the credit, in order to achieve its purposes, is designed to help as many persons with diabetes as possible. Now, the bill lays out a one-year period for the government to create the strategic framework, and then 5 years after that to assess its effectiveness. According to the bill, the strategy will be developed in consultation with the provincial governments and Quebec. If the bill moves forward, the Bloc Québécois must ensure that the national strategy reflects Quebec's requests and respects areas of jurisdiction. That's very important for us. Some aspects of Section 2 that I was reading earlier are under provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. Now, I've already spoken about Juliette, who has type 1 diabetes, but I'd also like to speak briefly about type 2 diabetes and gestational diabetes. So I'll just say a few words about those. In Canada in 2020, 90% of more than 3.7 million diagnosed cases of type 1 and 2 diabetes were type 2 diabetes, 90%. This type 2 diabetes generally manifests in adults with people over 40, but sometimes among younger people for various reasons, including the increase in obesity rates. Among some at-risk populations, it can even appear in childhood. With type 2 diabetes, the body produces less and less insulin. 3 to 20% of pregnant women have an increase in their glycemia during the second and third trimesters. In most cases, this disappears after the birth, but the mother is at higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes in the following years. So these women need to receive appropriate medical care during the months and years after giving birth. That said, the provisions in this bill seek to create a framework with objectives, actions, and ambitions that have already been discussed widely in many specialized meetings, including annual meetings of endocrinologists and pediatric endocrinologists. There have been workshops, symposia, research institutes to study this often misunderstood disease, which has been very stigmatized and which may affect more than 13.5 Canadian citizens by 2030. This year we will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin in Canada. And Canada should continue to give resources to advance research on diabetes. And that's where the federal government needs to offer support. And it needs to increase the health transfers, of course. Madam Speaker, study on the various forms of diabetes has been progressing. There's been more and more research on this. Why am I speaking about the various forms of diabetes? Well, because researchers are now talking about up to 5 types of diabetes. That's what the journal Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology published in 2019, findings by a Scandinavian team of researchers. They were looking at atypical cases and were studying how to better prevent the disease and better help people with the disease. Also in 2019 in California, insulin-producing cells that were lab cultured were created by American researchers. And they described this work as major progress, which may mean that one day type 1 diabetes can be cured. For any who may be curious, I would invite them to consult the Nature Cell Biology journal, because in a few years there may be science that will enable us to cure insulin-dependent diabetics. There are some concerns, for example, the fact that some children are developing type 2 diabetes. Overall, there will be more and more need for research funding. We need to scrupulously observe each factor that may lead to developing diabetes, because diabetes leads to enormous social costs. The direct costs to the health system, as we heard earlier in a question, could represent up to 5 billion Canadian dollars in 2030. Sometimes we hear different numbers. The member for Brampton South mentioned a different number, but the key point is that we're talking about huge sums of money that could be used for something else if we work to cure diabetes. Now, I mentioned Juliette at the beginning of the speech. Well, what is she doing now, 3 years after our first meeting? Well, she's continuing to work in the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. She participated in the Day to Mobilize Children for a Cure last November. She shared her story that day with MPs. And she was quite surprised to see that many MPs, elected officials, are younger, many of them in their 30s or even 20s. And so I think she may be interested in getting involved in politics. She's ambitious, disciplined. She has everything she needs to help build a better world. Thank you, Juliette. Thank you for passing on your desire to help others who are affected by this disease. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm incredibly pleased to be here today to speak on Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes. It is an incredibly important private member's bill because it addresses some things that really concern me. The reality that people with diabetes across Canada are being treated very differently depending on what province or what territory that they are in. I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. I want to thank her for her passion on this very important issue, and I'm so happy to be here to discuss why it is so important. Madam Speaker, a couple of years ago, the juvenile diabetes folks came to have a conversation with me. I met with 2 teenagers. One was from Alberta and one was from British Columbia. Now, I know that as members in the House, we all have those moments where we hear stories and we just think to ourselves, this is wrong. We have to do something to make it better. That day, I learned that there are people living with diabetes that can have something inserted into their arm that allows them to scan it with their phone really quickly to check their blood sugar levels. No more pricking of fingers, no more carrying around those tools. They can quickly scan, see how things are going, and address it as they need to. The problem is, in one province, there is a monthly fee for one of the teens, and in the other province, there was no fee at all. It really broke my heart when I had to hear from the mother of the one teen who was in the province where a monthly fee was required, and how they were doing really well paying that monthly fee, but her husband got hurt on the job. And because he got hurt on the job, he was now off, and their income had gone down significantly. The mother told me one of the hardest choices that they had to make was to acknowledge that they could no longer afford the monthly fee. And that meant that their child, their daughter, had to have the pump removed and move forward. No parent wants to ever do that. Madam Speaker, it completely broke my heart. I don't think there's any parent in this country that would be happy to be in that type of situation where you have to make a decision on the health and well-being of your child or actually feeding them at home. I recognize that across Canada, there are so many parents who have children who have health issues, and they really struggle or cannot afford the basic medication that they need to make sure their child is well cared for. And this is one example. We need a better strategy. I think it is important here, Madam Speaker, to point out that a national pharmacare program would address this issue, ensure that parents are not making choices like this parent was between their child's health and well-being and feeding their child or keeping a roof over the head of their child. The facts are very clear. Individuals with diabetes cannot regulate their blood sugar properly. Diabetes causes many physical health issues, and it is the cause of death for more than 7,000 Canadians every year. Diabetes also impacts the mental health of people who have diabetes, as well as their families. I think it's time for Canada to take this seriously, and I think this bill is one step towards doing so. Really, what this bill does is ask the government to bring together all provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and stakeholder groups to create a plan to support those living with diabetes more holistically. Madam Speaker, diabetes is a chronic disease, and it is so important that the federal government do more to support Canadians living with diabetes, particularly those who incur significant out-of-pocket costs because of this. Too many Canadians living with diabetes are unable to afford the medications, devices, and supplies that they need. When people cannot afford their medication and supplies, the reality is this leads to bigger health issues that can lead to an early death, and that is just not acceptable in a country as wealthy as ours. Families and loved ones feel this reality, and it's really scary to always be worrying about what they will do if they can't afford what that person needs. Not too long ago, I received a message from a constituent who had just been diagnosed with diabetes and was really scared. She was not sure how she would afford the medication. When dealing with a chronic illness, the last thing the body needs is the stress of wondering, can I afford the most basic of the supplies and medication that I need? And we know this is true. A recent report from the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions found that 57% of Canadians with diabetes reported failing to adhere to their prescribed therapies due to affordability issues related to their medications, devices, and supplies. 57%. Madam Speaker, that is more than half of the people who have this chronic disease. This is important because research has been done, and when a chronic illness is managed, the expense is lower and the health of the individual increases. Preventative supports matter. It allows people to care for themselves and prevents repetitive visits to the emergency room caused because of a lack of access to medications, devices, and supplies. And again, we have to think about what this means in Canada, one of the most wealthiest countries in the world, and these realities are because people can't afford their medication. This is why Canada's New Democrats recognize there is an urgent need for universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare, a plan to ensure that all Canadians have access to the medications they need when they need them, that we don't have people like my constituents staying up half the night wondering, how am I going to afford this new expense in my life? This must include coverage for diabetes devices and supplies such as the test strips, syringes, insulin pumps, and continuous glucose monitors. Sadly, we've seen the reality that the Liberals and the Conservative governments one after another, continue to deny this measure that would create more affordable and a fair system to care for the well-being of people across Canada. It would save significant money across this country by lessening emergency healthcare costs that are extremely high and terrible for the health of people who cannot afford their medication. Universal health care would also support businesses who have multiple challenges when they have a team member who has a health issue or loved one who has health issues that in some cases, even with health insurance, cannot afford the cost of their medication. But here we are, just weeks ago seeing this government make promises, but when they actually have an opportunity to support pharmacare, they say no. How many times do Canadians have to wait and ask again for this human rights-based approach? Madam Speaker, I will be supporting this bill. I think it is a step that will at least support people living with diabetes. I hope that the government will support this. And when the bill is in place, I certainly hope we finally see the concerning reality that so many families who are applying for the disability tax credit when they have children who are born with diabetes lose it when that child comes into adulthood. The Government of Canada is rejecting these applicants in the past, and I hope that that stops. Denying this most small tax credit, and most importantly, making sure that they have access to the RRSP they invested in for many years, is absolutely key for me. There is a lot of injustice for people living with chronic illness in this country. I hope this bill will at least help one portion of the community. But I want to remind everyone in this House that only pharmacare will make it a more fair system for everyone in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's such a pleasure to talk about Bill 237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetics. And just to applaud once again my colleague and friend from Brampton South, who has been a staunch advocate for such an important issue, an issue that affects literally millions of Canadians. Madam Speaker, the idea of having a national framework for diabetes, I think, is something that is long overdue. And I really wanted to take the time, first and foremost, just to recognize the need. It is important that we recognize that it impacts of diabetes has on health in excess of 3 million people. Whether it's directly or pre-diabetes, it's closer to 10 million plus Canadians. Keep in mind our population of 37.5 million people today. We continue as a government working with our partners, including provinces and Indigenous organizations, stakeholders, I should have said territories, and organizations such as Diabetes Canada to strengthen the efforts that support diabetes prevention and care for all Canadians. For me, it is about prevention and treatment, and there is so much that we can do. I've had the opportunity to speak on this before, and I wanted to emphasize Diabetes Canada and the fantastic work that they do. In fact, one can get all the information relevant, not to mention all of the things that one can do to improve the quality of life, or in some cases minimize the negative impacts of diabetes on people through healthy living and so forth. All sorts of ideas. Go to diabetes.ca, and there is ample information that's there. And from my perspective, Diabetes Canada clearly shows leadership in a way in which, as a national organization, it can assist regional organizations. And this is something in which I believe that my colleague has hit right on, and that is that there is a need for a national perspective, a national framework designed to support and improve access for Canadians to diabetes prevention and treatment. And that's what this bill is all about, Madam Speaker. working with provinces, territories, uh, Indigenous leaders and communities, different stakeholders, bringing it together and making a real difference, Madam Speaker. I am hopeful that we will be able to pass this through. When you think of the diabetes, there's the two types: type 1 diabetes, and this is something that I get right from the diabetes.ca website, just to give you a sense in terms of the quality of information that you'll find there. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease and is also known as an insulin-dependent diabetes. People with type 1 diabetes aren't able to produce their own insulin and can't regulate their blood sugar because their body is attacking the pancreas. Roughly 10% of people living with diabetes have type 1 insulin-dependent diabetes. Type 1 diabetes generally develops in childhood or adolescence, but can also develop in adulthood. People with type 1 need to inject insulin or use an insulin pump to ensure their bodies have the right amount of insulin. Madam Speaker, there is so much that we can be doing from a national perspective by encouraging and promoting and supporting in whatever ways we can, that there be that national strategy. I commend my colleague from Brampton and those individuals that were there to support her initiative to bring it to the floor of the House of Commons. I trust and hope that my colleagues on all sides of the House will see fit to have this bill passed as soon as possible, maybe even today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to speak today to Bill 237, which proposes a national framework for diabetes. This bill has been brought forward by our colleague from Brampton South, and I would just like to take a moment to comment on her dedication to seeing this bill passed and her overall concern for the health of Canadians. The member who I served with for many years on the Health Committee has always been one of the most nonpartisan and collegial members of the committee. Her sincere desire to improve the health outcomes for Canadians has always been her underlying motivation, and it has been an absolute pleasure to work with her on that committee. Madam Speaker, the situation with diabetes in Canada is truly shocking. There are about 3 million Canadians that live with diabetes, and that is 1 in 300 children and 1 in 10 adults that live with the disease. People with diabetes are over 3 times more likely to be hospitalized with cardiovascular disease, 12 times more likely to be hospitalized with end-stage renal disease, and almost 20 times more likely to be hospitalized for non-traumatic lower limb amputation compared to the general population. Diabetes contributes about to 30% of strokes, 40% of heart attacks, 50% of kidney failure requiring dialysis, 70% of all non-traumatic leg and foot amputations, and this is the leading cause of blindness in Canada. The direct cost to our healthcare system just last year was $3.8 billion and estimated to rise to about $5 billion by 2030. So that is just, a huge weight on our healthcare system. There is no doubt that diabetes is a serious chronic disease and it's on the rise. It is a disease that occurs when the body is either unable to sufficiently produce or properly use insulin. Over time, left untreated, it can damage blood vessels, nerves, and organs such as kidneys, eyes, and heart, resulting in the serious complications that I mentioned, and ultimately death. It poses a challenge not only to those living with the disease, but also to their families, communities, and of course the healthcare system. So any investment in reducing the rate of diabetes in this country should translate into long-term savings to our healthcare system. It just makes sense that we deal with this issue head on and we deal with it now. Also, each year, close to 200,000 Canadians are newly diagnosed, and many more diagnosed as pre-diabetic. Not all individuals with pre-diabetes will develop diabetes, but the chances increase if steps are not taken to manage it. Fortunately, recent studies have shown that changes in lifestyle, primarily diet, physical activity, and weight management, can delay or even halt the progression. But there is no question we need to look at diabetes as a national problem and come up with a national framework, which, of course, Bill C-237 proposes. Madam Speaker, the aging of Canadian population, largely a result of the baby boom cohort, has been one of the major factors contributing to the increase in the number of Canadians living with diagnosed diabetes. The increasing incidence is shocking. You know, if any other health issue like cancer had increased in comparison, we would declare a national emergency and pull every fire alarm. Why do we not do it here? I believe it is because of the ongoing and unfair stigma that those with diabetes are simply lazy, unhealthy, and authors of their own problems, which is simply not the case. Diabetes is complex, and the people affected by it are not always in full control of their health condition. We need to stop thinking that this is entirely a lack of personal health. At the same time, we should also not underestimate the importance of maintaining a healthy weight and lifestyle. So as part of any national framework on addressing diabetes, I think that it is critically important that we look at the issue of organ donation. I know the member from Brampton South is also very supportive of organ donation and improving our system here in Canada. Diabetes, at its root, is a malfunctioning pancreas that fails to make the necessary amounts of insulin at the right time. For type 1 diabetes, there is some hope that they could receive a pancreas and or a kidney transplant. You know, a transplant can cure this problem and eliminate the need for insulin shots, but we need more people to donate these life-saving organs. For those who do undergo a pancreas transplant, the survival rate exceeds 95% after 1 year and more than 88% after the 5-year mark. It is possible to be a living donor and donate a pancreas, but this is rare and most donations come from deceased donors. Typically, these transplants last 10 to 12 years. So unfortunately, multiple transplants and multiple donors are required over time. When it comes to kidney donations, the situation in Canada is quite dire, with more than 3,300 people on the waiting list. The demand is high because kidney transplants are a need for more than just diabetics. The waiting time can range from months to years. Many never get their second chance at life. The good news is that you can be a living kidney donor. You can donate one of your kidneys to save another, and I admire the member from Edmonton Manning who did so for his son. Of course, live donations is a complex process and is required because we do not have enough deceased donors. The point is, Madam Speaker, Canadians can dramatically improve the life and health of a type 1 diabetic by becoming an organ donor. So I strongly encourage all Canadians to register on their provincial organ donation registries and let their loved ones know of their decision. You know, sadly, a pancreas transplant is not really an option for those with type 2 diabetes because of the type of diabetes occurs when the body generates a resistance to insulin or is unable to utilize it properly. Type 1 diabetics make up about 10% of those with diabetes, and their bodies just don't make insulin, and a situation where a pancreatic transplant would be required. Madam Speaker, a constituent of mine, Brooklyn Rehad, a grade 12 student at St. Francis High School, was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in February of last year. She suffered severe symptoms for about a year before her diagnosis. Her symptoms included extreme thirst, hair loss, fatigue, inability to concentrate, and weight loss. And as part of Brooklyn's efforts, she has set out to increase awareness about type 1 diabetes and to raise $5,000 for diabetes research in her high school. So far, she has raised $3,900, and I am confident that she will reach her goals. So I applaud her. Madam Speaker, more than 300,000 Canadians have type 1 diabetes, and Brooklyn's efforts are creating awareness. It's important. It's an important contribution to finding the answers. Many desperately long for a cure. So we know that there is a need for a cure. We know that there is political will. We know the need is urgent, and we know the need is growing. As parliamentarians, we need to move this bill along as quickly as possible to make that difference. From my own personal experience, I have seen excellent pieces of legislation die when an election is called. So I hope that we can get this to the Senate and get it passed as soon as possible before a writ could possibly be dropped. Brooklyn and 3 million other Canadians are watching. They are counting on us to get the job done. So let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls for about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise today to speak to this. Bill C-237, the National Framework for Diabetes Act, would direct the Minister of Health to develop a national framework to support diabetes prevention and treatment in consultation with relevant stakeholders. And that's a key aspect. This bill talks and would require the Minister of Health to hold at least one conference with relevant stakeholders to develop the described framework. And when we talk about stakeholders, it's my pleasure to stand in my place today to share with you in this House the advocacy efforts and work of one of my own constituents, Maya Webster. Maya is 10 years old, and she continues advocating for type 1 diabetes research until a cure is discovered. This past November, Maya took part in a lobby effort with more than 30 other delegates as part of Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation's Kid for a Cure Lobby Day. JDRF is a global charitable organization with the goal of ending type 1 diabetes through research funding and advocacy. Kids for a Cure was a week-long virtual event which connected youth delegates with Canada's decision makers, politicians, to illustrate daily challenges people living with type 1 diabetes face and to ask for more direct support from the government. The foundation had 3 main asks during that lobby effort. One, for the federal government to renew a partnership with JDRF and the Canadian Institute of Health and Research to create a national diabetes strategy while we're here today, and for more people to be able to access the disability tax credit. According to Maya, what I'm doing this year and what I did in 2018 with this is trying to find a cure, because as much as I have insulin, it still isn't a cure. As part of their consultation, delegates created virtual slideshows to give personal overviews of what living.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes to pursue his speech when we next return to the reading of this bill. The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper, the order of precedence on the order paper. I see that the honourable leader of the government in the House has raised his hand on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please, the honourable leader of the government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to respond to the question of privilege raised on April 28, 2021, concerning statements the Prime Minister made in this House respecting the allegations of misconduct against the former Chief of the Defence Staff. The member for Portage-Lisgar asserts that the Prime Minister, in denying that he was aware of the nature of the allegations against General Vance in 2018, deliberately misled the House. This response will be quite long, but it is necessary, as this is an extremely serious and important issue, and it is important that the government fully responds to the intervention from the member. I want to begin by repeating what the Prime Minister said on March 11, 2021. Quote, Supporting the women and men who chose to serve in the armed forces is a priority for this government, as it has been for all governments. We have moved forward in significantly strengthening measures to support survivors of sexual assault and to create more processes so that the armed force members do not have to face sexual assault in their workplace or in their service. End of quote. I will address the points by the member of Portage-Lisgar, and I will offer a point-by-point rebuttal that will demonstrate that her conclusions can only be reached by a scrambling of the chronology of events and by presenting evidence out of context. In addition to that, the member also provides false information to the House about the date of a statement from the Prime Minister's office and uses this misleading and incorrect chronology to try and make her case in what can only be seen as an attempt to mislead the House. The member is entitled to her own opinions, but she is not entitled to her own facts. Her misleading statements to the House are very serious. From the outset, I would like to state that the Prime Minister never misled the House, deliberately or otherwise. The Prime Minister has been consistent at all times in the information that he has provided to the House on this issue. There are some key points that I'd like to make before I address the specifics raised by the member. One, the member for Portage-Lisgar is absolutely incorrect in her assertions that the Prime Minister knew in 2019 that the allegations against General Vance were a matter of a Me Too complaint. We know this from a statement that he made in the House on February 24th, 2021, where he stated, quote, Mr. Speaker, every person deserves a safe work environment. I first learned of allegations against General Vance in Global News reporting.
Two, the member claims that the Prime Minister's office knew the nature and the details of the allegations against General Vance in 2018. Testimony in the House and at the committee will show that this is false. 3. The member asserts that the Privy Council office, an office that is independent and separate from the Prime Minister's office, knew the nature and details of the allegations against General Vance in 2018. And testimony in the House and at committee will show that this is not true. 4. The member claims that the Minister of Defense and his office knew the nature and details of the allegations against General Vance. Testimony in the House and at committee will show that this is false. 5. The member claims that the clerk of the Privy Council was aware of the nature and details of the allegations against General Vance. And testimony at the House and at committee will show that this is false. The member for Portage-Lisgar attempts to demonstrate how her argument meets the requirements of the three-point test for determining whether there is a prima facie question of privilege. The evidence will show that even the first criterion was not met, making the second and third criteria impossible to meet.
The evidence will demonstrate that only by scrambling the chronology and providing information out of context could the member for Portage-Lisgar come to the conclusion that the Prime Minister misled the House. The evidence provided before the House and committees will clearly demonstrate that the Prime Minister does not mislead the House in any way. I would now like to address the points made by the member, point by point. The member points to responses that the Prime Minister gave to questions from the Leader of the Opposition on April 27. The Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister the following questions in the House. Quote, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defense was aware of allegations of sexual misconduct against General Vance in 2018. The clerk of the Private Council knew, the Prime Minister's senior advisor knew, the Prime Minister's chief of staff knew. Did the Prime Minister know? Another question. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defense was aware of sexual misconduct allegations against General Vance in 2018. The clerk of the Private Council was aware. The senior advisor, Mr. Marquez, to the Prime Minister was aware. The chief of staff to the Prime Minister was aware in 2018. was the Prime Minister aware of sexual misconduct allegations in 2018? Now, let's take a look at both the questions and the answers. Firstly, the assertions in the questions are false, and this is backed up by testimony before a standing committee of the House. Let's start with the Minister of National Defense. The minister states very clearly at the Standing Committee on National Defense on March 12, 2021, that he was not aware of the nature or specific of the allegations against General Vance in 2019. Quote, at the very end of this private conversation with the National Defense Ombudsman Gary Walbourne, Mr. Walbourne brought up concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief of Defense. He did not give me any details. I did not allow him to give me any detail. I very purposely respected the investigative process to ensure that it remained independent. End of quote. The minister also makes clear at an earlier appearance before the National Defense Committee on February 19, 2021, that he only learned of the nature and specifics of the allegations against General Vance in early 2021, stating, quote, I was shocked as everyone else at the allegations that were made public 2 weeks ago, end of quote. The former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, in testimony before the National Defense Committee on April 6, 2021, states the following, quote, I learned of the specific allegations earlier this year in the media reports. I was not aware of the specific of the allegations. I became aware of them this year. End of quote. Mr. Wernick also states, quote, there has not been an investigation. The only person who knew about the seriousness of all the allegations at the time was Mr. Walbourne. End of quote. On the issue of the former senior advisor to the Prime Minister, Elder Marquez, who was tasked with following up on allegations against General Vance, here is what he said before the National Defense Committee on April 23, 2021, quote, I believe I was told that the issue was an issue of personal misconduct. I think that my presumption was certainly that it could be of sexual nature, but I don't think I was actually given that information specifically. End of quote. On the issue of what the Prime Minister knew, Mr. Marquez said the following, quote, I did not brief the Prime Minister on this issue, and I am not aware of any briefings of the Prime Minister on this issue. End of quote. On why he took the information to the Privy Council office, Mr. Marquez says, quote, the reason for going to the clerk of the Privy Council is that the clerk of the Privy Council is responsible for the apparatus that now needs to do its best with the resources that it has to respond. At this stage, there is not anything that the Prime Minister is supposed to do in relation to this information, and I would suggest, in fact, that it would have been problematic had the Prime Ministers or other members of Cabinet or other political staff tried to insert themselves at this point. At that point, PCO is fully engaged. They have advisors who are engaged. No one was not appreciating the seriousness of the issue. I think any involvement at that stage could risk being counterproductive, even if it's good faith and just trying to ensure things are moving along. My reason for going to the clerk is the clerk now had responsibility and he had work to do to make sure that everything that can be done in, frankly, quite unusual circumstances is done, and that we hopefully get into a point where there's a proper investigation where we can find out what had occurred. That then may lead to the involvement of others who may need to make decisions as a result of that. We were not anywhere near that. End of quote. Mr. Marquez was clear that he was not aware of the nature or the specifics of the complaint. Mr. Marquez brought this information to the independent officials at the Privy Council office. The government followed the proper process. This is, might I add, the same process the previous government followed. And I think it is useful context here to point out that the current leader of the official opposition was made aware of misconduct rumors in 2015. It was serious enough that he asked his staff to notify the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, who then took it to the Privy Council office for review. In other words, the same steps the government followed. I have a hard time taking the leader of the opposition seriously when he criticizes the exact process that he and his government followed. Regarding the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, the Prime Minister was clear in the House on March 10th that his office knew of unspecified allegations against General Vance in 2018, but was unaware of the nature or specifics of the allegation. Here is what he said, quote, Mr. Speaker, my office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman to follow up with appropriate authority, but my office and I learned of the details of the allegations over the past months only. End of quote.
And we have the testimony of the Prime Minister in the House saying that he was not aware of the allegations against General Vance. We have testimony before a standing committee of this House that shows that the Minister of National Defence was not aware of the nature or details of the allegations against General Vance in 2018. We have testimony before a standing committee of this House that demonstrates that the Prime Minister's senior advisor was not aware of the nature or details of the allegations against General Vance in 2018. And with respect to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, we have testimony in the Prime Minister's House that demonstrates that her office was aware of unspecified allegations in 2018, but did not know the nature or details of these allegations. And we have testimony before a standing committee of the House that the clerk of the Privy Council did not know the nature or details of the allegations.
Let's take a look at the replies that the Prime Minister gave to the questions from the leader of the opposition. Here is how the Prime Minister replied to the first question, quote, Mr. Speaker, as I have been saying for some time now, yes, there was a complaint against General Vance. Nobody in my office or in the Minister of National Defence's office knew the nature of the complaint. We clearly have to improve the process. We have to make sure we create an environment in which people who want to bring forward allegations feel supported. That is the kind of situation and the kind of system we are creating. And here's how the Prime Minister replied to the second question, quote, Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the opposition is putting forward is simply untrue. While there was awareness that there was a complaint against General Vance, there was no awareness that it was in fact a Me Too complaint of sexual nature. These are issues that we have continued to work on seriously as a government. I need to highlight that the leader of the official opposition heard a rumor of misconduct back in 2015. He told his staff, who then told PMO, which then told the Privy Council office. It is the exact same process that played out in 2015 under the previous Conservative government as played out in our government. What we have taken far more actions to change the culture for the better of our military. Context is important here. The Prime Minister was answering questions about what his office and the Minister of National Defense office knew in 2018.
The Prime Minister said in the House that he was not even aware that there were allegations in 2018, and he did not learn of the existence of allegations or their nature before the beginning of 2021. The Prime Minister has constantly said in the House that his office was aware of indeterminate or general allegations, but not of their nature. The Minister of National Defence said at committee that him and his office were aware of general allegations, but they were not aware of the nature of these allegations. All evidence shows that the Prime Minister was coherent with all his statements in the House about what he knew and when, and that his office knew and when, and that the Minister of National Defence and his office what it knew and when.
I want to address the issue that the member for Portage-Lisgar raises around emails from Janine Sherman, the Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet responsible for Governor in Council appointments. Ms. Sherman sent a draft email that the Minister of National Defence could use to respond to Mr. Walborn. And while she does include the words allegations of sexual harassment, I can only speculate that she was making an assumption. This can be the only explanation due to her testimony before the National Defense Committee. Ms. Sherman testified before the committee on March 26, 2021, where she stated, quote, I met with Mr. Walborn on March 16th. In my email exchanges and in my meeting with Mr. Walborn, I did not receive information upon which to take further action. End of quote. Ms. Sherman further testified that, quote, based on my conversation with the former ombudsman, I did not have information about the nature of the complaint or specifics that would have enabled further actions. End of quote. Other emails also demonstrate that Ms. Sherman did not have any details about the nature of the unspecified allegation. An email to Mr. Walborn using the text provided by Ms. Sherman states the following. Although the substance and details of the allegations were not discussed, the minister wants to ensure they are properly investigated. End of quote. And in a further email to Mr. Walborn from Ms. Sherman, she states, quote, I understand that you have information concerning the conduct of GIC appointee that the minister has asked that you share with me. End of quote. In Mr. Walborn's testimony before the National Defense Committee on March 3rd, 2021, he states, quote, I told her, Ms. Sherman, that I was surprised she knew about that. I had asked the minister to keep it in confidence, and I told her the same thing I said to this committee, that I wasn't going to give her the name of the complainant or the details of the allegation, because the complainant had asked me to respect that confidentiality. And that is exactly what I did. The information was never shared with Ms. Sherman by Mr. Walborn. The term sexual appeared only once in an early draft email that Ms. Sherman prepared. Contrast this with her testimony before committee where she was categorical that she did not know the nature of the unspecified allegation, and it becomes clear that her early reference in the draft email was speculation. This is backed up by the fact that when this draft email was written, Ms. Sherman had only spoken to Mr. Marquez about this issue, and he has clearly testified that he was not aware of the allegation against General Vance were sexual in nature. The member for Portage-Lisgar also points to Ms. Sherman's testimony at National Defense Committee and attempts to portray it in a fashion to deliberately attempt to muddy the waters to try and demonstrate that the Prime Minister and his office knew the nature of the allegations against General Vance. Nothing could be further from the truth. The member points to earlier emails and conflates these as if they were the basis for later discussions with PMO staff. In fact, those discussions were subsequent to Ms. Sherman speaking to Mr. Welborn. Further, Ms. Sherman never states in her testimony before committee that she discussed the nature of the complaint with PMO. The opposite is true. She testified that she was not aware of the nature or specifics of the allegations. So, if Ms. Sherman was not aware of the nature or specifics of the allegations, how can the member assert that the Prime Minister was aware? How can the member assert that the PMO staff or the Minister of National Defense and his staff knew the nature or specific? It just doesn't make any sense. Tout ceci démontre.
All of this shows the following. The Prime Minister was not aware of the existence of unspecified allegations or their nature or specifics in 2018. The PMO was aware of the existence of unspecified allegations, but not their nature or details in 2018. The Minister of National Defense and his office were aware of the existence of unspecified allegations, but not their nature or specifics in 2018. And all that is entirely consistent with what the Prime Minister said in the House.
I want to move on the statement from the Prime Minister on March 10, 2021, which the member for Portage-Lisgar references. This was in reference to a question from the member for Aurora or Richmond Hill, who asked, quote, "Is it the Prime Minister's position that no one made him aware of the allegations of misconduct against General Vance 3 years ago?" End of quote. The Prime Minister replies by stating, quote, "Mr. Speaker, my office was aware of the Minister's direction to the Ombudsman to follow up with appropriate authorities, but my office and I learned of the details of the allegation over the past months only." End of quote. Again, a statement entirely consistent with the facts. The member for Portage-Lisgar references an exchange in question period from March 24th, 2021, in which the Prime Minister states, quote, "Mr. Speaker, allegations of sexual misconduct or inappropriate behavior need to be followed up by the appropriate authorities, and that is exactly what happened in this case. The ombudsperson was directed toward the right people in terms of following up on an investigation. The ombudsman was not able to share further information with the investigators, and therefore, the investigation did not move forward. We will continue to take very seriously any allegations that come forward, as we always have. We will continue to work to ensure that there is a change in the culture and a better system are in place." End of quote. The member from Portage-Lisgar offers up this quote as an example that the Prime Minister, his staff, and the Minister of National Defense and his staff had specific information about the nature of the allegations against General Vance in 2018. She states, quote, "The Prime Minister was speaking on March 24th. I'm going to repeat that. He even said allegations of sexual misconduct." End of quote. This is simply not the case. This is yet another example of the member playing fast and loose with the chronology of events and trying to use information out of context. In this instance, the Prime Minister is commenting in March 2021 about a situation from 2018 with the added context about the nature of the allegation that he informed the House on February 24, 2021, that he learned from media reporting in early 2021. The member for Portage-Lisgar has completely misrepresented the Prime Minister's answer in the House on March 24th. As I have stated earlier, the Prime Minister has been clear about when he first learned about the allegation against General Vance, and he states in the House on February 24th that, quote, "Mr. Speaker, every person deserves a safe work environment, I first learned of allegations against General Vance in Global News reporting. End of quote. The member for Portage-Lisker brings up the testimony of former National Defense Ombudsman Gary Walborn as further proof that the Ministry of National Defense knew the nature of or specifics of the allegations against General Vance. When asked about Mr. Walborn's testimony in the House on March 8, 2021, the minister states the following, quote, I disagree with the testimony that Mr. Walborn provided to the committee and look forward to setting this record straight when the opportunity comes to speak at the committee. End of quote. As I stated earlier, when the minister appeared before the National Defense Committee on March 12, 2021, he reinforced the point that he did not receive details about the nature or specific of the unspecified allegations. The conservative House leader, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, acknowledged this. He acknowledges this very fact in the House on March 8, 2021, when he states, quote, the minister even refused to look at the evidence presented. End of quote. In his appearance before the National Defense Committee on March 3, 2021, Mr. Walborn confirmed that the minister was not aware. Mr. Walborn was asked the following question by the member of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, quote, who else is aware of the information that you have and that you try to present to the Minister of National Defense? End of quote. To which Mr. Walborn replies, quote, as far as I know, the person who made the allegation and I are the only two people who have seen the evidence. As I said, the minister didn't want to see the evidence. End of quote. Le ministre a fait la bonne chose.
The minister did the right thing. He didn't get involved in the investigation. He asked his office to transfer the existence of an unspecified complaint to independent public servants in the Privy Council office, the same process as that followed by the preceding government. The member for Portage-Lisgar is mistaken when she attempts to prove that Mr. Walborn's testimony undermines the Prime Minister's statements in the House on March 10th and 11th. That is not the case. The Prime Minister has continued to give coherent answers, consistent answers rather, regarding what he and his office knew and when. The evidence shows that the Minister of National Defense indicated in the House of Commons and at committee that he did not agree with Mr. Walborn's testimony, that he had shared the details of the nature of the complaints against General Vance with him. The evidence also showed that Mr. Walborn testified that only he and the complainant were familiar with the evidence. Nothing in Mr. Walborn's testimony changes the fact that the Prime Minister was consistent in the information that he provided the House from day one. In answer to the member for Portage-Lisgar's statement regarding the former clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Wernick, the evidence provided earlier shows that he testified before the National Defense Committee that he only learned the nature and specifics of the allegations earlier this year in the media. The member quotes Mr. Wernick's testimony at committee, where, when he was trying to answer a question, he speculated on the content of emails from 3 years prior, emails that he was not copied on and that he didn't have access to when he appeared before the committee. That does not prove that the Prime Minister was aware of the nature or specifics of the unspecified allegations against General Vance in 2018, and it does not prove that his staffers were aware, or that the Minister of Defense and his staffers knew. On the contrary, Mr. Wernick himself indicated that he was not aware of the nature or specifics of the allegations until earlier this year.
I want to turn to a very important issue that has been completely misrepresented by the member of Portage-Lisgar. The member has tried to portray that the Prime Minister's statements about what his office knew extend to the Privy Counsel's office as if they were one and the same. This is simply not the case. Janine Sherman, in her testimony before the Defense Committee on March 26, makes the point about the independence of the Privy Council office when she states, quote, "Our role is to be a nonpartisan professional public service. We are able to provide advice impartially and based on principles of good governance to the government of the day." End of quote. The Member of Parliament for Mississauga Lakeshore asked Ms. Sherman the following question, quote, "Why is it so important in Canadian public administration thought and practice that a minister or other elected official do not taint, and are in no way involved in investigations of the kind we're discussing today?" Ms. Sherman replies as follows, quote, "That is an important principle of Westminster government. The elected representatives do not carry out investigations and manage the details of those kinds of things because they are elected. The separation of the role from the independent and nonpartisan public service is important in ensuring independence and fairness. All of those principles are necessary in terms of ensuring fair outcomes and procedural fairness for individuals through processes such as investigations." End of quote. Ray Novak, former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, made the same point when he appeared before the committee on March 22, 2021, stating, quote, "Madam Chair, the member knows that the Prime Minister's office is not an investigative body. Senior officials in the Privy Council office are the ones responsible for interacting with the Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces with respect to this matter." End of quote. And the Minister of National Defense, in his appearance before the National Defense Committee on March 12, states, quote, "Investigations into complaints like this should start with proper investigative authority, not with an elected official. To provide Mr. Walborn with additional support, senior officials in the Privy Council office were informed of the complaint regarding the former Chief of Defense Staff." End of quote. The minister further states, quote, "As I stated, me, the Prime Minister, or any politician should not get involved in an investigation. What we needed to do, and we did, was to make sure the information got to the Privy Council office, who are responsible for governor and council appointments." End of quote. In addition to these statements before the committee, the Prime Minister addressed this issue before the House on March 10th, 2021, when he states, quote, "We take all allegations seriously and ensure they are followed up on by the appropriate independent authorities." That is exactly what happened in this situation. After the Defense Ombudsman received a complaint, the minister directed him to an independent official who could investigate. My office was aware of the minister's direction to the Ombudsman. Those officials never received further information, so were unable to move forward with the investigation. End of quote. On April 27, the Prime Minister said this in the House, quote, "Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have consistently stood up for survivors. We have stood up against harassment and intimidation in federal workplaces across the country and indeed in the Canadian Armed Forces. We have made significant investments in improving systems and accountability, and we will continue to do that. In 2018, when a complaint came forward, we forwarded it to the Privy Council office so it could do the follow-up necessary, but unfortunately, the Ombudsman was not able to reveal the full extent because he did not have permission. We need to create a system in which people feel supported to come forward. End of quote. It is clear that when the Prime Minister was talking about his office, this was his ministerial office and not the Privy Council office. The Prime Minister, when speaking of the Privy Council office, has referred to it by name or as independent official and not as, quote, my office. The fact that any investigation of government council appointments happens independently of politicians through the independent official Privy Council office is a clear demonstration of this separation. Les faits parlent d'eux.
The facts speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister himself was not aware that there was an unspecified allegation in 2018. Still less was he aware of the nature of the allegation. He has repeatedly, clearly indicated in the House that he was not aware of the nature of the allegations against General Vance, and that he only learned of the allegations and their nature, the nature of the allegations after Global News reported on them in early 2021. The testimony of the Minister of National Defense, Ms. Sherman, Mr. Marquez, and Mr. Wernick all confirm that the details of the allegations were not known before the Global News report. The member for Portage-Lisgar has stated that the Prime Minister's statements in the House and before the media have repeatedly changed, but the evidence simply does not support that at all. On the contrary, the Prime Minister's statements have been consistent from the beginning. Was the Prime Minister personally aware of the unspecified allegations against General Vance in 2018? The answer is no. Was the Prime Minister aware of the nature of the allegations against General Vance? The Prime Minister has repeatedly and clearly indicated in the House and in the media that the first time that he learned about the nature and specifics of the allegations against General Vance was at the beginning of 2021, when Global News reported on the allegations. Nothing that the Prime Minister has said, nothing that a witness has said, and no document can contradict the Prime Minister's assertions on this point. Was the Prime Minister aware of any allegation of any kind against General Vance in 2018? The Prime Minister has clearly and repeatedly indicated in the House and in the media that his office was aware that there were unspecified allegations, but that he was not aware of the nature or the details of these allegations. Once again, there is nothing in the Prime Minister's statements, witnesses' statements, or in a document that contradicts what the Prime Minister has said on this point.
On the issue of the statement released by the Prime Minister's office, again, the member for Portage-Lisgar is misrepresenting the chronology. She states that the statement was issued to the media on February 23rd, and that it states, quote, the Prime Minister confirmed on March 10th in the House of Commons that his office was aware of the concern raised by the Defense Ombudsman in 2018. End of quote. The member then goes on to state that this means that the Prime Minister issued a public statement prior to his statement in the House that his office was aware of concerns regarding General Vance. Here is what the member for Portage-Lisgar said, quote, that means the Prime Minister has issued a public statement prior to his statement in the House that his office was aware, as the Defense Minister has stated, that he raised concerns of a sexual nature regarding the Chief of Defense Staff. There are two problems with the member's statement. One, it did not happen before the Prime Minister's statement in the House on March 10th. The date of the statement from the Prime Minister's office is April 23rd, not February 23rd. If anyone is misleading the House, it is the member for Portage-Lisgar. The second problem with the member statement is that it completely mischaracterizes the facts. The member states that the Prime Minister's office was aware that the Ministry of National Defense raised concern of a sexual nature regarding the Chief of Defense staff. The Ministry of Defense has been consistent that he was not aware of the nature or specifics of the allegations against General Vance until Globe News reported on it earlier this year. The Prime Minister has also been consistent about this. The member for Portage-Lisgar tries to portray that there is a contradiction between the statement issued by his office on April 23rd and the statement he made in the House of Commons on April 27th. This is completely false. There is no contradiction. They are entirely consistent with what has been said all along. As I indicated at the beginning of my intervention, the Prime Minister was answering questions about what he knew in 2018. And as I have outlined, what he knew in 2018 about the specific allegation against General Vance was nothing. And what his office knew was that there was unspecified allegations against General Vance, but they did not know the nature of the allegations. The member for Portage-Lisgar tries to make the case that her arguments demonstrate that this issue meets the test from a prima facie question of privilege. Test 1. Did the Prime Minister provide information that was misleading the House? I have provided evidence to the House that demonstrate that the Prime Minister did not provide misleading information to the House. The record is clear, and the records show that the Prime Minister has been consistent in the information that he has provided to the House on this issue at all times. Test 2. Did the Prime Minister know that the information that he provided was false? The evidence I have presented demonstrates that the first test has not even been met, as the Prime Minister did not provide misleading information to the House. Given that the first test has not been met, it is impossible for the second test to have been met. The evidence clearly demonstrates that the Prime Minister did not provide misleading information to the House, and he could therefore not have knowingly done so. Test 3. Was the Prime Minister intending to mislead the House? The evidence I have put forward, the House demonstrates that the Prime Minister was consistent at all times in the information that he provided to the House, so he did not mislead the House. He could therefore not have knowingly or deliberately done so. It is therefore impossible that the third test could have been met. It is only by scrambling the chronology and providing information out of context that the member for Portage-Lisgar could come to her conclusion that her arguments demonstrate that the 3-point test for finding a prima facie case of privilege could have been met. The member for Portage-Lisgar closes her arguments by stating her opinion. An opinion not backed up by testimonies and the facts, that it is not believable that the Prime Minister was unaware that the allegations against General Vance were of a Me Too sexual complaint nature. I respectfully submit to you, Madam Speaker, that if one selectively presents evidence deliberately out of context and out of chronological context, that perhaps the member for Portage-Lisgar could come to that preconceived conclusion. As I have stated, this can only be seen as an attempt to mislead the House. However, if one follows the facts in context, understands the chronology, and listens to the evidence and testimony presented at committees and statements made by the Prime Minister in the House, it is clear that none of the three tests necessary to make a finding of prima facie privilege exist, and that the Prime Minister has not misled the House in any way on this important issue.
There are three additional points, Madam Speaker, that I think are relevant to the question before us. The first is that there's currently a study underway at the National Defense Committee. The House, through this committee, is currently leading a study concerning steps to be taken in the face of sexual misconduct problems in the Canadian Armed Forces, including allegations against former Chief of Defence Staff Jonathan Vance. The committee will be hearing from witnesses and will be preparing a report to table in the House.
The second point is that the member for Portage-Lisgar has completely contradicted herself. On Friday, April 30th, she gave notice of an opposition day motion for the week after, stating the following, that giving that A, women and all members of the Canadian Armed Force place their trust in this government to act on claims of sexual misconduct. B, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was informed about a specific sexual harassment allegation against General Jonathan Vance 3 years ago. C, the Prime Minister asserts that this sexual harassment allegations was never brought to his attention. And D, the Prime Minister said that those in a position of authority have a duty to act upon allegation. The House called upon the Prime Minister to dismiss his Chief of Staff for failing to notify him about a serious sexual harassment allegation at the highest ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and for being complicit in hiding the truth from Canadians. By virtue of giving notice of this motion, she is confirming what the Prime Minister has said all along, that he was not aware of allegations against General Vance until early 2021. We also have the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill, who asked the following question in question period on April 28th, 2021, quote, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that his office, like him, takes sexual harassment extraordinarily seriously, but Katie Telford did not take the misconduct allegations against General Vance seriously. If she had, she would have informed the Prime Minister. Only he can replace a Chief of Staff of Defense staff, not an elected member of his office. His staff made him complicit in this misconduct, denying him the opportunity to act. If the PM staff had not kept him in the dark about the allegations against General Vance, would he have removed him? End of quote. Cette question.
This question shows that the member of the Conservative caucus recognizes that the Prime Minister was not aware of unspecified allegations against General Vance or of their nature in 2018. In fact, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, the National Defense Committee is currently studying this question, and more specifically studying what the Prime Minister knew and when. If the Conservatives are so convinced of their arguments, why are they moving forward with the study? The third point is that calling this a prima facie question of privilege is no small matter. In any situation, the bar is high for such a declaration. There are 3 conditions that have to be fulfilled. The member for Portage-Lisgar says that the simple presence of doubt should be enough to establish a prima facie question of privilege. Madam Speaker, I would say that the bar is much higher than simple doubt. And in fact, I would say that the particulars of this case show that there isn't any doubt at all. The Prime Minister has been consistent in everything that he said in the House, and along with a long tradition of taking members' statements as being honorable, it's clear that there's no prima facie case of privilege here. It's only by scrambling the chronology and taking statements out of context that the member was able to raise a doubt at all.
As the Prime Minister himself has said, every person deserves a safe work environment, and we will continue to do everything that we can as a government to protect those who serve our country in uniform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je remercie
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader for his contribution to this issue. It will be taken under advisement.
du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-12, Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, et reprise du débat.
And resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Deltel.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan has 4 minutes left in his speech.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure the Government House Leader will come back with further comments to the House in the future. Madam Speaker, the issue that we're debating is the government's, frankly, failing response to to the climate challenges that Canada and the world faces. Canada, under this Liberal government, does not have an effective response plan. And Conservatives have offered an effective alternative that recognizes the truly international dimensions of this crisis. What we haven't heard from the government is a plan that takes into consideration the international dimensions by having appropriate adjustments at borders. Instead, what we have is the government punishing domestic industry in a way that pushes development outside of the country, but that doesn't actually address the global problem. Their approach imposes regulation as well as taxation on Canadian industry. But if the same investors move that industrial activity outside of the country and then sell back into Canada, they are not subject to any such mechanisms. And so this system that the government has put in place, it simply creates an incentive to push economic activity out of the country rather than to actually respond to these challenges. We have a government that is very happy to import foreign oil, for example, while making the development of a domestic energy sector very, very difficult. So for the first time, Conservatives are proposing a plan for Canada that takes into consideration this inequality, that says that the same standards have to apply to products that are imported into Canada as are being applied in the case of production that's taking place in Canada. And I know this responds to what my constituents are saying, and frankly, a source of significant frustration for my constituents. They ask the question, why is our oil and gas sector being subject to further and further taxation, inconsistent regulatory burdens, and in fact, in cases where projects have been approved, the government allows lawless acts of protest to disrupt projects that have already been approved from moving forward. Why is that happening on the one hand? But on the other hand, we don't hear the same criticisms about the environmental crimes, really, in many cases in other parts of the world, as well as violations of human rights that are taking place in the production of things which then come to Canada. So this is where we need to be rethinking our approach, and where we have proposed a rethinking of the approach that emphasizes the global nature of the challenge that we faced. Now, as we look at C-12, the government's request for a reporting framework, but again, no clear plan on actually responding to the environmental challenges we face. We're also very frustrated that despite coming into Parliament and saying that in good faith, we're going to look at these issues and consult with other parties, that they've now already presumed to declare who will be on the advisory board that is supposed to be set up by this legislation. So we have to look at this bill in a context where the government seems to have already pre-programmed certain decisions that they haven't been forthright in communicating to the House about at all. On that basis, Conservatives have put forward a reasonable amendment to challenge aspects of this framework, to challenge the failure to take into consideration the international dimension of the challenge and the unfortunate decision of the government to announce in advance who's going to be on the panel without consulting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I think I was here to hear the first half of it, but you know, as we talk about our accountability towards getting to net zero and how we're going to measure that and weigh that, you know, the government has put a policy into place here, a framework of exactly how that will happen. I know that this member is critical of that, but you know, in all fairness, the Conservatives don't really have a great reputation as it stands for being able to properly gauge the direction of environmental legislation of the day. You know, it wasn't that long ago that this member spoke very adamantly against a carbon tax, and now his party has decided that that's the best way to go. I'm just worried that if we take this member's advice, will he not realize in a couple years from now, once public opinion is fully there, that again, they had it wrong?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's proposal is to impose taxation on Canadians as a proposed solution to environmental challenges, for the government to take that money and redistribute it according to its own choices, including to include various public works programs in that spending. And Conservatives have been consistent in opposing that Liberal approach. We have proposals that take into consideration the global dimension of the challenges, as well as leaving resources in the pockets of Canadians in order to support their response to environmental challenges. And I would submit that that is very different. It is also lowering the price overall, Madam Speaker, and yet without taking the same punitive approach, taxation-oriented approach the Liberals have, we have independent agencies showing that we will achieve environmental targets.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, listen, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I think there were some positive aspects there, notably when he was talking about having the same standards for imported products as for domestically produced products. I think that is important, and that's something we agree on. But when we're talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, would the member not believe that we need to have clear standards in C12? Would he be open to adopting amendments to that effect? And also, we should have an independent authority overseeing this, not just the minister. And when it comes to investments in the regions, does he not believe that there is a way to support people, support his constituents, without expanding the oil sands? Now, I'm not trying to judge anyone, but I think we need to start moving towards a transition so that we can invest in some other forms of energy. I understand that the member wants to support his constituents, but it is urgent that we start the transition at some point. I'd like to hear him talk about that. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just focus on the last point at least first. The way we can respond effectively to the environmental challenges that we face, recognizing the increasing global need for energy, is to leverage the technology that is being generated through the development of our energy sector, technology which is constantly aggressively improving the performance of the sector, and work to make that technology available as part of development around the world. We are not going to address the challenges we face by expecting Canadians and people around the world to stop using energy. If we stop using energy tomorrow, the rest of the world will still be increasing its use of energy. But it's the technology we generate. It's the use of cutting edge techniques like carbon capture and storage projects in my riding. To
give an opportunity for one third question, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. You know, I hear the Conservatives criticizing Liberals for introducing a bill when we're not even on track to meet our 2030 targets that herald back to the good old Conservative days where we just continued to move in a direction that promised that the crisis that we're in, the environmental crisis that we're in, is going to continue. Does the member admit that the Conservatives just lack total credibility around having an active climate plan that's actually going to get us where we need to get to save the planet?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke Park for Saskatchewan, 10 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I think the member will not be surprised to find that I don't agree with her characterization of things. We can debate some aspects of the policies, but at the end of the day, it should be remembered that the last Conservative government was the first government in Canadian history that actually reduced Canada's greenhouse gas emissions output. Members of the NDP may say it wasn't enough, but it was the first government in history, unlike the Liberals who signed the Kyoto Protocol and did absolutely nothing and saw emissions increase. Conservatives have been ahead of Liberals in terms of actually delivering the goods when it comes to these issues. We continue to see all hat and no cattle from the Liberals when it comes to really achieving results.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The climate change challenge has often been compared to the moonshot of the 1960s. The moonshot involved a redoubling of resolve after a difficult and halting start to the space race in the United States. The moonshot was very much about targeting a seemingly out-of-reach objective on a seemingly impossible timeline, namely reaching the moon before the end of the decade of the 1960s. By all accounts, the scientists and engineers who came together to achieve this astounding historical feat that was the moon landing came up against tremendous technological challenges, brick walls that no doubt appeared insurmountable, especially on a tight timeline. NASA scientists were up against a target for which they were held to account by a president who created a public expectation of success with American national security and American pride on the line. The key words here are public expectation of success. That is what the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act is all about, a public expectation of success backed by a legal mechanism aimed at holding successive federal governments to account for fulfilling that expectation. In the same way as NASA scientists followed a critical path, informed by experts, for reaching their target, Bill C-12 will require the government to A, set greenhouse gas emissions targets, reduction targets informed by experts, B, plans for achieving those targets informed by experts, C, regular reporting by the government on its progress in achieving its targets, D, regular assessments by the government on the effectiveness of its measures for achieving its targets, and E, regular independent analysis by the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development of the government's measures aimed at mitigating climate change, including those undertaken to achieve its most recent greenhouse gas emissions target as identified in the relevant assessment report. More specifically, the government's progress report must provide an update on the progress it has made towards achieving its relevant milestone GHG target and an update on the implementation of its climate plan, that is, the federal measures, sectoral strategies, and federal government operations strategies aimed at reaching the relevant milestone target. These progress reports must be prepared no later than 2 years before the beginning of the relevant milestone year, so that adjustments can be made to these measures and strategies. For its part, the assessment report must contain a summary of Canada's GHG emissions inventory, a statement on whether Canada has achieved its national GHG target for the milestone year, and an assessment of how federal measures, sectoral strategies, and federal government operations strategies described in the relevant emissions reduction plan contributed to Canada's efforts to achieve the national GHG target for that year. The strength of this framework is that it does not rely solely on the government's own assessment of its progress and the effectiveness of its climate action plan. It allows for multiple expert voices to weigh in, in a sense, to write the government's report card on climate change. In other words, the government will not be grading itself. Incidentally, the space race achieved more than a target. It achieved a government-driven acceleration of technological progress and economic growth. Similarly, Bill C-12 is not only about meeting a life-saving target for the planet, it is ultimately about driving technological innovation and economic growth associated with the proliferation of the green products and services the world increasingly wants and needs. There is, however, one difference that I see between the moonshot and the present task at hand. In a sense, the moonshot was a closed system involving a singular locus of scientific activity and a well-defined technological focus, all within the purview of a dedicated government program that obviously involved numerous partnerships. The quest to meet targets around greenhouse gas emission reductions in Canada is, in a sense, organizationally more complex, with more moving parts. Achieving net zero emissions involves technological progress in many areas and simultaneous cooperative actions by many orders of government, where the degree of commitment to the goal of fighting climate change is not always shared equally across jurisdictions. Added to this is the fact that the federal government lacks exclusive jurisdiction and power in the matter. We are a federation, not a unitary state. Nonetheless, our government has been able to exercise meaningful leadership on climate change. We have been a government of firsts. Our government was the first federal government to put a national price on carbon and fight the constitutional right to do so all the way to the Supreme Court. Our government was the first to develop a clean fuel standard. Our government was the first to have the courage to attempt to negotiate a pan-Canadian framework on climate change with the provinces and territories. And we were successful thanks to the Prime Minister's political will and capital and the can-do determination of the member for Ottawa Centre, who was Minister of the Environment and Climate Change at the time. But governments change and can renege, and we saw this happen. Our government was the first to provide financial incentives for the purchase of zero-emission vehicles. Our government was the first to require that environmental assessments for large energy projects factor in their GHG emissions. Our government was the first to set a net zero emissions target. And our government is now the first to create a legal accountability framework for setting and achieving interim GHG targets on the way to net zero emissions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker was in the chair. Now there's a different speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for Lake Saint-Gavai.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I can't hear any question.
Which one's he?
Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear that properly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Two questions. One, is there a new Minister of Environment in Canada? Because Earth Day here in Quebec, the honourable member for Sainte Marie came to promote Canada's new measures. I'd like to hear more about that. So is there a new Minister of the Environment? On Radio Canada over the past year, we heard that GHG emissions increased in relation to previous years, and the new Minister of the Environment said that it would be good news. He thought that would be good news. What does my colleague think about that? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not aware of that quote in exact terms and what the member was referring to in terms of the Minister of Heritage. As you know, when there are important announcements, whether it's the budget, related to the budget, or major steps with respect to the environment, the entire Liberal caucus is in charge of delivering the messages. There's nothing unusual about that, Madam Speaker. And as we know, there are many caucus members around the table that are ministers
and they have expertise in the environment area. And the Liberal caucus is very concerned with this issue. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a quick question to my colleague. Just with regards to some of the issues that we have over climate change and the opportunities for electric vehicles. One of the things I've been raising is a national auto strategy. The United States has moved ahead quite successfully with a lot of investment, and Canada is lagging even on a battery plant. So I'd like to ask the member, why not a national auto policy that sets targets and goals to achieve actually low emissions in electric vehicles, especially right now, given the fact we have to compete against not only just the United States, Mexico, and the rest of the world? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I think it's a very good development that we have a government in the United States that is committed to environmental action, and obviously it makes things much easier to be working with a like-minded government on a continental basis. In terms of zero-emission vehicles, as the member may know, I know the industry is very important to him in his riding. As the member may know, the Environment Committee of the House of Commons just completed a study on zero-emission vehicles and made a number of recommendations, and I believe one of them was very much in line with that which the member just made now. So we'll see going forward how we can work with automakers and with battery makers to make Canada leaders in the area of zero emission vehicles.
Some comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague. At this point, we have around the world 11 countries that have passed climate accountability legislation. Canada's will hold the distinction of being the weakest. So if we're looking at a moonshot and we're shooting for a moon, this is the equivalent of a stepladder. And I want to ask my honourable colleague if he doesn't think it would have been wise for the federal government to consult, particularly with the gold standard. The country with the climate accountability that has worked the longest and the best is that in the UK. And our legislation before us today differs in substantial ways from that, particularly by not having an independent expert group that monitors government progress and reports to the nation, as opposed to a multi-stakeholder advisory group to the minister. Would the member not agree it would be better to try to base our bill on what's worked elsewhere?
Honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and of course her views and insight carry a lot of weight in this chamber. As the member knows, hopefully the bill will be passed its second reading and make its way to the Environment Committee, where amendments will be no doubt tabled. And we can have discussion around the points that the member has raised. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there is much room for expert advice in this bill, and this is key. I think it's important that we do rely on expert advice, and that indeed that any consultative body not just be a diverse group of individuals that represent the country the way this House does. We need also some expertise to move forward, and so I appreciate the member's point.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak on the draft legislation bill C-12, Net Zero. I'm also very pleased to highlight some of our party's positions set out in our position paper, Secure the Environment. Under a Conservative government, Canada will meet its Paris Agreement targets, and importantly, without killing jobs or taxing an already overtaxed population. Our plan will help the environment while also helping Canadians succeed in every region of the country and in all sectors. The Liberal plan, on the other hand, is based on an ever-increasing taxation plan which, while being presented as revenue neutral to the government, is certainly not revenue neutral to the taxpayer. At best, it's a tax scheme that redistributes wealth away from those living in parts of the country where greater energy consumption is a fact of life. Why are they being punished for that? The Conservative plan, on the other hand, is much fairer in that it sets aside some of the money that each consumer will pay for energy consumption into a personal savings account that the consumer can spend or invest as they see best for their own purposes on green options. The big distinction between the Liberal carbon tax and the Conservatives' plan to secure the environment is that Conservatives trust Canadians to do the right thing, to spend their money wisely, to be incentivized to think green, to act responsibly about the environment, and to do their part. We all want to do that. Liberals, on the other hand, think that governments know best. We think educated Canadians know best. Bill C-12, while being promoted as a significant step forward in the fight against climate change, is really more symbolic than substantive. It might give the casual political observer the impression that something significant is happening. But keep in mind, Bill C-12 follows on Canada's dismal record of setting and then missing its emissions reductions targets. So what does Bill C-12 do? Well, let's take a look at Section 16, which says, and I'm going to quote from that, so I think it's important to be read into the record. If the minister, this is under the heading failure to achieve target. If the minister concludes that Canada has not achieved its national greenhouse gas emission target for the milestone year, or 2015 as the case may be, the minister, after consultations, I'm paraphrasing, prepare a report include the following assessment. A, the reasons why Canada failed to meet the target. B, a description of actions the Government of Canada is taking or will take to address the failure to achieve the target. And C, finally, any other information that the minister considers appropriate. So what happens if we miss the target? Oh, well, not much. We just set another target. We create more reports. And the conversation just continues as though nothing happened. If anything, this helps Canada's pulp and paper industry as more and more reports are being printed. Canada is a federal country, has been noted by some of the previous speakers, with parliamentary sovereignty shared among two levels of government. And much of what is needed to be accomplished in protecting the environment falls within exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces under Section 92(13) of the Constitution Act 1867, civil property and civil rights within the province. The federal government can't do it on its own. It must work with the provinces. Now, sadly, this Liberal government's record is getting sued by the provinces. So the federal government won the last round. I guess congratulations are in order, but Canadians are wondering why intergovernmental affairs on something as important as the environment needs to resort to the courts in the first place. Why doesn't the federal government work with the provinces and come to a consensus on how to move forward? Conservatives understand the significance of that, and we will work with the provinces. Conservatives also recognize that the fight against global climate change is, in fact, global. Canada cannot do it on its own. If it is global, after all, solutions also must be global. Canada is a large, expansive land. It's a northern hemisphere. It's cold, and people must travel a lot and must heat their homes and their offices. That's just a fact of life in Canada. But that said, Canada produces only a small fraction of the total world's greenhouse gas emissions, something often overlooked. Now, all that said, Canadians do want to do their part. We are inventive. We have great universities. We are leaders in technological advances. And with strategic partnerships, we can develop and export our green technology around the globe, not only for our own use domestically, but internationally. We are a trading nation, but that trade must be fair. We have to be playing on an even playing field. And if we are going to impose tough environmental standards on ourselves, and I agree that we must, then it's only fair that others who trade with us should be held to the same or comparable standards. Producers in countries with emission reductions targets and mechanisms compatible with their own will be exempt. Countries that don't have high emissions reduction standards will have to pay. In that way, the Conservative plan will secure both the environment and Canadian industry and jobs. And we will urge our American trading partners, our biggest trading partner, to adopt the same approach. I want to talk about the oil and gas sector. Canada is a big producer, but also a responsible producer. We have the best minds in the world working on cleaner energy production. And that applies not only to renewable energy, but also to the more traditional oil and gas extraction, production, processing, and delivery. We are leaders in all of that. To say that this sector needs to be phased out misses the reality that an ever improving industry and the very obvious fact that that the world needs Canada's oil and gas. The International Energy Agency has projected that demand for oil will remain high for decades. And this is particularly true with the downturn in U.S. shale production. The world needs our oil. We need to produce it responsibly. We do not need to be talking about phasing it out. The government's stated goal in phasing out the oil and gas overlooks also the fact that since 1998, investment and production of Canada oil has been one of the driving forces behind Canada's economic growth, and that must be true as we look to a pandemic recovery plan as well. I also want to talk about the LNG. My province is British Columbia. We are a big producer of natural gas, and it can be a big tool in Canada helping the world become cleaner. Natural gas burns much cleaner than other fossil fuels and should be used at home and abroad to replace other more polluting energy sources. Using LNG instead of coal cuts emissions in half, and countries across Asia are eager to do business with us. Red tape imposed by this Liberal government means massive projects like Kitimat LNG are in danger of cancellation. This hurts not just Canadian jobs, but the planet. What Canada needs is a government that sends a message to the world that we are proud of our natural resources and that we will develop them in a responsible way. We will attract investment, not scare it off. And we recognize when we're talking about investment that industry leaders are already changing their worldview and investment strategies to be looked at through an ESG lens, environmental, social, and governance lens. Our plan recognizes that increasingly there is an expectation in global capital markets that ESG is an important factor. Our ESG leadership will help demonstrate the leadership of our oil and gas sector with respect to emissions intensity reduction. I also want to mention Indigenous peoples, and we need to acknowledge the historic fact that they have not been treated respectfully. Canada needs to show leadership here as well. The current government has often said that there's no relationship more important to them than with our Indigenous peoples. But let's see how that's worked out recently. The coastal gas-linked investors thought that they had an understanding with the Wet'suwet'en people, the people whose traditional lands the pipeline will be built across, and who should be benefiting from that investment and that structure. But so far, it's not built, and the protests continue.
And we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When the member started off his speech, he talked about the only difference between the Conservatives' new price on pollution and the existing one that this government has is that Conservatives appear to apparently trust Canadians in how to spend their money. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. This side of the House, the government plan was put in place where the money that was collected from through the price on pollution goes back equally and evenly distributed within the province. People get to decide how to spend their money and in which way that they do. At least that's the case in Ontario with since the federal government had to step in. The plan from the Conservatives literally takes people's money, puts it into a special bank account, and then you have to go to the Conservative Party boutique to decide what you're going to get, what green product you're going to buy. It clearly demonstrates that the Conservatives are trying to control what people can spend their money on. Can he please add some clarity to the fact that he's suggesting that the Conservative plan gives people more decision-making power on their own?
The honourable member for Langley Eldergrove.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for his question. Conservatives trust Canadians to do the right things, but we've heard from members of the Liberal side of the House that under a Conservative plan, Canadians will actually be incentivized to drive more, burn more to earn more. So cynical. That's not the way Canadians think of, the Conservatives think of our fellow citizens. We are confident that given the right incentives, Canadians will do the right thing. Government doesn't know best. Clearly, government doesn't always know best. Let individuals make their own decisions. And as for the Liberals' carbon tax plan, it is a redistribution of wealth. It is not revenue neutral to the individual.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for his speech. You know, I hear again and again from Conservatives that we cannot turn off the taps tomorrow when it comes to the oil and gas industry. Well, I would recommend that we do end subsidies to the oil and gas industry immediately, because that money is needed. It is needed to be invested in the transition that must happen. And it's imperative because we need to look at where we are going, not just where we are today. And it's important for our future on all measures, including the economy and the environment. Does the member agree that Canada needs to take action now and that this bill needs to have firmer targets that will put us in line with the international commitments that Canada has made?
The honourable member for Langley Eldergrove.
Well, first of all, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for her question. The premise of her question ignores the fact that a lot of money is being invested in the oil and gas sector by oil and gas companies into cleaner and better ways and more responsible ways to produce oil and gas. There's been drastic improvements as far as that goes, and we should be encouraging that industry to keep on doing that, to keep on becoming cleaner and greener, and we should not be talking about phasing them out. There's a lot of jobs, a lot of investment, and this is what drives Canada's economy. That is being ignored, sadly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you. I appreciate the member's comments, and I just wanted to draw some attention to the enormity of the targets we're talking about here. And I look back, and since 2005, we've only decreased our emissions by about 1% when we look at 2019 years. And the Prime Minister has recently agreed to reduce them by an additional 45%. We've been doing carbon taxes. Ontario, they had their Green Energy Act that increased the cost of electricity by $37 billion for Ontario citizens. I don't know, and I've seen also experts who say that COVID has likely only reduced our emissions by about 7%. I don't know how we're going to meet 45%, and I surely don't know how we're going to get to net zero without destroying our economy.
Honourable member for Langley Eldergrove.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his question. I would reiterate that this bill, C-12, purports to set targets and to be aggressive, but it's not really at all. It misses the target in many, many ways. The accountability section is almost meaningless. It's without teeth. A Conservative government would take meeting our targets very seriously. And we would do so without killing jobs and without phasing out of our energy resource industries. We recognize that that is an important part of our economy and delivering.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise virtually in this House today to speak on Bill C-12, the Net Zero Emission Accountability Act. Bill C-12 emphasizes the action needed to meet our goals toward fighting climate change and reducing our carbon footprint. For years, our youth have been calling for action. Advocates alike have been demanding for targets and concrete change. We've seen rallies for decades, and scientists and experts alike warning that the damage that is to come should we not act. As I reviewed the bill, I concluded that this bill is comprised of 5 themes: accountability, transparency, target measures, monitoring, and holding all governments, current and future, accountable. Specifically, this act would require tabling and publication of targets, plans, progress reports, and assessment reports. We need robust parliamentary accountability mechanism in order to fulfill our commitment to be transparent to the public, to set and achieve target measures, monitor progress, and last, ensure that this government and future governments alike remain accountable to every principle to this bill. On that note, in December of 2015, Canada joined 194 parties in signing the Paris Agreement, a historic agreement that would be the start to the commitment to addressing climate change. That agreement aimed to limit the global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level, and to pursue efforts to limit our temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Since 2015, our government has been working hard to achieve this goal, listening to the advice of scientists and experts. This momentum of remaining accountable must continue. Bill C-12 would require a target and establish an emission reduction plan to be put in place, both to be tabled in Parliament within 6 months of coming in force of this act. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, this bill set a legally binding process for the federal government to set climate targets and bring forward ambitious climate plan every 5 years between 2030 and 2050. This would mean that a 2030 progress report must be tabled before the end of 2027, and a 2030 assessment report to be tabled within 30 days of 2030 national inventory report data. In addition, an annual report detailing how the federal government is managing the financial risk of the climate change and the opportunities must be conducted and tabled in Parliament. And finally, a review by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development within 5 years of coming into force of this act must be conducted. The dates are aligned with the very structure of the Paris Agreement based on the year 2030, as are plans in provinces like BC and Quebec and those around the world. Madam Speaker, in order to promote transparency as well as accountability in relation to meeting those targets, the enactment also requires that the several reports mentioned above to be tabled and published to the public. Canadians deserve to know the targets being set, our plan to meet these targets, and our progress along the way. Importantly, having a Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development providing an analysis of the government's plan at least once every 5 years adds an additional scrutiny and transparency. This is yet another example of how we plan to be transparent to Canadians. Madam Speaker, our government believes in science and evidence-based research, and we will continue to include science and research in every step. That is why, Madam Speaker, an advisory body composed of up to 15 experts will be established to provide the Minister of Environment and Climate advice with regarding to achieving net zero emission by 2050. This advisory body will engage with experts, stakeholders, Indigenous people, and public to make sure its advice is grounded in the priorities and ideas of all Canadians. The advisory body will submit an annual report to the Minister of Environment with respect to their advice and activities. The creation of an advisory board is consistent with undertaken by our peer countries, including United Kingdom, Germany, New Zealand, and France. Madam Speaker, this bill aims to hold the federal government to its commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2050 and to exceed our 2030 Paris target. On Earth Day, the Prime Minister announced at the Earth Summit a commitment to cut emission by 40 to 45% by 2030. An ambitious goal, I'm sure, that if done right, with cooperation on all fronts, we can achieve. This is why Bill C-12 is so important. Madam Speaker, as a summary, let me reiterate. Prior to 2030, the target measures entail the following. Within 6 months of the Act coming to enforce, the 2030 milestone target and tabling the 2030 milestone plan would be set. Before end of 2027, a 2030 progress report will be completed and tabled. Within 30 days of all 2030 National Inventory Data Report, there would be a 2030 assessment report. Post 2030, the target measures would entail the following. At least 5 years before each milestone year, i.e., 2035, 2040, and 2045, the milestone must be set. 2 years prior to each milestone year, preparation for progress report for milestone year would commence. Within 30 days of National Inventory Report data for each milestone year, preparation of assessment report for milestone would be underway. Last but not least, there would also be targets associated with the Environmental Commissioner. The Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development must at least once every 5 years examine and report on the Government of Canada's implementation of the measures aimed at mitigating climate change, including those undertaken to achieve its most recent greenhouse gas emission target, as identified in the relevant assessment report. Madam Speaker, everything that I've outlined are necessary to monitoring our progress and reaching the benchmark that we'll set for each target milestone. It is crucial that we set up mechanism to fully monitor our progress, and that is why this advisory board is crucial. Again, Madam Speaker, it's crucial that we act. Countries around the world are accelerating their transition to net zero economy, and Canada cannot fall behind. It is crucial that we set targets and make every effort to meet them. Net zero is not just a plan for a healthier environment, it's a plan to build a cleaner, more competitive economy. I encourage my colleagues from all parties to support this bill. We must work together to ensure that we collectively reduce our emission. We need to act and ensure that momentum of this progress continues well after this Parliament. This is exactly what this bill intends, and this is exactly what we plan to do. As a representative of the beautiful riding of Richmond Hill, I'm proud to support this bill that members of my Environmental Community Council have been strong advocates of. This bill is an opportunity to move toward a greener and cleaner environment and economy. This is why there are several key initiatives to the tune of 43 different measures in Budget 2021 that will not only help us achieve this target, but move Canadians to innovation in clean and green technology. In closing, Madam Speaker, Bill C-12 is a bill for Canada and a bill for Canadian. Once again, Madam Speaker, a promise made and a promise kept for a greener and cleaner economy and environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my question, beyond the importance of a bill on climate change, my colleague discussed promises made, promises kept. I think there are promises made in this bill that deserve to be reinforced, because there's an obligation here to take means, but there's no obligation to get results. There's nothing about 2030, and we already know that Canada will not meet its target. What concrete methods does this government plan to take to ensure that these are not just empty targets, but actual measures?
Richmond Hill.
Honourable Member across. Madam Speaker, the concrete actions we are taking is about the 43 measures that's been highlighted in Budget 2021. I strongly suggest the member look at through the budget.gc.ca, as I'm sure she has, to look at those measures. Also, I'd like to say that the Liberal government has already invested over $60 billion to reduce greenhouse gas emission and helps Canadians adapt to the changing climate. Those are all concrete action, from putting price on pollution, from planning to plant 2 billion trees, from making investment on electrical vehicle, from making investment in retrofits, in making investment in clean energy.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to follow up on my Bloc colleague's question as well, because it's great to talk about what you're going to do and great to talk about the investments, yet the problem that we're trying to solve and the actions that this Liberal government has taken, there doesn't seem to be any connection between achieving results and what they've done. Could the member please give us an idea how the measures that the Liberal government has put in place are actually achieving real targets? Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, thank you through you and to my colleagues across the aisle. The achievement is quite clear. We have put measures and we have introduced as the price on pollution and especially price on carbon. That policy has been rolled out and it's already resulting in having many Canadians having the opportunity to be able to use the money that's being transferred to them as part of the reimbursement to be able to invest in greener retrofits our home. In actually, I use that retrofit to be able to change some of my light bulbs into LED light bulbs, as well as changing my thermostat. That helps into the greening of my house and also helping improve the efficiency of my house.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Richmond Hill for his speech. I think Bill C-12 illustrates quite clearly why the committee stage is such an important part of the legislative process. And C-12 is a good start, but like any first draft, it does need some revisions. Would the member agree with me that when this bill gets to committee, that there should be some strengthening in the language around putting in a real target for the year 2025? But also making sure that the proposed advisory committee actually has a very specific role in setting targets and really reviewing what kind of assessments we're putting in place for all of this. Would he agree that those two specific areas do need strengthening in this bill at committee stage?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you once again, thank you to my colleagues. That's why we have the process that we have for the review of the bills, and that's why the bills go into the committee to be able to hear from various witnesses. And as I've said in my speech, our government is committed to making sure that the decisions that we are making is evidence-based and is based on research and science and fact. And I'm looking forward to receiving those facts and also receiving input from other members in this House and the members of that committee to make sure that the bill that we are putting forward is a strong bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is once again an honour to rise in this place to debate another piece of legislation. It's interesting, as we are debating Bill C-12, this is one of those bills that I've heard a significant amount of feedback on from constituents. So over the course of the next 10 or so minutes, I hope to be able to outline a number of things, including some of the specifics of what this bill is and is not, dispel some of the myths that the members opposite especially like to propagate, both about their so-called environmental plan and how they attempt to label conservatives. And then I plan to talk with great pride about some of the work that is being done within my constituency, the industries that I am proud to represent, and how some of my constituents are leading the way on ensuring that we have a strong environment for today and in our future. So first, to dispel some of the myths. I find it interesting that the members opposite will talk at length about how conservatives somehow hate the environment, about how conservatives refuse to take action, about conservatives this, conservatives that. Yet it is, like so many aspects of what the government talks about, their talking points do not reflect the reality. I find it interesting, and Madam Speaker, if I had more time, I'd be able to highlight some of the significant achievements of past Conservative governments, but also the ways that Conservatives do stand up for the environment. And I can certainly speak to the fact that Alberta, a place that has had over the last half a century, except for 4 unfortunate years of socialist intervention, largely conservative governments, and led the way in ensuring both emissions reductions, environmental plans that have really created frameworks for ensuring a strong environment for today and for future generations. It's interesting that quite often the Liberals will take a piece of a policy, yet forget the big picture. They'll criticize us for something that they will simply say, oh, well, it's because Harper was so evil, and therefore Conservatives must, hate everything to do with the environment and all of that. And, Madam Speaker, could not be further from the truth. In fact, I think that one of the most telling aspects of how the Liberal narrative on them trying to label Conservatives as somehow anti-environment is the fact that when they took over government, most of the targets and mandates, they kept the same as what the previous government had negotiated. And I think that's interesting because somehow they think that they own the narrative on the environment when the reality couldn't be further from the truth. And Madam Speaker, I am proud to represent 53,000 square kilometers of beautiful east central Alberta where environmental stewardship has defined much of that region's legacy and continues into the future. And I would just make a quick note. Where my family is for 5 generations, we've worked the land, we've farmed in what's called Alberta's special areas. And it's a testament to the stewardship of Albertans. Now, the special areas is a little bit of a unique name in terms of a municipality, but let me give you a quick history lesson. It's an area that back in the drought years of the 1930s, the government basically deemed it unfit for habitation and was buying back land. Now, my family was one of the few families in the area that stuck around, and I'd like to think that that's where my family gets some of its tough nature from. But it's interesting because over the last close to a century, we've seen the special areas go from an area that was deemed almost unfit through successive generations of good agricultural practices, advancements in technology. We have seen this region become incredibly productive. Preservation of soil quality, and on the list goes about some of the incredible advancements in ensuring that this region that was largely misunderstood a century ago for the challenges that it faced because of drought, and to see some of the strength that it now has in terms of an environment and the example that it leads for good soil management, good land management for agriculture, and the fact that we are truly the heart, and I say the heart of the energy industry in Canada because Hardisty, Alberta, where billions of dollars of Canadian energy flow through is within this region, the heart of the energy industry, and some of the incredible advancements in the environment that have come about as a result of Canada's world-class oil and gas industry. And Madam Speaker, I note that my time is quickly escaping away. That happens when I talk with such pride about my constituency. But the Liberals couldn't, the hypocrisy of their agenda is highlighted so clearly in Bill C-12. Let me get into some of the specifics of that. Now, in layman's terms, Madam Speaker, Bill C-12 is simply this: a plan to bring forward a plan that will report on its plan and make changes if the plan doesn't go according to plan. Now, I say that a little bit facetiously, but Madam Speaker, that's really what Bill C-12 is about. And then what's further is that there's a 15-member panel that the minister plans to bring forward. And it's interesting because, and all members of this House, I think, certainly from the Conservative side, support a strong environment for our future, but we also believe that needs to go hand in hand with the economy. Yet this panel has already been pre-chosen by the minister opposite, and I would note some of the activism that defines the past, specifically I think of the Minister of Heritage, who literally went to prison for breaking the law regarding environmental activism. That's the sort of agenda that is defining those, in some cases, the members that have been pre-selected before Parliament has even passed this bill, pre-selected to be on this 15-member panel that will, like I said, present a plan to be a plan that will evaluate the plan, et cetera, et cetera. So, Madam Speaker, it's rich that the government says that somehow this is going to solve all the woes of the world. that somehow this will accomplish their failures, when I would note, Madam Speaker, that actually, and this may surprise members opposite, but the reality is Donald Trump had a better record on reducing emissions than that Prime Minister opposite. Now that may be surprising to some, but the reality, the numbers speak otherwise. Now, the member opposite, the members opposite, and specifically the Prime Minister, likes to contrast himself with the former President of the United States, and certainly that is a contrast point, but I'm not sure that that's one that the Prime Minister would be proud of when Donald Trump has beaten his record on the environment and done so by a fairly substantial margin. So, Madam Speaker, that highlights a few of the challenges that I see with Bill C-12 and the inconsistencies in the Liberal agenda, and how they are somehow thinking that once again punting something a little bit further down the road releases them from accountability on an issue that they have, I would suggest, defined much of the conversation around, but failed when it comes to actual action on the environment. So, Madam Speaker, let me get into a few examples of why I'm proud to represent a region of the country that is really leading the world. I've talked a little bit about energy. You know, Madam Speaker, a few miles outside of the boundaries of Battle River Crowfoot, in one of my neighboring colleagues' ridings, but the oil and basin that this particular energy company works in, Madam Speaker, this company is able to produce net zero oil. Madam Speaker, even according to some of the most conservative estimates, energy demand is going to increase over the next couple of decades, and some estimates have it further than that. In fact, we're seeing a resurgence of demand. Notably, the price of oil has increased to much beyond pre-pandemic levels, and we are seeing a demand for the actual volume of oil likely to surpass pre-pandemic levels at some point this year. Net zero oil. Madam Speaker, imagine that. And there should not be one member of this House that is opposed to the energy industry when we have demonstrated that we can, in the most environmentally and ethically, I would note, way possible, ensure that we have energy that can secure not only our country's future, but our world's future. Now, I can look at biomass. I have a couple of biomass companies that are pioneering the way that we could secure carbon permanently from agricultural practices in building supplies. Ag advancements that are absolutely incredible, carbon sequestration in the soil, and on the list goes. Madam Speaker, there is a wide divide between what the Conservatives and the Liberals say on the environment, but I'll tell you one thing, Madam Speaker. Canadians can count on Conservatives to stand up for actually taking action on the environment, not just talk like the members opposite.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the member started off his speech today by talking about Conservatives not having the narrative on climate action, and somehow Conservatives are seen as those who don't take climate action seriously. I can tell this member that I've heard members of the Conservative Party who are sitting in this House right now talk about climate change as though it's not something that's human caused. 54% of the membership of this member's party have said that they don't believe in climate action. My question for him is, does he agree with them? Does he agree with the 54% that climate change is not made by humans?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, there you have it. Once again, spin that's misleading at best and unparliamentary language at worst. You know, I find it interesting. I would ask the member.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. There was
if a member is going to suggest that I'm using unparliamentary language, Madam Speaker, I would at least like to know what he's referring to so that I could address it and apologize for it if that's the case.
The Honourable Member has a point. We don't use that lightly, so I would invite the Member for Battle River Crowfoot to explain to us what he meant.
Absolutely, and in response to the point of order, you see, Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that the member actually is bringing forward a point that has been litigated at length in this House regarding a motion that was brought forward regarding this is a responsible point of order. No, but it's not. What did I say that was unparliamentary?
The honourable members do not start a debate, please.
What I said that was unparliamentary.
That is exactly the question that has to be answered, is what was unparliamentary in the member's question.
So the member opposite referenced very specifically a motion that was brought forward at the Conservative Party convention. It was 3 paragraphs. He referenced, I think, 6 words of the beginning of that, and he knows full well, at least I hope he does, if he's actually read the motion that was brought forward.
The honourable member is not necessarily explaining what is the unparliamentary language that was used by the member of Kingston and the Islands. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of
Madam
privilege.
Speaker, as any member of this Parliament, we are supposed to be it is supposed to be assumed that we hold honour here and that our integrity means something. If a member is going to come into this House and start to throw around that I am using unparliamentary language, that member owes me an explanation as to what it was I said that was unparliamentary, or retract that comment.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, can you please...
With respect to the honourable member, Madam Speaker, I was referring that I would not use unparliamentary language to describe comments that the previous member had made, and in endeavouring to explain how the point that he was making was not actually an accurate representation of what is being discussed.
I am not going to go back on the Hansard right now to ensure that the words were used or not. Questions and comments, we will look into it. Questions, l'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for la Pointe-de-l'Île. Well, my question for my colleague is very simple. Does he believe that climate change is a real threat? Of course, we can't get rid of oil entirely, but does he not think that it would be wise to reduce our dependency on oil and to start transitioning toward renewable energy?
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question, because I think that here lies a significant question that all Canadians need to ask, whether from Quebec, Alberta, the Maritimes, the West Coast, whatever the case may be. Madam Speaker, and that's where do we get our oil while this transition takes place? Do we get it from jurisdictions that have very poor environmental standards? Do we get it from jurisdictions that have little or no ethical standards? Or do we get it from a choice supplier that could be Alberta? You know, Madam Speaker, I think that many Canadians would agree that they would rather have oil and energy produced from a jurisdiction like Alberta versus foreign jurisdictions that do not have those same standards. And I hope that the member from the Bloc would support that sort of initiative that is truly good for not just Albertans, not just Quebecers, but for all.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the honourable member's remarks, and at one point he suggested that parties other than his claim to own the narrative around climate change. And I would argue that the Conservative has certainly owned a narrative around the issue. It's simply not the narrative that resonates with most Canadians. My question is this: the vote at second reading on C-12 is a vote on the principle of holding the government to account on its climate targets. And if the Conservative Party votes against the bill at second reading, how is anyone to understand that as anything other than a vote against the principle of climate accountability?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it once again interesting that the members opposite would be suggesting things that I'm not sure is entirely within the scope of what is being debated here. Madam Speaker, I look at Bill C-12 and I see many concerns. I've highlighted some of them, and there are others as well that some of my colleagues have done a great job at highlighting as well. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and certainly if this bill passes, a lot of questions will need to be asked and answered, and hopefully changes made at committee. But Madam Speaker, our job here in this House, each and every member, is to represent our constituents, something that I will do each and every day to ensure that their voices are heard in this place.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise virtually to get real about mental health. This week is the CMHA's annual Mental Health Awareness Week. It is crucial that we come together to address mental illness in Canada. This past month, I had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Samantha Wells from CMHA, who has reported finding of the mental health of Canadians during this pandemic, and Glenn Brimcombe from the Canadian Psychological Association, whose team is studying mental health parity in Canada. Both have highlighted the importance of evidence-based research and direct impact of COVID-19 on Canadians' mental health. As well, my friend from other chamber, Dr. Kutcher, remind us of the 5 principles that we need to stay well: exercise, sleep, support system, healthy practicing, and help others. I want to thank the organization in my riding who are doing the great work on the ground: Home on the Hill, Craftsman Center, CMHA York Simcoe, 360 Kids, and Ample Labs. Let's keep...
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Right before the pandemic hit, I attended the grand opening of a Little Caesars restaurant in my riding, owned by local entrepreneur Ravi Prakash Singh. Tragically, in the early morning hours of Saturday, April 24th, this business, along with 5 others, burned to the ground. The other businesses are Kaylee Boutique, KFC, Chopped Leaf, Dr. Bernstein Clinic, and Great Clips. My heart goes out to all who were affected. This terrible event comes on top of all of the strain and pain that local business owners and their employees have been experiencing. Literally or metaphorically, many have seen decades of hard work go up in flames. I want to recognize the Strathcona Fire Department, who worked through the night of the fire to contain the damage. As always, our community comes together in the face of tragedy, with GoFundMe pages launched and random gifts delivered to the lawns of business owners. I took my kids to an ice cream store owned by the proprietor of the same Little Caesars that was destroyed. Eating ice cream is a form of solidarity that my children would like to see us practice more often. I am so honored to represent Strathcona County and Fort Saskatchewan. Strong community and social solidarity will continue to get us through and keep us moving forward.
Windsor Tux, and I had it so nicely. Yes, please.
Windsor Tecumseh. Madam Speaker, today Polish Canadians across Canada and abroad will celebrate the 230th anniversary of the adoption by Poland of the Constitution of May 3rd, the first written constitution in modern Europe and the second constitution in the world after the United States. The Constitution of May 3rd introduced bold and progressive democratic reforms that included a constitutional monarchy and the separation of powers between branches of government. Here in Canada, Polish Canadians traditionally celebrate Constitution Day by gathering in Polish halls and church basements to sing hymns, enact plays, recite poems, and reflect on Poland's legacy of fighting for freedom. This year, though we will celebrate a little differently, I join all Polish Canadians in commemorating this important holiday, one that reminds us we must always stand on guard for democracy and our rights and freedoms. And I join all Polish Canadians in reciting the beautiful words, Witaj Maj, 3 Maj, dla Polaków Błogi Raj. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, this week is the 70th Annual Mental Health Week. This year's theme is Get Real. We need to get real because the first step to mental health is to name the emotions we're going through. We need to get real to overcome apprehension and to realize it's okay and it's a good thing to ask for help. But politicians have a second responsibility. They must speak the truth, get real, and also act on the truth. In the midst of a pandemic that's having a major impact on our mental health, the federal budget is investing money to create Canadian mental health standards. We don't need standards. Professionals in Quebec are doing an exceptional job. We need money, workers, and people to care for people. But the federal government is not doing its job by refusing to increase health transfers. So let's talk about mental health, but those who must act must do so. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight the resilience of the people of Madawaska-Restigouche. First of all, Zone 4 is back in the orange phase for a week, and there's been 2 lockdowns since January. And then there are all the border regions in my riding that saw their economy crumble due to health measures. Traffic was stopped with our neighbors i.e. the province of Quebec and the state of Maine. Businesses in Campbellton, Edmundston, and Upper Madawaska regions are facing incredible challenges as they're being deprived of a large portion of their neighboring clientele. While we wait for things to go back to normal, there's only one way to participate in the economic recovery of our beautiful regions and to maintain jobs. That is to shop here. To the people of our regions, thank you for encouraging our businesses, thank you for following the public health directives, and thank you for getting vaccinated in large numbers. We all want to contribute in our own way to getting things back to normal. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, let's add some color to our spring during this pandemic. And under this banner, I had launched an invitation last February to the people of my riding. The goal, to create a mural to brighten up the spring of our seniors with a colorful poster made from drawings and colorings received. And we received more than 350 drawings from across the territory to create this collective work. The posters will be sent to 33 senior residences in my riding, and this wave of color will, I believe, bring a little comfort in the circumstances we're all experiencing right now. It's a nice way to remind our precious seniors that we're thinking of them and that we must continue to hold on. Once again, I'm very proud of the citizens of my riding. Congratulations to Leah Roy from Saint-Gabriel de Valcartier and Victoria Quentin from Neuville, who are the lucky winners of the 2 gift bags that were drawn. I'd like to thank all the participants, both young and old. Happy spring to you all.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, on May 1st, Sikhs across Canada and throughout the world celebrated the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib, the 9th of 10 gurus who founded the Sikh religion. He is honored and remembered as a pioneer who championed human rights and religious freedom for all. And he was martyred for raising his voice against injustice and oppression. Particularly in the times we are living in, the teachings of Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib are very relevant and, if followed, can bring peace and justice in our society. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone a very happy 400th birth anniversary of the great Guruji.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for over a year now, Canadians across the country have been affected by COVID in many ways. Mental health has affected many people indiscriminately, particularly our youth.
COVID-19 disproportionately affects youth. Social isolation and almost a complete loss of all activities, including school, work, extracurricular activities, has led to high levels of anxiety and depression among youth. Children worry about whether they'll see their friends and relatives, go to school, and get sick. Young adults are worried about graduating and not finding work in their field, as there are long-lasting effects on income and health beyond the period of economic recession, as well as risks of future insecure employment.
I encourage parents to be vigilant and to seek help if they have concerns about their children's mental health. Early intervention can prevent long-term consequences. I invite all youth aged 12 to 25 and their parents to a mental health panel on May 10th in French and May 11th in English, so you can ask experts and get advice on coping mechanisms. Please join us if you think you or your child could benefit from this session. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, during the difficult times we're in right now, and with the approach of the new season, our food autonomy is very meaningful for the well-being of Canadians. I encourage everyone to try the ancestral experience of growing a vegetable garden and to discover the pleasure, whether you're young or old, of seeing the vegetables we grow that we can eat. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming essential to buy local, to support those who, through their work and daily dedication, produce what is necessary for our survival, without forgetting our gourmet tables and unique and refined products for the great pleasure of our palates. If each of us invests a little more locally every week, we'll see a new eco-responsible economy that will stimulate and encourage the next generation of farmers and entrepreneurs. In closing, I'd like to say happy planting and be reassured that all your efforts will be rewarded because we always reap what we sow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells. I believe the honourable member's on mute.
We go. That should have it. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Throughout the pandemic, our government has been there with supports for Canadian businesses, and we've had amazing partners. At home, our Fleetwood Business Improvement Association and Executive Director Dean Barber have guided our Fraser Highway business community through these difficult times, helping them adapt to pandemic realities, making it fun and rewarding for people to shop close to home. I can report that we have 12 more small businesses with open doors now than we had before the pandemic. And as Surrey grows into the industrial heart of Metro Vancouver, another shout out must go to the Surrey Board of Trade's Executive Director, Anita Huberman, who always tirelessly advocates for businesses large and small. And I must add, very effectively for the supports our government has provided. So today, it's a parliamentary salute to Anita, Dean, and every local BIA, Board of Trade, and Chamber of Commerce. Great partners for business, great partners for government, too.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, like all of the Liberals' policies, Bill C-10 is a poorly thought out piece of legislation that will have a tidal wave of consequences for everyday Canadians. First and foremost, curtailing their freedom of speech online. This is unacceptable. The Liberals have removed the clause that confirmed the Charter right to freedom of speech would be upheld. Looking deeper, Canadians can see the Liberals' effort to give the CRTC policing powers to oversee user-generated content, giving them the power to order takedowns of online content it deems objectionable. Mr. Speaker, by what right can the Liberals or the CRTC judge whether someone's content is objectionable? Do we not have freedom of expression in this country? Who made the Heritage Minister the arbiter of acceptable content? A former CRTC commissioner says this is a full-blown assault on the foundations of democracy, and Conservatives will not stand for it. C-10 must be withdrawn or amended to protect freedom of speech in Canada.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
For 70 years now, the Canadian Mental Health Association has recognized Mental Health Week, and today marks the beginning of yet another. Thankfully, the conversation around mental health, mental illness, and mental injury has evolved over the last 70 years. The stigma associated with mental illness has been reduced, but this isn't good enough. Ultimately, the stigma must be eliminated. 1 in 5 Canadians experience a mental health issue in any given year, but all have mental health. Sadly, the last year of lockdowns, isolation, job losses, and uncertainty has led to more anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts and feelings. As we begin Mental Health Week this year, my message to Canadians is this: it's okay not to be okay. These are not normal times, but we will get back to normal. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. You are loved, and the world is a better place because you are in it. Please check on your family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Talk to them. But more importantly, listen and be kind. Let's continue the conversation and let's end the stigma. Mr. Speaker, there is no health without mental health.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I wish to honor one of my heroes, my niece, Hannah Turner. Hannah is a leader, courageous, kind, loving, wise, and at only 18 years of age, she has continued to rise. In spite of uncontrollable life circumstances, losing her father at age 11 and supporting her mother, my courageous sister, Sarah Gazan, through 2 bouts of breast cancer. She is a basketball star, an A-plus student, a mentor, a friend, and a leader who walks on the earth in non-judgment. Hannah is so funny, a brilliant writer, and such a dear friend to me. Hannah gives me hope that we will achieve a better world for all. Hannah has vision and walks through life with dignity. Hannah is graduating this year, top of her class. I love you, Hannah. You make Auntie so proud. You are my hero.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is as a former principal of the De Montaigne High School that I'm addressing you today because I'd like to pay tribute to the departure of a pillar of our high school, and his name is Marcel Charret. A full-time volunteer for 2 decades, Marcel held the honourable position of the president of the foundation of the De Montaigne High School, which Mr. Antonio Lavigne and I co-founded in 1997. Dear Marcel, for decades, you have graced the halls of our venerable institution that is this high school. You know it. Everyone knows you, and you've made the place a more beautiful place. Marcel, your silent footsteps will echo again and again in the hallways of our school. A discreet, generous, and passionate man who gave the best of himself for a cause. Gratitude and respect to you, dear Marcel.
For Foothills.
Dangerous, draconian, the worst thing to happen to free speech in our history. You would think I would be describing legislation proposed in a communist regime or dictatorship. But unbelievably, in fact, this is what experts are describing legislation proposed right here in Canada with the Liberals' Bill C-10. But maybe we shouldn't be surprised. We all remember how the Prime Minister professed his admiration for China's basic dictatorship. Unlike the Heritage Minister, I will be clear. Bill C-10 opens the door for state regulation and control of the internet. The former commissioner of the CRTC said this is a full-blown assault on free expression and the foundations of our democracy. The Liberals want to control what you see on YouTube, on Netflix, or on Twitter. Or if it's content that they don't agree with or doesn't align with Liberal virtue, the Prime Minister is giving himself the authority to have it removed. Clearly, this is a move to silence Canadians' free speech and freedom of expression. Conservatives will not support this, and we want all Canadians to be the voice of defending our free speech.
The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, students are our future leaders of our communities, and I believe it's important to encourage them and recognize their contributions. And that is why I'd like to pay tribute to Georges-Philippe Gadoury-Sans-Façon, a student in mathematics and psychology at Bishop's University. This young man from Bedford was awarded this year's 3M National Student Achievement Award, which recognizes 10 Canadian students who demonstrate leadership and involvement on their campus and in their community. Georges-Philippe helped create a service to help professors find innovative solutions to the challenges posed by the pandemic, and his work has modernized classrooms and helped hundreds of students with their virtual learning during a turbulent school year. This award is one of many honors he has received throughout his academic career, including participating in a forum of the world's 100 most promising youth researchers. Congratulations, Georges-Philippe, for all of your hard work and continued success with your accomplishments.
All questions. Question orale. The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the cover-up of sexual misconduct allegations against the former Chief of Defence Staff by this government is getting uglier and uglier by the day. The Prime Minister said he didn't know, but changes his story often. And just hours ago, the Liberal chair, for no reason, cancelled the committee meeting, shedding light on this very issue. The Liberals are clearly trying to run and hide. Last week in this House, the Prime Minister was asked 9 times that if he had known the allegations were sexual in nature, would he have dismissed General Vance? The Prime Minister wouldn't answer. Why is that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've always respected the work done by my colleagues at the committee. For this study, I've appeared at the committee for 6 hours along with senior defense officials. The committee has also heard from Ray Novak, who laid out the process that was followed when rumors were brought forward in 2015. In fact, many questions remain unanswered from the leader of the official opposition on what he knew in 2015 when he brought forward those rumors, and yet still appointed General Vance while he was under active investigation by the CFNIS. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives heard rumors, we acted. When Liberals saw evidence, they ran and hid. It would appear the Prime Minister knew in 2018 he was facing much more serious evidence of inappropriate sexual harassment, which begs the valid question about the Prime Minister's own state of mind at that time. If the Prime Minister had held General Vance to a standard of zero tolerance for Me Too allegations, he would have to have held himself to the same standard. He wasn't prepared to do that, and so he looked the other way. Isn't it true that the Prime Minister decided to sacrifice women who were being sexually victimized in the military in order to protect himself?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always take strong actions when it comes to protecting our women in the Canadian Armed Forces. But last week, we learned some very troubling news. Prime Minister Harper appointed General Vance in July 2015, even though he was under active investigation by CFINIS. And just days after the Conservatives appointed him, the investigation was suddenly dropped. Now, according to an ATIP, the commanding officer said that he was under pressure. Now, by who? The leader of the opposition says he passed along sexual misconduct allegations by General Vance in July 2015, claiming that they were being looked into. So how is it possible if Vance was appointed at that time, even though there was an investigation that was currently going on? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, here's what we know happened since 2018 when the Prime Minister's office knew about these allegations. The Prime Minister publicly praised General Vance for his leadership of Operation Honor. He signed off on making him the longest-serving Chief of Defence Staff. He even signed off on a $50,000 raise. All the while, apparently, his Chief of Staff knew there was sexual misconduct allegations against the General. So are we to believe that Katie Telford kept the Prime Minister in the dark about sexual misconduct allegations while she watched him reward, praise, and even promote General Vance?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said at committee, no, I did not know the nature of these specific details. I repeat that Mr. Walburn brought up concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief of Defence Staff. He did not give me any details. But you know who had the details, Mr. Speaker? The leader of the official opposition knew rumors in 2015 regarding General Vance that he felt were very serious enough for the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to know about. Perhaps he should learn. Perhaps we should learn what details the leader of the opposition knew at that time. Thank you.
Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this unfortunate story about General Vance and sexual misconduct against women in the Army, well, the Liberals are continuing their odious cover-up. This morning, the National Defence Committee was supposed to meet to discuss the issue. But what did the Liberal government do? Through the Liberal chair of the committee, it completely cancelled the meeting. Mr. Speaker, that's completely unacceptable. Why are these Liberals continuing the cover-up of the sad story of sexual misconduct against women in the armed forces? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's the chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton, Canada, please proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I respect the work of all my colleagues on all committees, and I take my responsibilities as chair of the National Defence Committee very seriously, and I've worked hard to serve the members of the committee in an unbiased way. This should be about improving the lives of the women and men of CAF. It should be about respecting and supporting the survivors and those impacted by this abominable behavior. And it should be about preventing more abuse and trauma. The committee is developing recommendations for the government to this end, and the committee will be meeting later this week. Thank you.
Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Best way to go deep insight into the reality is to shut down the committee, as the Honourable Member did this morning. Monsieur le Président, si la députée est prête...
Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is ready to answer questions, perhaps she can explain why the Chief of Staff received on March 2nd, 2018, an email which said textually that this was a case of sexual harassment, whereas the Prime Minister keeps telling us that for 3 years no one up in his office seemed to know that it was a matter of sexual harassment. According to the chair of the committee, who is telling the truth?
Mr. Speaker, as I said at committee, that I did not know the nature of the specifics of the details. However, and I want to repeat, Mr. Walburn brought up concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief of Defence Staff. He did not give any details. But you know who had the details, Mr. Speaker? The leader of the official opposition knew of rumors back in 2015 regarding General Vance that he felt were so serious enough that he had to inform the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. Perhaps we should learn more about these details from the leader of the official opposition. Thank you.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the culture of silence in the Army is extremely concerning. Yesterday, ex-Ombudsman Gary Walburn repeated that he had clearly specified to the Minister of Defence that he had received a complaint about inappropriate sexual behavior concerning former Chief of Defence Staff Vance. He repeated that the Minister refused to examine the complaint. He says that he doesn't know, but he refused to look at the complaint. He defended himself by saying that the subject of the complaint was not important. Does the minister realize that he contributed to the culture of silence in the forces? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to rooting out any type of misconduct from the Canadian Armed Forces. As I stated before, and at committee, that did not know the nature of the specifics of the case, that Mr. Walborn brought up concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief Defence Staff. And then immediately, Mr. Speaker, we took action. And then that action was followed up the following day, Mr. Speaker, by PCO officials to contact Mr. Walborn so that further action could be taken. Thank you.
L'honorable député La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. When you don't want to listen, it's easy to turn a deaf ear. The minister appointed Louise Arbour to address a culture of silence that he himself embodies. He voluntarily turned his eyes away from this complaint regarding the ex-chief of defense staff. He was brought the allegations, but he refused to become aware of them. How does he think that Madame Arbour will judge people acting like him? He is the reflection at cabinet of the culture of silence in the army. Does he really think that Madame Arbour will decide that he is part of the solution? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear, and I disagree with the assertions that the member is making. Any misconduct is taken extremely seriously, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we did to take immediate action. But no politician should ever be involved in any type of investigation for any type of interference, Mr. Speaker. That information was followed up immediately, and by the very next day, the Privy Council followed up. Any allegations that were ever brought to my attention was immediately and always acted upon. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces is fundamentally about equality. While there is a culture that tolerates sexual misconduct, women cannot serve equally. In this House, the Liberals and Conservatives are arguing about who failed the most on this file. Service women, all women deserve better. This requires action. With the utmost respect to Justice Arbour, service women do not need another report. Why have the Minister and Prime Minister ignored the survivors in favor of protecting General Vance?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces members make enormous sacrifices to protect Canadians regardless of rank or gender and have an undeniable right to serve with safety. It is clear that we have not lived up to our responsibility to protect our members from misconduct, and we will do better. That's why we've announced that Madame Louise Arbour will lead an independent external comprehensive review into harassment and sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces and DND. And we've also named Lieutenant General Janine Carrion as the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture. These are just the first few steps that we're taking, Mr. Speaker. We have more work to do, and we will get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Last week, the Liberals offered up their solution to the toxic sexual culture against women in the armed forces. Another report. Maybe they forgot that we already have a report. Actually, we have several. But the Deschamps report has been collecting dust for 6 years, while women continue to experience unfair treatment while doing their best to serve our country. Women in Canada's armed forces deserve a government that will protect them, not one that is only willing to protect their own image. Will the Prime Minister commit to finally implementing the recommendations in the Deschamps report like they promised years ago?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to making sure that we have an inclusive environment for all, and especially women in the Canadian Armed Forces, and that we have absolutely no tolerance for misconduct. And through the institutional culture change is complex, but the time for patience is over to get this done. That's why I've announced that we're also creating a new internal organization led by Lieutenant General Janine Carrion as the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture. She will be tasked with unifying, integrating, and coordinating all policies, programs, and activities that currently address systemic misconduct and support culture change across all national defence and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The Liberals recently changed their own legislation, Bill C-10. They removed the one section that safeguarded individuals from online government censorship. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to quote the Conservative member for Saskatoon Grassroot on November 19, who said the legislation does nothing to address social media companies such as Facebook and Google and their various properties such as YouTube to pay its fair share. And he even added on March 26 to the Professional Music Publishers Association, you're right about YouTube. It's not regulated in Bill C-10 and everybody's using YouTube. We're going to have an issue. As you pointed out correctly, this should be regulated. And it is not. I agree with the Conservative member for Saskatoon Grassroot, Mr. Speaker. I'm only saddened by the fact that his own party doesn't.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
It's sad that the minister still doesn't have an answer to this question. It's been asked for days now, and still he continues to point to big organizations like Google and Facebook rather than talking about the protection of individual rights and freedoms, which is the question at hand. For bills like C-10, they're put through a sniff test, which means that the Justice Department goes through them and decides whether or not they adhere to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I put forward a motion last week at committee asking that there be another review done to this bill because it has substantially undergone change. Experts have stated that we need a new evaluation from the Justice Minister to determine if C-10 respects the Charter. Does the Minister agree?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it incredibly hypocritical that the member of Lethbridge, who, given the opportunity, would not hesitate 1 minute to remove women's right to choose, a right protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedom, but would like us and Canadians to believe that all of a sudden she cares deeply about said charter. I have rarely seen such hypocrisy before in my life, Mr. Speaker.
Unbelievable. Seriously, that.
Order. 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 We have a point of order not usually carried during question period unless it's a technical issue. Maybe the honourable member wants to bring it up after. But, I mean, there's no... I just want to... I have a good feeling of where the honourable member wants to go, but the proceedings, in order to continue, take a certain amount of respect amongst individuals. And when someone speaks on a microphone...
we cannot hear you for those who are not in the chamber. Maybe Mr. Speaker is speechless.
Okay, let's try this again. I believe the technician had to resort to muting everyone, including the speaker, which is not a good way to run a chamber. I'm sure you'll all agree, but we have to have some respect for each other. And heckling online in a virtual setting really breaks everything up. And respect does go both ways. I'll agree with the honourable member. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Again, because this minister lacks answers to the real questions that Canadians have, he resorts to attacking me on a very personal level. It's incredibly inappropriate, and I look forward to his apology at the end of the day. Nevertheless, at committee last week, Conservatives put forward a motion that would ensure that this newly modified bill is still compliant with the Charter and protects the fundamental rights and freedoms of Canadians. As legislators, this is our utmost responsibility. It is always the right thing to contend for Canadians' charter rights. Nevertheless, the Liberals shut down debate on our important motion last week. Why?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to quote the Canadian Diversity for the Cultural Expression that said that Bill 10 on broadcasting has come under unprecedented attack in recent days from the Conservative Party, and that the Conservative Party is sacrificing Canadian culture on the altar of partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, there is an extremely long list of experts who have come out categorically against the new Liberal version of C-10, a former CRTC commissioner, former national commissioners of the CRTC, lawyers, university professors, free speech experts. They've all said that C-10 goes much too far and that it crosses a line. Why do the minister and the Liberal government refuse to listen to these experts? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote the leader of the Publishers Association. He said that My colleague and the Conservative Party of Canada have chosen partisanship over Canadian culture. The study of C10 is not even over. Freedom of speech is not threatened. The only party that is threatening freedom of speech is yours. It's purely political. The Conservative Party of Canada cares more about the web giants than our culture. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, whether the Minister wants to admit it or not, the list of opponents grows day after day, and the Minister knows that very well. And he also knows that his new version of C10 doesn't do anything to protect freedom of speech. In fact, it undermines it. It's an affront to our democracy. I will quote Michael Geist, Emeritus Law Professor at the University of Ottawa. He said, "This is the most anti-internet government in the history of Canada." That's not the Conservative Party saying that. It's Michael Geist, Emeritus Law Professor. Why won't this minister and his government listen to experts? Period. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time, I will quote the President of the Federation of Communications and Culture, who said directly to the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. He said, "With all due respect, we had many discussions where you agreed with C10. You helped us flesh out the bill. You know that this bill does not target users of social media or threaten freedom of expression. The cultural sector is counting on you to explain this to your Conservative colleagues and to cease engaging in demagogic tactics. We need to protect Canadian culture. Don't let us down." But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has let down artists and Canadian culture. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Listening to the Minister, well, it makes me want to laugh, Mr. Speaker. He is rejecting the opinions of all the experts in the country who have spoken up all week. He's trying to defend the indefensible. Let's be very clear. C10 does not regulate copyright. It does not make web giants pay. It does not review the role of CBC Radio-Canada. With the surprise amendments made to C10 last week without warning, he is giving even more power to the CRTC. He's letting it censor users of social networks. That's the truth. Why does this minister stubbornly insist on going in this direction? Why doesn't he listen to experts once and for all? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I would like to quote the head of an organization for cultural diversity and expression, who's addressed my colleague saying that the CRTC has never regulated content on Canadian TV and radio, that it has never limited freedom of expression on the airwaves, and that this legislation will not enable the CRTC to do so. And yet, the Conservative Party of Canada is the only party that continues to spread this fake news. It's extremely, extremely unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the deadline for tax returns has now passed, and that's concerning for victims of CERB fraud. They shouldn't have to pay tax on sums that they have neither requested nor received. That should be obvious. However, the CRA is telling them, pay first, we'll investigate, and then if you have been victims of fraud, we'll pay you back later. Mr. Speaker, could the minister instead tell victims that it's not their fault, that they don't have to pay anything until the investigations are over, and that they will not be forced to pay a penalty? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure my honourable colleague. I will tell him that the number of tax returns submitted until up to date is similar to the number before the pandemic. Now that that tax season for individuals is over, it is important that they submit all necessary documents to avoid having their benefits interrupted. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I suppose that was supposed to be an answer, but we need a clear answer for victims. First of all, the minister could have put off the tax deadline in order to leave time for the investigations, but she refused. She could have clearly said that people could wait before having to pay taxes on fraudulent sums. She is refusing to tell victims what to expect. People saw the Phoenix pay system fiasco, so they don't want to send off a check to Ottawa on the basis of promises that it will be repaid later because they know that it could take years. Why is this minister refusing to take victim side? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that the CRA has already assured fraud victims that they will not have to pay. In fact, until April 2022, there will be no interest or penalties for people who have submitted their tax return. And I would encourage people to submit their tax return so that they can get the credits and benefits that they have a right to, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, last year, Revenue Quebec managed to find more money in tax havens from the Panama Papers than the CRA did for all of Canada. So I have a suggestion for the minister. Instead of harassing victims of SERP fraud, as she is currently doing, she's harassing them, could she just leave them in peace until the investigations are over? And could she instead invest her energy in fighting tax havens instead of poisoning the lives of honest taxpayers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am frustrated to hear the Bloc Québécois implying that people shouldn't submit their tax returns. That would leave the most vulnerable Canadians without the credits that they need. Now, regarding the Panama Papers, 900 Canadians have been identified. 160 audits are currently being carried out. We are on the right path, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NACI is recommending mRNA vaccines over the AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson vaccine in a press conference given moments ago, saying that given reports of blood clotting, individuals should be able to, quote, make an informed choice on if they should wait to take an mRNA vaccine. And a representative from NACI actually said they don't know how common the incidence of blood clotting is with those two vaccines, suggesting that they might be as high as 1 in 100,000. So what does Health Canada advise? This is a lot different from what we've been hearing. Taking the first vaccine offered, or wait if you can for an mRNA vaccine?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank NACI for their ongoing work in helping provinces and territories determine how to deliver the vaccines that are approved for use in Canada. As a member opposite might realize from listening to witness testimonies at Health Canada or at the HoC committee, Health Canada is responsible for approving vaccines for use in Canada and have given specific use requirements. NACI then takes the evidence and provides advice on how best to administer it. If any Canadian is questioning whether a vaccine is right for them, the best place to get information is from their healthcare professional.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think that's going to leave a lot of Canadians even more confused than the press conference that just happened. So I'm going to ask again, because the minister is responsible for Health Canada. So NACI is saying individuals should be able to make an informed choice on if they should take AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson or wait for an mRNA vaccine. But she's been saying take the first vaccine that's offered. So what is the advice from Health Canada? Take the first vaccine that's offered, no matter what it is, or if you can work from home or whatever, wait for an mRNA vaccine. What is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat disconcerting to see the member opposite try to instill fear in our healthcare institutions that, of course, guide patients towards the best medication for them. These vaccines are being delivered by healthcare professionals who know how to screen and ask the correct questions and to determine which vaccine is indeed the best for that particular patient. And for her to imply that patients would not get that expertise advice from their medical professionals is really a lack of confidence in all of our provincial and territorial partners who are doing so much work to ensure that Canadians get the right vaccine for them.
L'honorable député de Charbot.
The Honourable Member for Charbot-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that, on the orders of the Prime Minister, the chair of the Defence Committee cancelled the meeting of the committee that was supposed to be held today. Her contempt for the parliamentary process is clear because she didn't even give committee members a reason for this cancellation. This is another shameful attempt by the Liberals to cover up for the Prime Minister's inaction on sexual misconduct in the forces. From one lieutenant colonel to another, when will the chair stop covering up for Katie Telford? When will she call for another meeting of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I have all the respect to work done.
Did you send it to Sajan?
Order. Order. I'm not sure exactly where that language came from, but I believe we as parliamentarians deserve an apology. Now, order. I believe the government House Leader has something to bring up. I'll let him.
Monsieur le Président, tel que mentionné par mes collègues.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have pointed out, I was the source of that language. That is unacceptable, and I'm sorry.
I want to remind all the honourable members that if they're not answering or asking a question, please put their mics on mute. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
No, Mr. Speaker. If the chair can't answer the question, I'll be happy to answer the question.
Wait a minute, 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honourable Minister of Defence is answering the question.
But it was a question to the chair of the committee.
One moment, please.
Mr. Speaker.
After consulting with the table officers, the question was not directly answered at the chair of the committee. But if she wants to, I guess I can leave it. I'll leave it up to her to decide.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to assure my colleague that the Defence Committee will be meeting at its normal time this coming Friday at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a national action plan to implement the calls to justice in response to the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is almost 2 years late. And every time I try and get an update from the minister, she tells me she's working on it. Another woman goes missing or murdered. I'm working on it. A girl goes missing, leaving their family searching for their loved one. We're making progress. A 2S LGBTQIA individual is beaten. I'm working on it. This Liberal stalling is costing lives. When will this government release a national action plan to address this ongoing genocide?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her concern, and our hearts are with all the families and survivors in this ongoing tragedy. There is no question that the 100 Indigenous women and Two-Spirit and LGBTQIA plus people working on this plan were very, very pleased to see $2.2 billion put in last week's budget to be able to put in place the concrete actions that will stop this tragedy.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, last week at committee, bureaucrats said the government won't have long-term solutions to clean drinking water on reserve before 2026, 5 years after they promised. This is an unacceptable failure by the Prime Minister and his government. The minister at least acknowledges, saying, quote, "It's unacceptable in a country that is financially one of the most wealthy in the world," unquote. Agreed, Minister. It is. So can the minister outline what lessons he's learned during the last 5 years of failure that will allow him to deliver on a promise to end these inhumane conditions in 2021 by 2026?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear, our government is not and will not abandon our commitment to ensuring First Nations on reserve have access to safe and clean drinking water. The plan is working, and together we've lifted 106 long-term advisories and have prevented 180 short-term advisories from becoming long-term. I want to assure Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and First Nations that in every community with a long-term drinking water advisory, there is a project team and action plan in place to resolve it. Our government stands with First Nations to ensure another generation does not have to grow up without clean drinking water.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
May is Asian Heritage Month in Canada, and it is a time to commemorate all the achievements and contributions Asian Canadians have made for this country. However, spurred on by pandemic fears, anti-Asian racism continues to rise in Canada, including in Scarborough, where earlier this month a man was sent to the hospital after being assaulted at a restaurant and graffiti was found outside the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Toronto. That is why today I am asking the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, what is our government doing to combat anti-Asian racism?
The Honourable Minister.
The member for Scarborough Agincourt's work to combat anti-Asian racism remains necessary and is noticed. This year marks the 20th anniversary of May as Asian Heritage Month, yet Canadians of Asian descent continue to face violence fueled by ignorance. Our government implemented Canada's anti-racism strategy, including the Anti-Racism Secretariat, launched the Digital Citizen Initiative to counter anti-Asian racism. And through Budget 2021, the Canadian Race Relations Foundation will establish a national coalition of Asian Canadian communities and create a fund for racialized communities impacted by the increased acts of racism during the pandemic. This Asian Heritage Month, I urge all to stand together against anti-Asian racism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the government claims they are working to ensure that Enbridge Line 5 is not shut down on May 12th. We've been calling for the Prime Minister to get involved in this file for 6 months. Last week, the National Post reported officials are frustrated by how much time they are spending on the matter. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are frustrated by the lack of results from this government. May 12th is a mere 9 days away, and so far the Prime Minister has not been engaged with the President. With 25,000 jobs at risk, when will the Prime Minister recognize the urgency of solving this issue?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his question. Line 5 is non-negotiable. People will not be left out in the cold. I'd like to thank the members of the Canada-US Special Committee for their hard work on studying Line 5. We have received the report, we are reviewing it, but it is clear that there is no daylight between parties and between Canadians on this issue. Line 5 is essential for Canada's energy security. Line 5 is not just vital for Canada, not just vital for the United States, but for North America. We will stop at nothing to make sure that this is not shut down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, those are words and nice sounding words, but the minister and now this parliamentary secretary keeps stating that keeping Line 5 open is non-negotiable, and yet we are still in limbo. The environmental impact of shutting down Line 5 would be devastating. It would require 15,000 trucks and 800 rail cars per day to replace the supply shortage. For a government that claims to be addressing climate change, they are simply sitting under a tree waiting for others to do their job. Can the Prime Minister tell us what is the plan to keep this vital infrastructure open?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that we are looking at all the options. We will leave no stone unturned in defending Canada's energy security. We are working on the political level, the diplomatic level, and the legal level. We are ready to intervene at precisely the right moment. Line 5 is non-negotiable. We're standing up for energy workers and for Canada's energy security. People will not be left out on the cold, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Last week at committee, the Minister of International Development claimed that hateful content in UNRWA-produced materials was not produced by UNRWA and was removed last year. But a February impact report demonstrates the continuing presence of hateful content in UNRWA-produced study materials, materials which denounce Arab states over the Abraham Accords and call for the banishment of Jews from Israel. Could the minister confirm that she is now aware that hateful content persists in UNRWA-produced materials and tell the House what she intends to do about it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said numerous times, this government stands against anti-Semitism, and we have been very clear about that. As soon as I learned about this material, I was deeply concerned, and I contacted my officials as well as UNRWA itself to get to the bottom of this. I have been in touch with counterparts around the world, and we are working with UNRWA to ensure that the the materials that they teach that are provided by the jurisdiction in which they operate meet UN values and uphold the principles of neutrality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says she takes anti-Semitism seriously, but her government is funding it in UNRWA-produced study materials. Again, these are UNRWA-produced study materials. The European Parliament has denounced UNRWA for hateful comments and study materials that it produces and continues to use. But the minister still is badly mischaracterizing the situation by referring to Palestinian Authority textbooks. She had promised an investigation. She's failing to follow up. And Canadian taxpayer dollars are still funding anti-Semitic hate. So when will the minister recognize what is happening and actually take action in response?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have communicated to the House on several occasions, we take this issue with the utmost seriousness and have been engaged as soon as we learned of this issue. I continue to engage with UNRWA on this, but let me remind the honourable member, UNRWA provides education to 500,000 Palestinian students. Without UNRWA, they would not have access to education. We remain absolutely committed to upholding UN values, the principle of neutrality. We will continue to work with UNRWA to ensure that these objectives are met, but we also know that they provide a valuable service to 500,000 Palestinian children.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic is not an excuse for immigration failures. Currently, new refugees are being separated from their children for months or up to 2 years because of federal delays. Canada is leaving children behind in countries where conditions are often unsafe, while their parents wait for a decision from Ottawa to finally repatriate them. In addition to the trauma of separation, these children are often subjected to mistreatment and abuse. I know the Minister does not condone the violation of the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, so what is he doing to quickly reunite these families and protect these vulnerable children? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our asylum system. We have made a lot of investments in the system. Over the last 3 years, Canada is the country that has done the most work on repatriation of refugees, including children, and we will continue to play a leadership role on this. It seems that we lost the minister there. I think most of the question was answered. Could the minister perhaps just repeat the last 10 or 15 seconds of his answer?
No, on l'a perdu.
No, I'm afraid we lost him. Well, we'll continue with the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's the most vulnerable people who are the victims of federal immigration problems. The delays are jeopardizing a formal objective that the Prime Minister set out for the Minister of Immigration in his mandate letter. He asked that the files of 250 human rights activists, aid workers, and journalists who are put at risk by oppressive regimes be fast-tracked. A year and a half later, this fast-tracking program still doesn't exist and might never exist if there were to be an early election. What is the minister doing to ensure that these people will not fall victim to his party's electoral agenda? The Honourable Minister.
Mr.
Speaker, as I already said, Canada has played a leadership role in defending human rights. We are the country that has done the most work to help refugees over the last 3 years. And we will continue making investments and investing resources in order to continue protecting all refugees. That is the work that I am doing in along with my counterparts in Quebec.
Great Bruce Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I was already disappointed watching the Liberal filibuster Defense Committee last Friday that is preventing key testimony from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. I was shocked to see this morning the chair cancel the committee meetings for today. When I have former female Canadian Armed Forces officers reaching out to me in reaction to this lack of accountability and failure of leadership and stating that this is a nightmare that never ends, this cover-up needs to stop. From one former officer to another, will the defense chair stop the cover-up and tell Parliament why she canceled Defense Committee this morning and why she won't allow a vote in calling Katie Telford to testify?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for his question today, and I want to assure him that I respect all the work that being done by all colleagues and all committees. And really, this should be about improving the lives of the women and men in the Canadian Forces. It should be about supporting the survivors and those impacted by this abominable behavior, and it should be about preventing its further abuse. And the committee will continue its work and coming up with recommendations for the government. And the committee meets on Friday at its regular time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The correctional service is in crisis. Local guards in my constituency are reaching out to me describing the situation at the Drumheller Institution as a powder keg. There's been a lack of direction related to COVID-19, inconsistent and changing rules for employees and inmates, PPE being turned into weapons, and reductions to needed staff services. This has left many CSC employees working in an impossible environment where they have even been told to eat in the bathroom to stay safe. Will the minister take action today to fix these challenges?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his concern for our correction workers and our inmates. We share that concern. And I'm very pleased to tell him that the Correction Services Canada has done extraordinary work throughout the entire course of the pandemic to ensure that people working in our corrections facilities were provided with personal protection equipment, that we did audits and safety audits at each of our facilities. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, they have now all been prioritized by our government for vaccinations, and we're moving ahead very quickly to ensure our inmates and our correction workers are all vaccinated. We'll take every step to protect the people working in our correction services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Durham Region was shaken by 2 shootings in Ajax last week, which appear to be gang-related. According to Statistics Canada, the number of gang-related murders since the Liberals first took office has been higher every single year than any year under the previous Conservative government. The Liberal government's soft-on-crime approach through bills like C-22 and C-75 has made Canada a safe haven for gang activity. Mr. Speaker, when will caring about gang violence, the true source of gun crime in Canada, become a priority for this Liberal government?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to hear of the member from Oshawa's concern. And he may recall that we introduced a budget that provided $327 million to law enforcement in this country, both the federal police and provincial and municipal police services, to do gun and gang investigations. And unfortunately, the member from Oshawa voted against it. We've also brought forward a new measure to provide for $250 million for community organizations working in the community to reduce gun and gang violence. And I'm very sincerely hopeful that this time he may find it in his heart to provide that support. Mr. Speaker, the police and our community organizations are doing extraordinary work, and we'll support them.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
In 2016, Canadians from coast to coast, including in my riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell, responded enthusiastically to the return of the long-form census, with one of the highest response rates in recorded history. The COVID-19 pandemic underscores the vital role that reliable, high-quality data plays in helping governments, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and researchers make informed decisions. Unlike the Stephen Harper Conservatives, who needlessly abandoned the long-form questionnaire and cut funding to StatsCan, our government understands the vital importance of science and data. Would the Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry please inform this House of the status of the next census? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question. I'm very pleased to announce that starting today, the 2021 census is officially underway. Our government has invested in modernizing Statistics Canada to maintain its ability to provide relevant and world-class data. Statistics Canada officials have worked tirelessly to adapt to the realities of COVID-19. I encourage all Canadians to visit census.gc.ca to learn more about the 2021 census and to help plan the future together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Heritage Minister quoted me asking to stop child sexual abuse material on Pornhub to justify his free speech attack in Bill C-10. The criminal code defines child pornography. Websites break the law with such vile videos and images. But rather than going after companies profiting from child exploitation and non-consensual videos, the Liberals decided they'll go after Canadians' Facebook posts instead. How can the Liberals use the failure to charge, prosecute, and convict on child sexual abuse material as an excuse for their assault on Canadian rights and freedoms?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And the member opposite will be happy to learn that I will be tabling legislation on online harms in the coming week, Mr. Speaker. But on the issue of cultural production and the fact that web giants should be paying their fair share, as I was quoting earlier, her colleague, the member for Saskatoon Grassroots, has stated that he wanted us to do that, and we're doing exactly that. But you know what's happening, Mr. Speaker? The Conservative Party got cold feet. Google, YouTube are very powerful company, and when the going got tough, they ran for the hill. We're standing up for Canadians artists, for Canadian music, and for Canadian culture, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, they say imitation is the finest form of flattery, and if so, George Orwell must be blushing with the Liberals' Orwellian attempt through Bill C-10 to control internet content and social media. A few days ago, the minister embarrassingly and incoherently attempted to justify the inclusion of user content in the bill. Canadians are rightfully outraged. Will the minister dump this bill or reprotect user content or insult me like he insulted the member from Lethbridge, or will he again try to explain this inexplainable infringement on Canadians' freedoms?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what I would do is quote his colleague, the Conservative MP for Saskatoon Grassroots, and I'll say it again. I think this needs to sink in. I quote, "The legislation does nothing to address social media companies such as Facebook and Google and their various properties such as YouTube to pay its fair share." And then he added 10 days later to the Professional Music Publishers Association, "You're right about YouTube. It's not regulated in Bill C-10 and everybody's using YouTube. We are going to have an issue." As you pointed out correctly, this should be regulated, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Conservative member for Saskatoon Grassroots has said. I agree with him, not with the most radical elements of the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the government is insisting on using the Broadcasting Act to give itself the power to regulate the content of social media, although they are not broadcast on any public airwaves. The internet was supposed to give people the freedom to express themselves. Even Heritage Canada saw fit to exempt YouTube and Facebook from the new CRTC rules. So why did the Liberals insist that they could be censored after all? The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is another example of the Conservative Party continuing its misinformation campaign. An impressive number of stakeholders appeared before the committee to say that this legislation is necessary. This has nothing to do with regulating content. It has everything to do with getting the web giants to pay their fair share to support Quebec and Canadian culture. The Conservatives have decided to side with Google and YouTube, some of the biggest, richest companies in the world, to the detriment of our artists and our culture in Canada, and that's concerning.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, while all Canadians have been hard hit by the pandemic, Canada's tourism sector has been perhaps the hardest hit. Not only were the people and businesses in this sector among the first to be impacted by COVID-19, when economies reopen, the tourism sector will still take some time to recover. Can the minister responsible for tourism tell this House how Budget 2021 will help our tourism sector rebound from the pandemic and come back stronger?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, and Sea to Sky Country for his question. We know that people working in the tourism sector have been extremely hard hit by the pandemic and the economic crisis, and that's why we heard their call for more help. That's why exactly we've announced in the budget that we would be providing $1 billion more in support for the tourism sector, including a tourism relief fund to help our local tourism businesses. We can't wait to welcome back Canadians and the world to our cities and regions when it's safe to do so. But meanwhile, people in the tourism industry can know that our government has their back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the big airlines continue to sit on billions of dollars of Canadians' hard-earned money for cancelled flights. For months, we called on the minister to help, but instead of siding with Canadians, he sided with the airlines, saying there was nothing he could do to force refunds. Now we have emails showing the government knew early on about gaps in the rules that allowed companies to keep Canadians' money, yet they waited half a year before even starting to make changes. Will the government explain to Canadians why it took so long to get them their money back?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to be committed to making sure that Canadians get their refunds. And we know that the airline sector has been hit very hard because of the pandemic. So we've been working with the Canadian Transportation Agency, with the aviation sector, with airlines on making sure that passengers receive their refund. And yes, the honourable member is referring to a letter written by my predecessor last December, but there's been a lot of work prior to that letter. He only sees the letter and he doesn't talk about the months and weeks of work that the previous minister and officials...
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, a grocery worker in a western province contacted me because his employer told him he can't come to work if he doesn't get the COVID vaccine. In the USA, the COVID vaccines are authorized under an emergency use authorization. And when a treatment is authorized in this way, it is illegal to force employees to take it. In Canada, we use a similar interim authorization for the vaccines. In the opinion of the minister, should this grocery clerk be fired if he chooses not to take the vaccine?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will decline to comment on the specifics of the individual situation since I would like to understand more about his concerns, but I will say this. There is no federal statute that compels people to get vaccinated. Different workplaces and different settings will require vaccination for a variety of illnesses. For example, many school boards require common childhood immunizations prior to a child being enrolled. These are not unprecedented decisions that employers in some settings have taken, and of course, none of them are federally decided upon.
That's all the time we have for question period today. Conformément, comme il est
it being 3:12.
Got a point of order? Do we want to hold a point of orders? Okay, go ahead. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is arising from question period. In light of the exchange that took place regarding UNRWA, I'm hopeful that you will find unanimous consent for me to table the February report of the Institute for Monitoring Peace and Cultural Tolerance in School Education, which details contemporary examples of anti-Semitic hate in UNRWA-produced study materials. This report demonstrates that, contrary to claims by the minister, hateful content appeared in UNRWA-produced materials. And I'd be happy to table that report if there is unanimous consent.
Opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have agreement on that. Point of orders, we'll get them all out of the way before we go on. Arising from question period, very good. Comme il est 15.
It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. O'Toole relating to the business of supply.
Call in the members.
There we go.
The question is the following one. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Ms. Rempel Garner, moved that given that 1. Only 2.7% of Canadians are fully vaccinated against COVID-19. 2. Le gouvernement fédéral.
The federal government did not deliver adequate vaccine supply in January and February of 2021. 3. Recommended interval for the second vaccine dose for 4 months against the recommendations of vaccine manufacturers. 4. Canadians are facing increased restrictions and lockdowns in multiple provinces from BC to Nova Scotia.
Et la Nouvelle-Écosse. The House call on the government to ensure that every Canadian adult has access to a vaccine by the May long weekend. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Désidé.
Monsieur Désidé.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Maguire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote yay.
Mr. Maguire.
Having cell difficulties.
Yay, pour.
Ms. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote yay.
Here.
Ms. Harder, yay, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 208, 208.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Thank you. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask you to review the tapes. Prior to the vote, a member in this chamber proceeded to get out of his seat and deliberately walk out this chamber without a mask. And I ask you to remind the members of the policy here, because I witnessed that member walk by Pages and other people that are in here. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we can speak without a mask in our designated seats, but we're not supposed to move without that mask, without the actual proper PPE. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask you to review the tapes to make sure whether that member has done this before. And second of all, to ensure that our clerks, Our other staff that are here, especially on the Hill where we don't have some of the same benefits for health and safety as other places, are protected. It's not just about members like myself who are distanced away in this particular case, but it's also about the people that come into contact, they move through this chamber, that don't even get the same benefits for health and safety that I enjoy. So I'd ask you to review the tapes, Mr. Speaker, and come back and remind the House of the penalties and consequences for disobeying and directly not following the safety as recommended by health experts.
I want to thank the honourable member for Windsor West for his point of order, and I do want to remind all members in the House that there are standards that we have to follow in the House. They were agreed to by everyone in the House, including the members and all the staff. If you're walking around at all and you're not at your seat, you do have to wear a mask. It's not only for your own safety, but the safety of others. And this is about mutual respect for each other, which is something that we talk about often and we should practice. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to its study of the main estimates 2021 to 22 for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. The committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, and I'll confirm that they're both online. Good. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Canadian Armed Forces Members' Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to introduce my private member's bill, the Canadian Armed Forces Members' Day Act. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the member for North Island Powell River for seconding the bill as our party's critic for Veterans Affairs. I've always had incredible admiration and respect for the men and women who serve and have served our country in the Canadian Armed Forces. In addition to Remembrance Day, October 22nd has taken on significant importance for the veterans community in my riding, particularly those who are members of Malahat Legion Branch 134. October 22nd is forever seared into our country's memory. It was the day when a gunman shot and killed Corporal Nathan Cirillo while he was on guard at our National War Memorial before the storming of Parliament Centre Block. This day is recognized every year in my riding in honor of Canadian Armed Forces members who have lost their lives on Canadian soil during peacetime. The bill I'm introducing today will formally recognize October 22nd as Canadian Armed Forces Members' Day in their memory. In closing, I want to recognize Bob Collins as the driving force behind this bill and thank him, James Baird, Keenan Hayes, Brianna Wilson, and Rachel Wilson for standing guard at the cenotaph in Cobble Hill in remembrance and for their service. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
Nous avons.
First, we will receive petitions from members participating remotely.
Member for Beaches, East York. We'll just skip the honourable member momentarily, and we'll go to the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith and signed by 12,920 Canadians. The petitioners are deeply concerned about protecting British Columbia's endangered old-growth forests from logging. They note that old-growth forest ecosystems...
If I just interrupt the honourable member, it was just brought to my attention, his video is not on. We can hear his voice, of course, but we're not able to see the honourable member. So there he is now. So if he could just start again there, he was only just the first paragraph in. Let's start again, and we'll carry on. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith and signed by 12,920 Canadians. The petitioners are deeply concerned about protecting British Columbia's endangered old-growth ecosystems from logging. They note that old-growth ecosystems provide immeasurable benefits, including carbon sequestration, biodiversity, and cultural, recreational, and educational value. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to work with the provinces and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, and ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource uses for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be presenting 3 petitions to the House this afternoon. The first petition highlights the issue of forced organ harvesting and trafficking and calls on the House to quickly support the passage of Bill S-204, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ that was taken without consent. The bill would also create a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they've been involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill is currently before the Senate at third reading. Petitioners are calling on the House to support the rapid adoption of this bill. The second petition highlights the ongoing genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. It calls on the government of Canada to finally take the step of recognizing this genocide and also imposing Magnitsky sanctions on those who have been responsible. To date, the government has still failed to take a position on the issue of genocide recognition. The third and final petition highlights the human rights and humanitarian situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. I've met with many Canadians recently highlighting human rights concerns in Ethiopia and Tigray as well as in other parts of the country. Petitioners want to see increased Canadian engagement with the human rights situation in Ethiopia, including engagement in the form of short, medium, and long-term election monitoring. There's a great deal of concern about the situation throughout the country, and I would encourage members to reflect on and engage with those concerns. I commend all of these petitions to the consideration of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition from Canadians across this great country who call upon the Government of Canada to take immediate measures to end the use of strychnine, compound 1080, and sodium cyanide for killing wolves, bears, coyotes, and other large vertebrae. The petitioners note that this is a very inhumane method of killing due to the intensity and prolonged duration of the dying process. Professional organizations in Canada and around the world agree. The use of chemicals also kill non-target animals, including wild and endangered species, pet and farm animals. It is also a threat to human health. So again, Mr. Speaker, petitioners are calling on the government to immediately end the use of strychnine, compound 1080, and sodium cyanide. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Maintenant, nous avons la présidence reçu une...
The chair has received a notice regarding a point of order by the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to speak to you briefly about the matter of privilege raised by the member for Portage-Lisgar last Wednesday, April 28th, about what was said by the Prime Minister in the chamber about certain facts regarding the complaints process against General Vance, who was at the time Chief of the Defence Staff. On April 27th, what was said differs from the testimony before the National Defence Committee and what the Prime Minister had said during question period on March 10 and 11. At the Defence Committee, we discovered that the Defence Minister was aware of what was happening, as well as the Clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Marquez, at the Prime Minister's office was aware, as well as Ms. Cathy Tenford, Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister. We have two different versions coming from the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. On the one hand, testimony on the facts indicates that the Minister of National Defence would have been aware, as well as others, would have been aware of what the General Vance was accused of. And yet, the Prime Minister insists that no one was aware of the exact nature during the processing of the complaint. These statements on March 11th and 12th and April 27th all vary when it comes to what was known or not about the nature of the complaint. The leader of the government tried to clarify regarding the dates of the Prime Minister's statements and the awareness or lack thereof of the details of the allegations. Like my colleagues, I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to take into account the testimony before the Defence Committee, which seems to contradict what the Prime Minister said. We are aware that matters of privilege on misleading statements are not easy to resolve. However, it's important to shed light on the matter. It's important for democracy and the parliamentary process. When in doubt, I would refer you to the decision made April 1st, 2002, your predecessor, Speaker Milliken, had concluded that the three criteria had not been met to conclude that there was a prima facie case. The first criteria was the fact that the Prime Minister has made a misleading statement in the House, the fact that the Prime Minister knew that the statement was false at the time that it was made, and that the Prime Minister acted with the intention of misleading the House. In this case, Speaker Milliken mentioned that, based on the arguments presented by the honourable members, and taking into account the seriousness of the matter, I conclude that the situation before us, for which the House received two different versions of the fact, merit further study by the relevant committee, if only to shed light on the situation. Under the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, since the House received two different versions that were contradictory of the same facts, and that there is a matter of a prima facie case, there is possibly a matter of a prima facie situation, I recommend this be referred to the Procedure Committee for in-depth study of the situation to allow the House to find out more about the Prime Minister's statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord for his comments. We will certainly come back to the House in the days to come.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-12, Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, et reprise du débat sur l'amendement de M. Deltel.
Resuming debate on Mr. Deltel's motion.
Just before we go to resuming debate, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for the Pontigny.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A federal bill is dealing with real responsibility in the face of climate change, is dealing with a truly urgent matter. I would be surprised if there were still members of this legislature who were able to deny the damage that climate change is causing during this century. States must legislate. We're already feeling the effects of climate change through extreme events like floods and forest fires and extreme heat. This is a bill that cannot be undertaken carelessly. The provisions will require serious work to secure the future of the next generations. This will lay a stone in everyone's well-being. Legislating is one of the most important challenges of this century. If we were able to identify the issues with C-12 from the very beginning, we would have had time to establish comparisons with other legislatures and other states, collect information, share research, consult experts, and reflect on what relevant changes could be made for this bill to be improved. Bill C-12 doesn't include any mandatory targets. It indicates that the Prime Minister will announce targets, and therefore it's false to assume that C-12 will ensure that future governments will respect reductions targets. It's a bit difficult to follow because the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie said that his government was ready to set targets. The Minister of Environment said that maybe they could be included in the law. We'll see at committee stage, but currently there's nothing. However, this is the crucial point. Also, the bill doesn't require ministers to respect these commitments. It requires them to prepare an assessment report on progress made. If Canada doesn't achieve its targets, which I'll remind everyone is not identified in the current version of this bill, the minister should include in the report the reasons for which Canada did not hit those targets, and nothing more. Representatives of the federal government have confirmed that there are no sanctions if targets are not achieved. The Prime Minister of Canada says that it's up to regulators, or legislators rather, to sanction the government. We're in a democracy, he said, and it's up to the people to choose representatives who will fight climate change and will be accountable. Even though it's true that the power of political sanction rests in the hands of voters, this demonstrates that the Prime Minister is opposed to making through the law, hitting reductions targets, and ensuring that Canada respects its international agreements. It's outlined its ambitions before many other countries around the world. The government cannot, on the one hand, say that C-12 includes binding measures and say that the only binding measure is the results of the next election. I would remind the government that the climate crisis and the worldwide perils that it's causing go well beyond electoral strategies. Reducing this legislation the pure will of legislators during an election cycle is not appropriate. C-12 doesn't have any type of review mechanism from an independent party. An essential part of this legislation is linked to a consultative committee, or rather an advisory committee. Canada's ambitions can't become real until we have more details about what this advisory committee is supposed to do. This committee needs to be better described in the legislation. It should include experts that are qualified for such a mandate and are not in any kind of conflict of interest, and this organization needs to be entirely independent. The members of this committee aren't supposed to represent the public. There's 338 members here to do that. We need scientists. And let's compare with other countries that have this type of committee.
67%.
The UK, 67% scientists. France, Quebec, they all have high proportions of experts. In Canada, the number of experts, 7%. Quebec is proud of its experts, especially those trained in their own universities who have exceptional expertise, particularly when it comes to legislating against climate change. One of those experts has included that it's important to include certain details in the legislation. There are some essential details that Dr. Dequery indicates. The mandate of the committee should be outlined in the law. The committee should have access to all scientific knowledge when it comes to climate, including Indigenous knowledge. It should be funded, and the committee should provide its expertise independently, under its own initiative, and at the request of parliamentarians, and be solicited as part of greenhouse gas targets when it comes to the reports and the follow-up on hitting those targets. C12 needs to be improved. The public, just like I am, is becoming more and more sensitive to the future of our planet. The Bloc Québécois has firm positions when it comes to the environment and wants to work with other stakeholders to move this forward. When it comes to climate change, there are no borders. Considering the climate change in this perspective is the only way to achieve any progress. This being said, there are some conclusions. Number one, we're running out of time. Hitting net zero carbon emissions targets need to be hit before 2050. That means we need to include in all of our climate legislation measures that will move towards this target as quickly as possible. We ask the government to have the ambition and the courage required, the ambition to break the cycle of failures in the past, which Canada has systematically demonstrated over the decades. The international community is expecting better. The president of the Climate Change Committee of the UK explained to parliamentarians as part of COP26, and I attended, who said that Canada must take full stock of what its behaviors and climate inactions have produced in other countries on the planet. Every state counts. Humans haven't learned to live by respecting biodiversity, the environment, or the health of oceans. Human existence is made fragile by what will happen, and that's why we need to take stock of what is happening and not repeat the mistakes that have led us to where we are now. Biodiversity must be protected. Our natural environments must be preserved for future generations. Environments must be protected by federal measures, but they must also be truly protected and not compromised. For example, when we authorize drilling for oil wells, I don't want to see the shores of the St. Lawrence erode or see Indigenous fauna disappear from Quebec, and I don't want to see the growing despair of populations around the world who are dealing with the consequences of our inaction. It's time to prioritize. Habitats are being destroyed. People have to leave their island, their homes. They're becoming climate refugees. The amounts promised by rich countries to help them to adapt have still not been able to truly mitigate the actual impact of natural disasters. The time has come to set our priorities, and together we can change this trajectory. We've never been in a situation where the planet is warming up as fast as it is now. We're on our way to 2 degrees Celsius by 2043, and that's not far away. We have little time left to act. Small steps are not enough. We need to truly make strides. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? We'll first go to the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je voudrais remercier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for her speech.
Gouvernement.
The advisory committee that's going to make recommendations to the government, could it receive any kind of... Is this indicative of the lack of planning that the Liberals have demonstrated thus far? The honourable member. Thank you to my colleague for her question. I think that the government has a plan but doesn't have a long-term vision. They presented 45 or 48 recommendations just before Christmas, but there's nothing binding. But that's where we're at now. We need to have something binding to achieve our climate targets. Whether it's the belugas in the St. Lawrence or polar bears, really, the problem lies with what's going to happen to our children's generations and the future generations from there. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And like the member, I also hold out great hope for the work that the Environment Committee has to do on this bill. There are some significant improvements that need to be made on the wording. I just wanted to ask her about, the importance of following up these words with action. I mean, this is a Liberal government that invested billions of our public dollars in purchasing a pipeline and is right now trying to increase its exporting capacity. And I'd just like to hear her comments about, where that money could have gone and the importance of really starting to start a just transition for energy workers who are in provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan, those transferable skills that we need for the renewable energy economy of the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, merci à mon collègue pour...
Thank you to my colleague for his question. Let's compare. In the budget, there's $17.6 billion, I think, for the transition towards a greener economy, but there's $17.1 billion for a pipeline. That means that money that's being proposed in the budget for green economic recovery for Canada is barely higher than the money dedicated to pipelines. But that pipeline money, my leader, the member for Beloeil-Chambly, said that that money should be given to workers in Alberta to give them training so that they can reorient themselves. There's opportunities, whether it be solar or wind or geothermal. We don't need to do the research. We just need to get involved. When my leader has said that, and I think he says that in solidarity with people in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my dear colleague. We worked together during some party conventions, including the Convention on Climate Change. And she raised an excellent point when it comes to other countries and their legislation and their own advisory committees. She mentioned the United K, where their committee is made up 100% of experts, of scientists. What does she think of the reason for which we have such a weak bill when we have other examples that are very strong. The member for Repentigny. I would like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who is indeed a colleague with whom I have worked a great deal. Bill C-12 is very timid. It's not at all what we could have expected given the climate crisis we're experiencing now. The Minister of the Environment demonstrated openness to amendments, and I think the Bloc Québécois is ready to make several of them to make measures binding so that we can hit our targets. As I said during my speech, it's not for the belugas or polar bears, it's for our children and our grandchildren.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages and for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise to speak to Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. This bill fulfills an important commitment made by the government to put in place legally binding requirements for this government and future governments to set climate targets and publish plans to meet those targets in consultation with the public and interested stakeholders. It includes important transparency and accountability mechanisms, including the requirement to publish milestones to achieve the targets we set, progress reports to assess whether we're on track to meet our targets, and assessment reports to determine whether targets have been met. If a target has not been met, the minister must outline reasons why Canada failed to meet its target, a description of actions the government will take to meet the target, and any other information the minister deems appropriate. Bill C-12 also includes a role for the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, requiring that the Commissioner examine and report on the government's implementation of measures to mitigate climate change every 5 years. Our government recognizes that we are faced with a climate emergency and we must act now. The overwhelming evidence behind climate change compels us to take action, and that is why in December we released our Strengthened Climate Plan, which contains over 64 measures, $15 billion in investments, Mr. Speaker. Recently, Budget 2021 includes additional measures that will enable us to go even further, reflecting the government's ambition and seriousness of the challenge before us. Science is the foundation of the Government of Canada's action on climate change. We ended the war on science when a Liberal government was elected in 2015, Mr. Speaker. Our government relies on evidence-based policy making and depends on our scientists to provide information that helps us protect the environment. Canada has a strong science and knowledge base to draw on. The scientific foundation not only enables targeted action, but also allows us to evaluate the effectiveness of our actions and adjust as needed. Climate change is a global issue, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot tackle it alone. And that's why governments around the world rely on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a valuable, credible, and independent source of scientific information to inform their actions on climate change. The IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees C, released in fall 2018, tells us that limiting future warming to 1.5 degrees C instead of 2 degrees C would reduce the negative impacts of climate change and allow most terrestrial and marine species to keep up with the pace of climate change. Preserve coral reefs, increase the chance of keeping sea level rise below 1 meter this century, allow some Arctic sea ice to remain in the summer, and allow more scope for adaptation, particularly in the agricultural sector. The objective of the ECCC-led Canada's Changing Climate Report, released in 2019, was to understand how and why Canada's climate is changing and will continue to change in the future. This report is a comprehensive science assessment to help Canadians and policymakers understand Canada's changing climate so we can strengthen our resilience to climate change through adaptation and mitigation actions. The assessment confirms that Canada's climate has warmed mainly in response to global emissions of carbon dioxide from human activity. The effects of widespread warming are already evident in many parts of Canada and are projected to intensify in the near future. Here are some of the following conclusions based on the report's headline statement, which tell a story about Canada's changing climate. Canada's climate has warmed and will warm further in the future, driven by human activity, and this warming is effectively irreversible. Both past and future warming in Canada is on average about double the magnitude of global average temperature increase. Changing temperature and precipitation and changes in snow and ice have important implications for freshwater supply. And the seasonal availability of fresh water is changing with an increased risk of water supply shortages in summer. A warmer climate will intensify weather extremes in the future. Extreme hot temperatures will become more frequent and more intense. This will increase the severity of heat waves. There will be increased drought and wildfire risks since projected increases in precipitation are not sufficient to offset the effects of projected warming. The projected increase in heavy precipitation, a main cause of urban and rural floods, will increase future flood risks that are now costing us billions. And we have seen those kinds of floods up close and personal in my home province of Manitoba, Mr. Speaker. Achieving a future with limited warming requires Canada and the rest of the world to reduce emissions to net zero around mid-century. This is why we are embarking on a pathway of rapid emission reductions. We recently announced an ambitious target of 40 to 45% reductions by 2030, putting us on a path to net zero by 2050. The science is clear, Mr. Speaker. Urgent action to reduce greenhouse gases is needed if this future, which is consistent with achieving the long-term temperature goals of the Paris Agreement, is to be achieved. The evolving science continues to support an increased need for urgent action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Climate action must continue in parallel with research efforts, drawing on existing knowledge and incorporating new insights as they become available. The cycle of setting targets, establishing reduction plans, and reporting on progress set out in the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act provides key opportunities for state-of-the-science information to be integrated into government's efforts to achieve net zero by 2050. I hope all members in the House will join the government in recognizing the urgency of climate change and supporting sending this important legislation to committee. The government has expressed its willingness to consider constructive amendments and hopes to work with all parties to strengthen and pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it interesting to hear the Liberals talking about their convictions and their commitment to the environment. They came up with a new standard for insulating panels that contained a very polluting ingredient. And businesses, including some in my riding here in Drummond, had 4 years to comply with new regulations. And what happened was this same government decided to give exemptions to multinational corporations that have the technology, but they were given exemptions for so-called economic reasons. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on how is he going to convince us that we should trust them and believe them when they don't even keep their own commitments and respect their own standards that they're imposing on the industry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. And Mr. Speaker, we did make commitments in the 2015 election platform that we would put a price on pollution, and we would proceed down this path to getting a handle on our emissions. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think we saw in the budget $17.6 billion that will help create a more clean and sustainable future, including major investments in retrofits and other housing needs, Mr. Speaker. So we're addressing the housing issue from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. He said that the Liberals are open to considering some amendments at committee, and I guess opposition members would like to see, just what kind of considerations the Liberals are concerned about here. I mean, we've already been public about the need for a 2025 milestone target, about clearer and stronger accountability on progress reporting, the assessment reporting, emissions reduction planning. We'd also like to see the Environment Commissioner strengthened and made an independent officers. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, could the Parliamentary Secretary give us some feedback on those specific proposals and whether the Liberals will support those amendments at committee? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that question, and although I wish I could be, I'm not a member of the Environment Committee, Mr. Speaker, but I know there are people of goodwill and of intelligence on the committee. They produced the CEPA report unanimously in the last Parliament, and I am sure they will come to a consensus on some of the issues that the honourable member has mentioned, and I do detect the honourable member supports the spirit of the bill, certainly, and we look forward to good discussion at the Environment Committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. I don't see anything in C12 that really is a concrete action that would advance us towards the targets, and I know that the Liberals are not on track to meet even the 2030 targets. So can the member tell me what it is in this bill that he thinks is evidence of a plan that would actually meet net zero by 2050?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member who I served with on the Status of Women Committee and enjoyed her able chairwomanship. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is we haven't had hard targets previously. We haven't had accountability legislation that is entirely new. So we intend to be very, very accountable. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we never saw that from the Stephen Harper government. They, of course, canceled Kyoto and conducted a very active war on science. And as we know, there's doubts in their party about the reality of climate change.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak to C12. We've had quite a lively debate today. But really, if we talk about this net zero by 2050 target, and we look at the bill to see what does it actually do, this is a typical smoke and mirrors Liberal bill that doesn't have any substance to it. It essentially puts together a committee of Liberal-leaning, anti-oil and gas folks who, by the way, have already been selected before Parliament even has a chance to debate this legislation and amend this legislation. I mean, I think that shows a real disrespect for the parliamentary process, and it's not a surprise because we're seeing that continually from the Liberals. But really, we ought to wait until we have thorough debate here before moving on. But really, we're looking at a committee that is going to advise the government on a plan to get to net zero by 2050. Well, doesn't that imply that the Liberals don't have a plan right now? That's what that says. If they need somebody, they have a whole department of climate change scientists. And so, they haven't achieved the 2030 targets. They haven't made progress towards that. Well, the emissions were at 730 megatons. They're still at 730 megatons now. And that's like from 2005 to now. So I don't see anything in this bill that is really teeth to coming at the actual goal of getting to net zero. And not surprisingly, I mean, they didn't meet their the 2030 targets, as I mentioned, and it's ridiculous that the Prime Minister actually went and proposed even more stringent 2030 targets when he's not even going to meet the ones that were already in place that Stephen Harper committed to. So I think, if I look at the plans that the government has already outlined, they haven't really made a lot of progress, right? They were going to plant 2 billion trees. How's that going? Like, have any been planted? So I think that if you can't even plant trees, how can you get the rest of this done? So what I'm going to do with my time is talk a little bit about what ought to be done, because it's not just my role as the opposition to criticize. It's my opposition duty to say what would be better. And so first of all, when it comes to net zero, I think there's a lot of rhetoric in this House that the Liberals are science-based. And if they were science-based, then the definition of net zero should be that which is emitted minus that which is absorbed. Okay, and so the amount that's emitted, I already alluded to, it's 730 megatons for Canada. And then if we look at the things that are absorbed, you would look at the different ways that carbon dioxide, for example, is absorbed. So land mass is one way that carbon dioxide is absorbed. Canada has a huge land mass. Water is another way that carbon dioxide is absorbed, and we have a huge water mass in Canada. Forests and agricultural plants are all taking carbon dioxide out of the air, and so they should be counted as well. But when you look to the government website and you look at what they're really counting, they're not really counting those things. I mean, when they look at forests, they count all the emissions that come from forest fires and all of the emissions that they think come from processing trees into furniture and downstream things, but they give no credit for all of the carbon dioxide that's being sucked out of the air. So that's a problem. Same on the agriculture side. And this is a substantial amount of absorption that we're talking about. There was a 2014 report, the Global Carbon Report, that talked about how when you look at emissions, about 37% of emissions are absorbed by land, the combination of soil, forest, and agriculture, and 27% are absorbed by water. So if you apply that to our 730 metric tons of emissions and you think about it, that would leave 263 megatons that we need to find a plan to reduce in order to actually achieve net zero from a science point of view. And so how could we do that? Well, there are a number of technologies that are out there, carbon sequestration and carbon sinks, for example, and we know that there are projects on the books to help address that, and those will take care of arguably 20 to 30 megatons. So that's not going to take it the whole way. The Conservatives have come with a plan that actually will meet our 2030 targets and will put us in a very good path to meet net zero by 2050. If we look at what has been successful in the world, I know people didn't like the last administration to the south, but sadly, they were one of the few countries that actually met the targets that were agreed. And how did they do it? They did not do it with committees and rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. They did it by incentivizing emissions reduction technology to be put in place in the major industrial emitters. And that is an area that Canada should focus on. There's a substantial amount towards that 263 megatons we need to find that we could find if we incentivized our major industrial emitters. We also know that transportation emissions are a substantial portion, and so our plan outlines how we would get those reduced. And I think there's a number of good ideas there. In terms of building emissions, we know that that's another source. And so the greening of buildings and the implementation of clean technology will be key. But we have more. I mean, if we think about some of the great technologies like nuclear, these portable 30 and 50 megawatt nuclear stations that could replace diesel in the north, and even beyond that, could be leveraged to those places in the world that are on coal and other things. I mean, this is a great Canadian technology that we should be putting in place to help here at home and then further away. And then, of course, going to lower carbon intensity fuels is another great idea. Now, our Conservative plan has been verified by a reputable third-party organization to actually meet the targets. That's important because, targets without plans are dreams, Mr. Speaker. And that's what the Liberal government has right now. They have dreams and they have a lot of rhetoric, but they are not actually making tracks and making progress towards even achieving the 2030 targets, let alone the net zero targets that have been suggested. And so our plan has been very well received by in fact, all of the experts that are out there. I'm going to read you some of the quotes, Mr. Speaker, from the principal economist for the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices. The Conservative plan is credible. From Nick Rivers, the Associate Professor for the University of Ottawa and the Canada Research Chair in Climate and Energy Policy. Overall, I'm impressed. It's a serious plan. I'm happy to see competition for stronger environmental policy rather than weaker, and the modeling shows that the approach meets the target. And so, Mr. Speaker, Dale Boogwin from VP Research and Analysis from the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices says, first, credit where credit is due for a serious plan. They've used modeling to ensure no magical thinking. They're relying on policies that will drive real emissions reductions. They're taking it seriously. And so it's clear, Mr. Speaker, from all of the people that have shown their support for the Conservative plan that we're on the right track. And that's not to say there isn't more to be done. I'm not opposed to planting trees, Mr. Speaker. Trees are a carbon sink. But you have to plant them, Mr. Speaker. You can't just plan to plant them. And so when we look at C12, I don't really see anything in here other than reporting mechanisms. There are targets, but again, they don't come with really any teeth or any idea about how you would meet those targets. And so I would encourage when this bill goes to committee that the committee take a look at what exactly needs to be put into this bill so that the tactics are clear of how we're going to get to a net zero, and that they would actually amend the definition so that it would make sense, because the way it is today, really they're not counting everything that is absorbed, and that will be important to the formula. So I think it's clear that I won't be supporting C12 in its current state. I'd like to see, some actual teeth to this. And I also am very upset that in selecting the members for this committee, they've selected a lot of anti-oil and gas people. I think that, that you're stacking the deck in a direction that is not helpful, because we will have oil and gas in Canada for a period of time as we transition to a greener economy. And there's a huge amount of emissions reduction that can be done in that area. And those people have already expressed that they have net zero 2050 plans and are willing to participate. So let's take advantage of that, Mr. Speaker. Let's all work together, but let's come with a real plan to get to net zero by 2050. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think I'll side on the comments side, Mr. Speaker. The member indicated when she was speaking that there were a number of credible economists who are touting that the new Conservative plan is a great plan, and that putting a price on pollution is the right way to go. Well, yeah, Mr. Speaker, we've been trying to say that for 4 or 5 years. We've been quoting various different economists throughout the country who have been saying that you got to put a price mechanism into pollution if you want to actually do something about it. I just find it remarkable how Conservatives now come in here and are literally using the exact same phrases that we were using for the last 4 or 5 years to justify what we did.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that we've been clear that the punishing Liberal carbon tax does zero to reduce emissions in the atmosphere. Zero. It just puts money in the government coffers. Our plan is going to put the money back in the pockets of Canadians so that we all together can participate in helping our country reduce its overall footprint. And that is a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. It's certainly, I want to say it out loud because I haven't had a chance, it's good to see this conversation about how we reduce emissions and trying to get to a real plan. And in that, I want to say it will be great to see the Conservatives in this country join Conservative leadership over decades, going back to Margaret Thatcher, in understanding that climate science requires a response. The concern I have, though, is the honourable member has suggested that carbon sequestration should be offset in the addition of our megatons of pollution. we already know from our scientists that Canada's boreal forests are a net source of carbon because of insects, diseases, and fires. We already know that our permafrost is thawing, creating its role as a net source of carbon. So my question to the honourable colleague, though, to go back to C12 is, while I agree that it's egregious that the minister skipped the parliamentary committee process in appointing a committee in advance of amendments, would she agree that it would be far better to have the committee entirely based in experts who can actually hold the government as a whole to account, not merely advise the minister?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I know she's always passionate on this file. And what I would say is that it's very sad that the government, with a whole department of climate experts, doesn't have a plan. That is, they've had 6 years of being in government, running on an agenda to do something to address climate change, and they've just failed. And so I feel that what is important is that we would come with a plan, even that all parties could agree to, so that regardless of who is in the driver's seat, that it would happen. And I would also offer that when we look at, you've pointed out the boreal forest, and the member from Saanich Gulf Island, and the fact that there's a net emitter. Well, that is what it is. That's the facts. And gaming the system to try to not count things because you don't like what it says is not science. Net zero is net emissions minus net absorption, regardless of where they are. And I know that makes it more complicated in terms of finding solutions and reducing, but you can't just play a game with this. It's real.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for her speech. And I'll just pick up where she left off and where the member for Saanich Gulf Islands was talking about the forests and their contribution. You say it's gaming, the member said it was gaming the system to not count the contributions of the forest. What I would say is that those forests have been sequestering carbon or not for millennia. Those are not our emissions. Those are not our sequestrations. What we have to count, where we can make a difference, is reducing our emissions. We can change that in the forest by how we manage the forest, but we can't count all those carbon sequestration figures that the forests are doing as our sequestration, as our cutting down our emissions. The member's a scientist. Perhaps she could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say as a scientist that net zero is exactly that. Net emissions, regardless of the source. There are emissions that are man-made. There are emissions that are not man-made. That's all the emissions. And then there are absorptions in the same light. And so net zero really has to take a look at all of that. And if it doesn't, then it's not really looking at the whole picture, and people are picking and choosing what ought to be there. I agree very much with the member that when it comes to forests, I mean, managing the wildfires that we've seen and all of these things, there are things that we could do better there. There are solutions that he pointed to, and these are the conversations that we need to have, not this conversation that's in C12 that will actually do nothing to come with any of those plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member, I see the Honourable Member, we're on resuming debate. I've got the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre. Great, so the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the introduction of the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, our government is introducing legislation that will help address the extreme risks of climate change. The science is clear. Human activities are causing unprecedented changes to the Earth's climate. Climate change also poses significant risks to human health and safety, the environment, including biodiversity, and economic growth. Canada's climate is warming twice as fast as the rest of the world and 3 times as fast in our northern regions. The effect of this warming are evident in many parts of Canada and will intensify in the future. The consequences of these changes are multiple. For example, average precipitation is projected to increase for most of Canada. Freshwater availability is changing towards an increased risk of summer water shortages, and a warmer climate will intensify certain extreme weather conditions in the future, such as heat waves and floods. Canadians are already feeling the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events, including the changing intensity and frequency of floods, storms, and fires, coastal erosion, extreme heat events, melting permafrost, and rising sea levels. These impacts pose a significant risk to the safety, health, and well-being of all Canadians, our communities, the economy, and the natural environment. It is important to ensure that Canadians are protected from these climate change risks. Achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is critical to mitigating the risks of climate change, not only for Canada, but on a global scale. Indeed, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has concluded that meeting this target is necessary to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and reduce the risks of climate change. Limiting the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius is especially important because it would make a marked difference in the impacts of climate change on all fronts and would give us more options for adapting to the effects of climate change as opposed to global temperature rise of 2 degrees. When Canada ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016, it committed to setting and communicating ambitious national targets and taking ambitious domestic climate change mitigation actions to achieve them. Recall that the Paris Agreement aims to strengthen the efforts to limit the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius and, if possible, to limit this increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Currently, the target included in Canada's nationally determined contribution, communicated in accordance with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, is for Canada to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. The government is committed to meeting and exceeding this target. Our government is also committed to developing a plan for a prosperous, carbon-neutral future for Canada by 2050. Supported by public participation, including provincial and territorial governments and expert advice. Canadians know that climate change threatens their health, their way of life, and their planet. They want climate action now, and that's what this government will continue to do by immediately putting in place the plan to exceed Canada's 2030 climate targets and by legislating a carbon neutral goal by 2050. Achieving carbon neutrality by the government requires engaging in a process that takes into account the considerations of those most affected by climate change. Canada's Aboriginal peoples and northern communities, while demonstrating exceptional resilience, are particularly vulnerable. Factors such as remoteness and inaccessibility, cold climate, aging and inefficient infrastructure, and reliance on diesel fuel systems to generate electricity and heat homes. That is why the government is committed to advancing the rights-based approach reflected in Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982 and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The government is also committed to strengthening its collaboration with Canada's Aboriginal peoples on climate change mitigation measures. This commitment builds on initiatives already in place. For example, the government is funding and collaborating with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit projects to monitor climate change in Indigenous communities, build resilient infrastructure, prepare and implement strategic climate change adaptation plans, and develop green energy options that reduce reliance on diesel. The plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 should also make the Canadian economy more resilient, inclusive, and competitive, with the goal of creating a stronger, more resilient Canada in the wake of the current pandemic. Climate action will be a cornerstone of our plan to sustain and create 1 million jobs across the country. Despite the global issue of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change continues to progress. It remains important to recognize that climate change is a global issue that requires immediate action by all governments in Canada, as well as industry, non-governmental organizations, and individual Canadians. However, the government recognizes the important collective and individual actions that have already been taken and wants to sustain the momentum to mitigate climate change. For example, the federal government in Alberta have launched the Canadian Emissions Reduction Innovation Network to support innovation that would enable the oil and gas industries to meet emissions regulations in a cost-effective manner. by funding technology testing infrastructure at key facilities in Alberta and across the country to accelerate the commercialization of these technologies. This type of action demonstrates that it is possible to collectively contribute to climate change mitigation while respecting provincial autonomy, as the Act intended to do so. In addition, last year, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, the Minister of Natural Resources, and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change jointly announced a $100 million investment in Clean Resources Innovation Network to support research and development projects that promote environmental and economic performance in the oil and gas sector. Government-wide collaboration on climate change mitigation is critical, which is why Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act provides for consultations with federal ministers who have responsibilities for actions that can be taken to achieve our greenhouse gas emissions target. Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act will contribute to further action on climate change mitigation by requiring the establishment of national greenhouse gas emission reduction targets based on the best available science and by promoting transparency and accountability in meeting those targets. In doing so, this bill will support Canada's achievement of carbon neutrality by 2015 and Canada's international commitments to mitigate climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if I could ask my colleague, considering how poorly this Liberal government has managed the pandemic for Canadians, I'm wondering why they should have any confidence that this government can manage something that is so much more complicated as the environment.
Member for Surrey Centre.
Well, I'll strongly disagree with my neighbour and colleague, the Member of Parliament from Cloverdale, Langley City. The handling of the pandemic has been noted by magazines, newspapers, and media around the world. Canadians had the most vaccinations procured for them than any other country in the world. To this week, we've got 20 million vaccinations. I'm getting calls from our provincial folks today, our Minister of Health and others, on how to roll out even more vaccines and get them vaccinated into the arms of Canadians. Over 30, 32, or 33% of Canadians have already been vaccinated with one shot. We're number 3 in the G20. I think we're doing very well. We have one of the highest success rates in controlling it, keeping the death toll and serious illness rates to a very low minimum. And I think that's in combination with Canadians and the grit and commitment that Canadians put towards controlling COVID, being active during that time, at the same time helping Canadians get vaccinations.
We will continue with questions. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the following questions. There is so much concern. I don't know if my colleague listened to the speech given by my esteemed colleague from Repentigny, but in fact, it's difficult for me to explain to people how we're responsible. The first thing people in my writing say to me with regard to C12, and I read it and I say, well, let's look at the goals. Object note 1. Well, it's not to set targets in C12, but rather to require that targets be set. Well, it's 2021. That's now. And another goal is to support international efforts to meet obligations. People are afraid. I have the following question. How is it that the pandemic has meant that we have used science in health, but what about in the environment? And people are saying it loud and clear for decades. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you for my colleague. I could just say I live in a province where they've accepted this science. Carbon pricing, which folks on the other side of this aisle are now thinking it's a great idea, and imitation is the best form of flattery. So I thank them for that. In my province of British Columbia, climate pricing has been in place for over a decade now, and we've been seeing the results of that. Electric vehicle sales are almost 1 out of every 10 vehicles. Oil and gas gas consumption at the petrol pumps have been down significantly. We've been cleaning our environment in that respects, and I think nationally we have physical attributes such as 2 billion trees to be planted. We have industry standards, even in the oil and gas sector, that are helping them reduce their carbon emissions, including actually comments from some of their CEOs, like the head of Shell Canada, who thinks Bill C-10 is the right direction. So I think whether we look at industry, whether we look at the average Canadian, or whether we look at stakeholders,
we're gonna try and get one more question in there. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to simply ask the member, why is this bill so timid, so late? We had Jack Layton basically tabled a similar bill 15 years ago, was killed by the Conservatives. The Liberals have been here for 6 years in power, and this is what we get. Why haven't we seen more urgency from this government and more action?
For Surrey Centre.
So first of all, I think my colleague, we have been working hard on this since coming into government and since 2015. We've committed to the Paris Accord. We've now got a government south of the border who is also committed and reinstated back into that. We have committed to increasing the targets even of the Paris Accord. So this government, the Liberal government, has been committed ever since it's been in government, and as always, challenges in the past have happened, as the member opposite has said. The Conservatives have killed it. The Conservative government has fought tooth and nail, every member of them, to not have any environmental policies be put in place. However, our government, the Liberal government, along with, we hope, other parties in this House, will continue to commit in a direction to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, clean the environment, and have one of the best climate action plans on this planet.
Before resuming debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics. And third, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon, Health.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, when it comes to the environment and climate change, these are issues that consistently rank at the top as top concerns for the constituents of my riding in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. And that's why I'm pleased to have this short opportunity to intervene and give some of my thoughts on the bill that's before us, Bill C-12. And the reason why this issue ranks so highly in concern amongst my constituents is that we've had consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments which have failed to meet a single climate target. I think Canadians are quite tired at this point, it being the year 2021, of governments committing to targets and then missing them again and again and again. We are running out of time to turn things around. And, you know, I often wonder where we would be at today if all the way back in 2010, the Senate had not killed Jack Layton's Climate Change Accountability Act, which of course was passed by the democratically elected House of Commons. We would have had 11 years of legislated targets in place, and I think Canada would be well on its way to achieving what we need to do as a country. Now, Mr. Speaker, climate scientists have most definitely reached a strong consensus that in the absence of any measures to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions significantly, the changes in our climate will be substantial, and we will have long-lasting effects on many of Earth's physical and biological systems. The evidence is very clear. It's no longer in dispute. We have observable data. We can compare it with the fossil record and with what we see in Earth's geographic record. It is there for all to see. And we know that these changes are going to bring about more frequent, more severe winter storms and summer hurricanes. Many parts of the world are going to see deadly heat waves that result in mass casualties. We're going to see desertification spread, prolonged droughts. Many of the world's populations, which are already suffering under extreme water shortages, are going to see those problems exacerbate. Here in Canada, of course, we are already becoming familiar with the wildfire season, which is beginning earlier, lasting longer, and is much more intense, especially in provinces like Alberta and in British Columbia. And of course, because Canada has the longest coastline in the world, and indeed many of the world's population live on the coastlines, we are going to be impacted by the sea level rise. And you know, when you look at the levels that the oceans will rise by, it may not look all that much, but when you combine that with shifting tides and storms, that means many cities are going to face some extreme flooding dangers, and many in the world have already seen this. We're seeing a rise in ocean acidification, which has an impact on our fisheries because of the bleaching of corals and, combined with all sorts of problems that we see in our ocean. And of course, all of these problems are going to contribute to the migration of millions of climate refugees. I mean, the thing is, Canada, by virtue of its geography, is separated from much of the world by the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. But we live in an increasingly globalized world. And for us to say that we'll be immune from all of these problems, it's just really a venture into fantasy. So we know that, we'll be impacted by negative supply shocks. We know that many of these climate-related weather phenomena are going to have a physical impact on Canadian infrastructure. We know our financial system is going to be negatively impacted. And we can already see that in some of the data that already exists. According to some reports, climate-related disasters cost the world approximately $650 billion just from 2016 to 2018. We know that a warming world is going to depress growth in agricultural yields by upwards of 30% by the year 2050. And that, of course, that is going to impact many small-scale farmers around the world. The UN Environment Program estimates that the global cost of adapting to climate impacts is expected to grow to anywhere from $140 billion to $300 billion per year in just 9 short years by the year 2030. And this could increase by almost $500 billion per year by 2050. So when I hear members in the House of Commons, wonder aloud about the costs of the transition, I don't think we're fully appreciating what the costs are of doing nothing or of not doing enough. I have a very real concern about the biological effects of climate change, what it's going to be doing to our ecosystems. But for those who are more aligned to the monetary matters of our country, I think we have to be prepared to ask ourselves, how much are we as a country prepared to spend in future years, like future tax revenues? How much are we prepared to spend to adapt to a changing climate, to fix the disasters? Because these are going to range in the billions of dollars just for Canada. And so the smart economics is for us to actually start taking change now, addressing this problem before the costs start spiraling out of control. And this is why we as a country we must have legislated targets in order to reduce our emissions. Now, I understand Canada, has fossil fuels. We have been developing them. We export them when we have many people whose livelihoods depend on the sector. The changes coming our way are not going to be easy, but they are going to be necessary. And so that is why, if we are going to do justice to the workers, to the energy workers who are currently employed in oil and gas, we absolutely must do them justice by having a just transition strategy in place. Because we can already see the writing is on the wall. Increasingly, investment is drying up. You're going to see more and more investment firms, more and more of the world's banks start listing fossil fuel reserves as stranded assets. And so we need to identify the fact that many workers, energy workers, have transferable skills that are going to be needed in the renewable energy economy of the future. And so we need to, in addition with C12, start employing that just transition strategy so we can take advantage of their skill set and really position us where we need to be. Now, when it comes to Bill C12, I think it's a great first draft, and like any first draft, I think there's a nucleus of an idea there that we can work with, but I believe it does need substantial revisions. This in the legislation as it's currently written, it allows targets to be set by the Minister of Environment for the year 2030, 2035, 2040, and 2045. But also in the bill, it requires that we have an emissions reduction plan, a progress report, an assessment report for each target. It establishes an arm's length advisory body to provide the Minister of Environment with advice on how we achieve net zero emissions. It requires the Minister of Finance to prepare an annual report detailing how we're managing financial risks and so on. So, there are some good things in place, and it is a step in the right direction. But I believe that, given that I think, are in arguably the most critical decade in addressing climate change, waiting until 2030 it's a bridge too far. And so when this bill gets to committee, I would like to see committee members work constructively together to make some significant amendments to the bill. And I think we absolutely must have a 2025 milestone target. That would require a progress report by the year 2023 and an assessment in 2027. I also believe that we need far clearer and stronger accountability measures put in place on the progress reporting, the assessment reporting, emissions reduction planning, and target setting. I think this is a moment in time, given what we know about climate change, that we need to be upfront and very transparent with the Canadian people about what we as a country need to do. I also think that the Environment Commissioner needs to be made an independent officer, similar to other independent officers of Parliament, and that this legislation isn't just by itself, but that it also comes along with those significant investments in that just and sustainable recovery plan that's going to support our workers, support families and communities with training and good jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my time's coming to an end, but I just implore my colleagues, even those who have doubts about this legislation, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's recognize that C12 has its flaws, and there's a lot that is desired within the bill. But let's at least vote in principle supporting the idea behind the bill, get it to committee, and allow that important witness testimony to inform the amendments that we need in order to make this bill a much better bill, one that Canada needs. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, Nature Energy just put out a study from the University of California stating that roughly 20% of electric vehicle owners in California replace their cars with gas ones, and the main reason being the length of time to charge. I wonder if this member would recognize a serious problem of discontinuance due to the technological challenges we still face at this time.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like any early stage of a technology that is still being adopted, we still have more advances that can be done. And I think the technology with respect to zero emission vehicles, it's growing rapidly. A lot of car companies are now starting to throw considerable financial weight into this. And I think you're going to see a huge improvement in short order, not only on battery life, but also in battery charge capacity. I own a zero emission vehicle, and it depends on what kind of charger you can get. But it allows me to meet my needs quite ably, and it's very satisfying knowing that I'm going around town not having any emissions. I think with the Conservatives, when only 34% of Conservative Party supporters in a recent Angus Reid poll say that they believe climate change is human caused, they've got a real problem. And I think the Conservative Party has to own up to that and really have a frank conversation with its membership on the seriousness of this problem.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you to the member for that last response. I think it's so incredibly short-sighted when Conservative members try to use the early place in the evolution of a particular product as an excuse for why we need to abandon it completely. The first electric car that I had, well, it wasn't fully electric. It was a Chevy Volt, and it only had 40 kilometers worth of electricity on a charge. The electric car that I have now, the Hyundai Kona, can get me to Ottawa on a charge. And then I charge it here before going back home. I just wonder, does the member feel like banging his head against a wall the way that I do when he listens to the previous question that he heard?
Honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, I need to save my forehead from that kind of pain, Mr. Speaker. But look, in all seriousness, I think, to the member's point, it's important to underline that with any early adaptation of a technology, there will always be growing pains. We saw it back at the turn of the last century when people were transitioning from horse and buggy to the first petrol-powered cars. It will take time for the infrastructure to spread and for cars to really get to where people need them to be, but it is happening. And there are many vehicles out there that now have 400-kilometer, 500-kilometer range on a single charge. So that's a huge improvement in over just 5 years of the technology being out there.
Question et commentaire, la députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. When it comes to banging our heads against the wall, it can't be said the Liberals are really helping us out here. There's a great deal of things that lead us to have sore foreheads at the end of the day. Now, when it comes to C-215 from my colleague from L'Avignon, La Matisse, Metapédia, was a climate bill that really had teeth and required the government to respect its targets for 2050. And what we have now is a very timid bill. We agree with the principle, but I would like to hear what my colleague has to say when it comes to the paradox of Liberal action when it comes to climate change. Thank you.
For Cowichan Malahat Langford. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I live in a province where the Liberals spent billions of our dollars to buy a bitumen exporting pipeline and are spending billions more to increase its exporting capacity. So I very much understand his concerns. And, I recognize what the Bloc has done on climate change. And I also want to recognize the member for Winnipeg Centre in our own party who has also brought up similar legislation. I think there are a lot of efforts from all parties, and we all need to collectively come together and treat this issue with the seriousness that it deserves, make sure that our actions meet our words in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-12, such an important bill, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that there is anything more important than what this bill seeks to set in motion. We've made it very clear that we must reach net zero by 2050 and that we must exceed the Paris climate targets by 2030. And what this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is it sets the framework for which we will establish those targets, measure those targets, but more importantly, afterwards, figure out if something needs to be adjusted, hold accountability back to Parliament for whatever governments come and go between now and 2050, so that Canadians have an ability to assess how we're doing. And I say that nothing is more important than this, because I can't think of any particular piece of legislation that could trump this in terms of the impact that it will have for generations to come. I think of my children who are 17, 4, and 2, and the world that they will literally live in 50 years from now. I worry about what it will look like from an environmental perspective, from an ecosystem perspective. Not just here in Canada, there's no doubt in my opinion that we're probably one of the better off countries in terms of the effects of climate change. But what climate change will mean to things like world order? What impact will climate refugees, or those seeking refugee status as a result of climate change, what impact will that have in our world? So nothing matters more, in my opinion, than what this legislation attempts to hold governments to account as we move into the future. I think of some of the discussions that have been had today, and I think of what it is going to take to get to this. And a lot of people talk about how this is going to be very challenging. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, how electric vehicles aren't where they need to be, what the real impact on reducing those emissions will be. And it is daunting to think about it, Mr. Speaker. I think about it and I think, wow, we really have to change a lot of what we do. But if we stop there and only consider the daunting perspective of what needs to be done, we will completely miss the opportunity that comes along with it. And in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, there is a great, great opportunity here to be leaders in the technology. Who doesn't want to develop those new technologies that the world will adopt? Who doesn't want to be an exporter of great technology? We need to be at the leading edge of this so that we're exporting our technologies around the world as other nations that are developing are looking for ways to do things differently and more environmentally sensitive and more environmentally correct, or the impact is more correct, but also on a more localized level. I'll never forget during one of the climate strike rallies in Kingston on a Friday afternoon a couple years ago, one of the organizers of the event, who I know very well, he helped me quite a bit in my 2015 campaign, came up to me, Gavin Hutchison, and he said, "Mark, think of the potential for job creation in doing what we need to do." Kingston is renowned, Mr. Speaker, for its old buildings. And of course, old buildings don't lend themselves quite well to being extremely efficient until they've been retrofitted. And he pointed over to Kingston City Hall and he said, think of the work that has to be done to change those windows, make them triple pane windows, relook at the way that we do our heating systems by using geothermal and other ways of doing things. All these buildings, these are going to employ thousands of people in the short, medium, and indeed long term in order to get to where we need to get to. And so I think when we're having a debate like this, I think of somebody like Gavin, and I think, wow, for somebody who's so incredibly passionate and who understands the dire circumstances that we're in, he still has the ability to be optimistic. He still looks at the glass as half full. So rather than saying, oh, well, you know, I can only drive 300 kilometers with my car, that's an electric one, I may as well go back to the F-150, which, by the way, is being electrified in the next couple of years. I may as well just go back to getting a gas. People like Gavin don't think like that. The vast majority of Canadians don't think like that. They look at things from an optimistic perspective. Our economy, our markets look at things optimistically. Where will the leading edge technology be? And we're seeing by the capital that's available for anything with the term green attached to it is readily available because the markets know that that's where the future is. We're about to unlock incredible potential, Mr. Speaker, with the way that our commitment to our environmental responsibilities is changing. I think of some of the opposition to this bill that I've heard today, and I just can't seem to wrap my head around it. You know, the Conservative members seem to suggest that they're against this bill. I can't understand why. Like, when you think about it, this bill basically says that we establish benchmarks and then measure ourselves against them, what more would an opposition party want than that? Can you imagine? You're literally putting into legislation, you're saying, this is what we're going to accomplish, and by the way, we're going to follow up to see if we actually did it. The ammunition that it would give to any Conservative party in attacking and holding a government to account. I mean, I can't understand why anybody would actually be against this. Even if you're against doing anything with respect to climate change, you still have the opportunity to hold a government to account. Which brings me to my next point. Are the Conservatives really against this bill, or are they against the evolution and the modernizing of our economy so that we can get to somewhere where we're being more environmentally responsible? It's so funny because the member from Battle River Crowfoot was speaking earlier, Mr. Speaker, and he was talking about Liberals being hypocrites. This is coming from the party that, by the way, now supports pricing pollution and clean fuel standards. For years, they fought us on this stuff, repeatedly. Coming in here saying the Liberals were trying to pass a carbon tax. We cannot have this. We will not have this. And now it's suddenly what they're going to do. But as if that wasn't the best part, I want to read you a quote from the member from Battle River Crowfoot that he used in this House today. He said, and you weren't here, Mr. Speaker, at the time. It was another chair occupant. You might find this interesting. The member from Battle River Crowfoot said, and I quote, "All members of this House, certainly from the Conservative side, support a strong environment for our future. But we also believe that it needs to go hand in hand with the economy." A Conservative member in this House today said the environment needs to go hand in hand with the economy. I feel for the previous Minister of the Environment, the member from Ottawa Centre, who for years sat in this House saying that exact same thing. And she was heckled repeatedly for that. What's next? Are they going to come in here and say, the middle class and those working hard to join it? Is that what the next line that's going to start coming out of Conservatives? So, Mr. Speaker, I end with where I started. Nothing is more important than this bill. Nothing is more important than defining what our future will look like, and even more importantly, holding any government that is in here to account to make sure that they deliver, and if they don't, understanding exactly what they're going to do differently so that they do. Because without this, really nothing else matters. This is the most important thing that we do for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And actions speak louder than words. My honorable colleague has said what this government is going to do, but this government has been in power for almost 6 years and emissions have not gone down. And yet they've filibustered at committee, they have obfuscated and done everything they can to avoid making sure that information is provided to this House, to Parliament, and to Canadians. So can my honourable colleague tell us exactly how will this legislation hold the government to account?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I do remember very well when this member helped get this government into power in 2015, Mr. Speaker. The legislation is very clear. It says establishing the framework, it has the years in it for which accountability will come back. Once you establish what the benchmarks are, the opposition can then follow along in their timeline and say, oh, it's this, at this point in the timeline, has the government reached the targets? Oh, no, they haven't? Well, I guess it's time for another energetic question period. That's basically how they will be able to get to follow along and make sure that the government is held accountable.
Yes, commentaire, la députée.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help myself. I'm thinking of Orwell's 1984 when I listen to my colleague, and I'm not talking about the party in power. I'm talking, and I'm thinking of the double thought in Orwell. You can have two completely different opinions and believe in both of them, and forgetting that they're completely contradictory. Let me explain. We have a political party here that spent $24.6 billion in its budget for the environment, but they also bought a pipeline for $7 billion. And this could lead to spills and other environmental damage. And then they come up with C-12, which is a bill that has nothing binding in it on the government. So I'd like to know whether my honourable colleague, I'd like to know why did they vote against C-215 and come up with a much weaker bill, which was before us today. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'm on the record as having said I don't think it was a good idea to purchase a pipeline. I'm on the record as having said that. I'm telling you what I think. I'm sitting here as an individual member of Parliament to deliver that. But what I will say is that this bill is at the stage where we would like to get it to committee so that if a member is interested in advocating for why targets need to be in this bill as opposed to it just being a framework, then I think at committee will be a great opportunity for him and others to do that, because I have heard others say that, and I'm not even completely against that. I'd love to hear what the committee has to say about that.
Some comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member talked about we have to change a lot of what we do. And yet we've seen with this Liberal government continuing and increasing the massive oil and gas subsidies that are given. And the federal government has given very little, this Liberal government, very little to clean energy. What I really want to talk about is the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Now, this is $18.5 billion. Latest estimate from the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, both to build the pipeline, to ram it through, and also by the company. It is resulting in the mutilation and destruction of the Burnett Creek watershed just a few kilometers from here, will increase substantially greenhouse gas emissions, is a massive, massive mega project that essentially means Canada will never be able to meet its commitments under Paris. And so my question is very simple. They're ramming this pipeline through 50 years of increased oil and gas exports, raw bitumen. Why isn't the government actually walking the talk?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
You would almost think he didn't hear the question and answer to the previous question. I just finished saying that I am on the record as having said I'm not in favor of the purchase of that pipeline. I do respect the fact that that there are competing challenges to when you do these things. I realize that the government would have had to weigh a whole host of different variables into making that decision, and I respect that. I respect it. On oil and gas subsidies, I couldn't agree with the member more. Again, another thing I'm on the record as saying, I don't think that we should be subsidizing oil and gas in Canada. So, I mean, I don't know, I would encourage the member to listen to my speech and then ask me a question, or if he's going to go off topic onto something that's completely different, like the two that he brought up, at least find out where my positions are on them so that we can have a meaningful discussion about it when he does ask me a question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to speak to Bill C-12, an act respecting accountability and transparency in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. Let me say at the outset that the legislation before the House is nothing more than more virtue signaling from a virtue signaling government led by a virtue signaling Prime Minister. The Liberals talk the talk when it comes to reducing GHGs, but when it comes to walking the walk and actually delivering, this government, without more, gets a big fat F. Accountability is in the title of the bill. Accountability is mentioned 8 more times in the body of the bill. But Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it. When the Liberals talk about accountability, when they incorporate the word accountability into their own legislation, they mean not accountability for the Liberals. After all, the first targets provided for in this bill are in the year 2030, nearly a decade from now, likely long after this government has left office, and almost certainly long after this Prime Minister has left office. When the Liberals talk about accountability, therefore, they're talking about accountability for future governments, but not them. So much when the Liberals talk about accountability. And it's no wonder that the Liberals want to impose accountability on future governments while exempting themselves from the same accountability, because this is not the first time that this government has set targets for reducing GHG emissions and then completely failed to meet them. When this Prime Minister took office in 2015, he committed to the Paris Climate Accord, and with it, the Paris targets of a 30% reduction of GHG emissions from 2005 levels by the year 2030. How is the government faring with respect to meeting that target? Well, according to the National Inventory Report published by the Department of Environment and Climate Change, the government is projected to miss its 2030 targets by a full 15%. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to emphasize that the National Inventory Report is a government report. That is the government's own projection, missing the mark by 15%. And I say, in response to that projection is likely wildly optimistic, given the fact that over the last 6 years under this government's watch, GHG emissions have gone up, not down. And it's important to note that not only is this government way off from meeting its 2030 Paris commitments, this government failed to meet the previous 2020 commitment of reducing GHGs 17% below 2005 levels. Mr. Speaker, the government missed that target by a whopping 123 million tons. To put that in some context, that is the equivalent of Canada's entire agricultural sector and a good part of Canada's electricity sector. And it should be noted that while this government completely failed to meet their 2020 targets of a 17% reduction, our neighbor to the south, the United States, actually did achieve those targets set by the previous Obama administration in 2009. The U.S. actually reduced their levels, GHG levels, by 21% under the Trump administration. Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister likes to compare himself to President Trump, but I certainly think he would be rather embarrassed to learn that under the Trump administration, the U.S. achieved its 2020 targets while he completely missed the mark. So what does the Prime Minister say after completely blowing the 2020 targets, being completely off track with regards to 2030? Well, the Prime Minister's answer, being the virtue signaling Prime Minister that he is to simply pull a new number out of a hat, come up with a new, more ambitious target. Forget the fact that you can't even meet your Paris target, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the government tabled its budget, the government said, forget 30%, we're going to up the ante to a 36% reduction. Then, 3 days later, when the Prime Minister appeared at the Biden Climate Summit, the Prime Minister said 36%, that's nothing. That's a pittance How about 45%? A 9% increase in terms of a commitment to reduce Canada's GHGs within the span of 3 days. Mr. Speaker, at the U.S. Biden Climate Summit, President Biden committed to a 50 to 52% reduction. How much longer is it going to be before the Prime Minister suddenly announces that, no, never mind, not 45%, it's going to be 50 to 52%? Surely the Prime Minister, being a virtue signaler, will want to outpace that of President Biden. So, heck, why not 55%, 60%, hey, maybe even 80%, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what a sham. Mr. Speaker, if the policies implemented by this government to justify their targets did not have such a devastating effect on entire sectors of the Canadian economy, the Prime Minister changing targets seemingly every day on a napkin would constitute a national joke. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister seemingly couldn't outbid himself fast enough before President Biden lapping it up with other world leaders, there was a world leader also at the summit who leads a country that produces the most GHG emissions in the world, that being President Xi of China. What was President Xi's commitment at the summit? President Xi, Mr. Speaker, said that China would, quote, strive to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030, closed quote. Let that sink in. Strive to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030. In other words, Mr. Speaker, President Xi committed to increasing GHG emissions over the next 10 years. This from a country that contributes to 28% of global emissions and rising every day, compared to Canada's 1.5%. And what was the Prime Minister's response to President Xi's total lack of a commitment? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said nothing. He's apparently fine with China increasing GHG emissions. He's apparently fine with China building hundreds of coal-fired power plants as we speak. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the best that can be said for this Prime Minister's approach when it comes to reducing GHGs is that it is a wholly unserious one from a wholly unserious Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the testimony given by my colleague on behalf of future generations. Honestly, it is difficult for me to accept the comments when the government opposite and the former government. I was there in 2009. I was concerned when we had the Copenhagen meeting and what happened. His own government lowered its arms. It's very difficult for me to watch this debate happen. We talk about targets and goals. Are they going to actually walk the talk? I am embarrassed, and that's a comment. Thank you.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I would remind my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle that under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper, Canada actually saw a real reduction in GHGs. You know, the Chrétien government signed the Kyoto Accord and did precisely nothing. This government signed on to Paris, and we've gone backwards, not forwards. And with respect to the Conservative Party, we have put forward a comprehensive plan that recognizes that this is a global issue, that it requires working with our allies. and that we've got to deal with countries that are the biggest emitters, including China. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the climate crisis is the foundational political issue of our times. There are rarely issues in politics, Mr. Speaker, that are existential, but this is one of them. Our planet is at stake. Ecosystems may be permanently destroyed. Species may go extinct. Human existence will be irreparably altered. And over the last 25 years, we've seen numerous targets and pledges made by successive Liberal governments to meet carbon reduction targets, and the Liberals have missed every single one of them. Mr. Speaker, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So given that the Liberals have a 100% record at failing to hit their targets, as well as their contradictory behavior in expanding fossil fuel infrastructure, can the member tell me how Canadians could possibly trust this Liberal government to hit these targets without annual mandatory reductions or a 2025 target?
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Vancouver East for his question, and he's absolutely right. This government has missed the mark time and time again. And as I noted in my speech at the beginning of my speech, one of the problems with this bill is that the first target is set in 2030, nearly 10 years from now. That is roughly 3 or 4 elections away, Mr. Speaker. Very simply put, this government isn't serious when it comes to transparency or accountability.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, I want to thank my colleague for that fantastic speech. I know as a farmer, I've been in the business of carbon sequestration all my life, and it's pretty exciting to see what kind of things you can do. I mean, look in the greenhouse, we pump CO2 in there, and we go from 400 parts per million to 1,000 parts per million, and we get a 21 to 61% increase in crop yield. It's amazing. So I wonder if my colleague could talk about the Conservatives' plan to support and encourage individual Canadian innovators in finding new technologies that improve our environment.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, I want to thank my friend for Cloverdale Langley City for her important question. And she's absolutely right that carbon sequestration is key to reducing Canada's GHG emissions. I know that my province of Alberta had called on the federal government to step up to the plate and provide real leadership. We saw a mere pittance in the budget towards supporting carbon capture and storage. By contrast, the Conservative Party has a real plan, including a $5 billion commitment to build carbon capture capacity and innovation. It's absolutely key, and Conservatives are committed to doing it and working with the provinces towards reducing GHGs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to rise today to speak to Bill C-12 from the territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation and to serve the communities in Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and the unceded territory of Snuneymuxw, Staminas, Snuneymuxw, and Liaxin First Nations. Climate concerns rank very high in my riding. On November 21st, I had the pleasure of taking part in the inaugural meeting of the Community Climate Hub here in Nanaimo. There were some great presentations and sharing of ideas about what we can do as a community to combat climate change. The ideas included creating active transportation-friendly streets, improving our local food system and lowering the carbon footprint of our food, energy retrofits for homes, businesses, and institutions, and transitioning from fossil fuel heating, oil and frack gas to electricity and heat pumps. There were suggestions for better public transit and for protecting the local natural environment and green spaces to ensure vibrant biodiversity, both within the city and in the surrounding area. It was an energizing meeting. Climate action at the personal and community level is important and necessary. But all of the actions that Canadians take individually and locally can be wiped out with the approval of a single diluted bitumen pipeline or a liquefied fracked gas terminal. Just days before this community meeting, the federal government tabled Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act.
Unfortunately, this piece of legislation will not hold this government to account for emissions reductions, or the next government, or the government after that. The accountability doesn't start until 2030, and that accountability is weak at best. We need climate action and accountability now. In 2015, this government went to the Paris Summit with the Harper government's target to reduce emissions by 30% over 2005 levels by 2030. The government left Paris with that pathetic target in place and tried to pretend that that was the Paris target. In the Paris Climate Accord decision document, Canada agreed to set new emissions reduction targets in 2020 and every 5 years after that. It didn't happen. It wasn't until Earth Day this year, under pressure from the Biden administration, that the government increased the target to between 40 and 45% by 2030. That target is still completely inadequate and fails to address the urgency of the climate crisis. We still don't have the 2025 target that we committed to under the Paris Accord. The last IPCC report stated that we have just 10 years to bring emissions down substantially, or we can't keep global warming to under 1.5 degrees. The prospect of a livable future for our children and grandchildren is in peril. I've heard the argument too many times that what Canada does in terms of climate action will make no difference. But in fact, we are the 9th highest emitter of greenhouse gases on the planet and the 11th highest emitter of greenhouse gases per capita. When you compare greenhouse gas emissions reductions, we have the worst record of the G8. Canada is a climate laggard. The UK has a carbon budget law that binds governments to emissions targets and holds them accountable. In other words, it eliminates politics from climate action. In 1990, the UK produced 25% more emissions than Canada. They've reduced their emissions by 42% and made a commitment at Paris to reduce emissions by 68% by 2030. Collectively, the 27 countries of the European Union have reduced their emissions by 25% since 1990. Canada's current emission levels are 21% higher than they were in 1990. That's not climate leadership, it's shameful. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have signed on to 9 international climate accords and have failed on every account. None of the governments that signed those agreements created a plan, and Canada has not met a single one of the commitments it has made. Canada's last target, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 17% below 2005 levels by 2020, was set by the Harper Conservative government in 2009. 8 provinces and 3 territories, representing 85% of Canada's population, were on track to meet that target. But 2 provinces, Alberta and Saskatchewan, increased greenhouse gas emissions so much that they completely wiped out the sacrifices, investments, and advances to climate action made by the rest of the country. These emissions increases can be attributed almost exclusively to the oil and gas industry. Where is the accountability? How is it that the federal government cannot ensure that the provinces work together to meet our international commitments? Now British Columbia is joining the rogue provinces ignoring Canada's commitment to climate action and accountability. BC is providing billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies for fracking and the export of liquefied fracked gas. LNG Canada is owned and controlled by 5 foreign multinationals. It will be the largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions in British Columbia. The BC government is practically giving the resource away by providing fracking companies with billions of dollars in deep well subsidies while only collecting a fraction in royalties. From the wellhead to the end consumer, fracked gas has the equivalent greenhouse gas footprint as burning coal for electricity. Extracting natural gas through hydraulic fracking releases methane into the atmosphere. For the first 20 years after it is released, methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. Fracking uses and poisons huge amounts of water, poisons air sheds, and has been linked to increased risks of asthma, cancer, and birth defects. fracking causes earthquakes, and yet the BC government allows it in the vicinity of huge hydroelectric dams. Many jurisdictions around the world have either placed moratoriums on hydraulic gas fracking or banned it outright. Some jurisdictions are also banning the installation of gas heating and gas appliances in new construction. Why? Because they understand that creating more demand for a product that releases climate-destroying methane is irresponsible. Fracking needs to be banned in Canada. It's incompatible with lowering carbon emissions, combating climate change, protecting fresh water, maintaining a healthy environment, and respecting Indigenous sovereignty, rights, and title. As I speak, some of the last big tree old-growth forests in BC are either being logged or are under immediate threat of being logged. Trees that sequester massive amounts of carbon, far more than an acre of seedlings. The BC government is allowing those trees to be cut down. And the BC government is also allowing whole trees to be ground up into pellets and exported as biofuel. That's not climate leadership. These are just some of the reasons that Canada needs a climate budget law. We need to take politics out of climate action and follow the science. The priorities of this government demonstrate that it's not serious enough about the existential threat of climate change. The government is spending $17 billion on the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion. Trans Mountain is not just a climate loser, it's a money loser. According to the Parliamentary Budget Office, the only way that TMX will result in billions of dollars in losses, that it won't result in billions of dollars in losses, is if the government abandons action on climate change and increases oil sands production. We need a just transition for fossil fuel workers and an end to all subsidies to the oil and gas industry. Research conducted by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, which breaks down new and recycled spending promises, shows that the government is proposing to allocate just 0.25% of Canada's GDP towards climate action. That's far less than the 2% of GDP that leading climate economist Nicholas Stern says is needed to stop global warming from surpassing 2 degrees. Canada has committed $5.1 billion a year towards climate action when we need to be committing $40 billion a year. This is not climate leadership. The climate crisis is the defining struggle of our generation, just as World War II was the struggle of our grandparents' generation. Focusing on incentives for households and businesses is not enough. The government must take charge, force the provinces into line to meet our international commitments, and bind us to a whole-of-government approach that mandates action to win this struggle. The real obstacle is not climate deniers. It's politicians who recognize the science but lack the courage to remove politics from climate action. We need a carbon budget law. Bill C-12 is not it and does not meet the challenge before us. It provides a false sense of security and pushes long overdue action and accountability down the road for another decade. Young people across this country are demanding better from us. They and our children and our grandchildren deserve more than this weak piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go back to part of the member's speech where he was talking about the offsets between different provinces. To be completely honest, it's not something that I was aware of entirely. He was suggesting that some provinces had done better, but then a couple others had done worse, which is what how the offset was calculated. Can he just expand on that, please?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Sure, yeah, if you look at the analysis of our 2020 target for Copenhagen, the Copenhagen Accord, Ontario met the target. Other provinces reduced their emissions and had a plan that they followed through on. And then they reduced their emissions by almost 17%, which was what the target was. And Alberta and Saskatchewan increased their emissions so much that we basically flatlined between 2005 and 2020. So we did not meet those targets. And what is happening now in British Columbia means that we are going to see a massive expansion in fracking for LNG Canada, and we know that gas fracking is terrible for the climate. It's a climate killer. When you put methane into the atmosphere, it's 80 times more potent as a greenhouse gas, and it's going to create a serious problem for us. So we have a third province now that's hopped on this bandwagon of being a climate rogue, and the federal government needs to step up and show leadership and make sure that the provinces are held to account for our international agreements.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question to ask my colleague. First, I really appreciated the details. So when we talk about checks, we remember, and we will remember for the rest of our days. I would like to hear about what his opinion is of things that haven't happened yet, and the fact that there is partisan politics that is going on to save the economy, and if investments in innovation in the environment over the last decade had occurred, we would already see a move to green energy. I'd like to hear some comments on that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Yeah, we have been so far behind in this country that other countries are far ahead of us. But there's actually technology that's being developed in Canada that is being used in Europe. So Corvus Energy in Richmond designed the battery system that has electrified the ferry fleet in Denmark and Sweden and Norway. We have a company in Mississauga that is creating hydrogen trains, locomotives for the European train system. So Canadian technology is being developed. We could be farther ahead on that kind of technology development if we were promoting it as a government and not just sitting back on and having our economy dependent on the extraction, rip and ship of raw resources, so that when a pipeline gets canceled, we have to have an emergency debate.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for his speech. And we've heard the term walk the walk many times today. It reminds me of I was at a G20 energy meeting in Argentina 3 years ago where the UK minister got up and said, we have to walk the walk. And he was referring to legislation, climate accountability legislation that the UK brought in. And now we have a bill before us that kicks the can down the road another decade with weak targets. And I guess I'm despairing at what we have to do here to get that sense of urgency. I'm just wondering if the member can comment on that.
Brief answer from the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I feel your urgency. I feel the member's urgency, Madam Speaker. I'm a grandfather now, and I fear for my children and my grandchildren's future. And this bill is not accountable at all. 2028 is when we're going to do a review of our 2030 targets. Not good enough. 2023 is when we're supposed to be doing a stock taking of how our targets are being adhered to for our 2020 target, for our 2025 target. The Paris Accord doesn't even mention 2030. We are climate laggards in this country, and we need to get down to it and be accountable, and we need a carbon budget law like the UK has.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable ministre du patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in the House today to debate C-12, which our government recently introduced in the House. This bill, entitled the Canadian Carbon Neutrality Accountability Act, is the culmination of several years of activism, work, and national and international negotiations. The Act provides a legislative framework to support our ambition to be carbon neutral by 2050. The importance of this carbon neutrality target is based on the best available science. This was clearly outlined in 2018 in the special report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, better known as the IPCC. The disastrous consequences of a 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming are clearly outlined in it. It shows that human activities are already responsible for an average global warming of about 1 degree Celsius since pre-industrial times. For the benefit of the Chamber, I will point out that there is no debate from the experts about human responsibility for this warming, unlike what we saw at the Conservative Party conference. To limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoid the worst effects of global warming, the science is clear. We must be carbon neutral by 2050. The Paris Agreement, to which Canada is a signatory, echoes these findings. It calls on governments around the world to take urgent and ambitious action on climate change to keep global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius and to continue efforts to keep it below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This would avoid the worst consequences of climate change, and, Madam Speaker, it is urgent to act quickly. This way, we will not miss the window of opportunity, which is rapidly closing. It is extremely important to act quickly, but also effectively. That is why the government has established the advisory panel on a net zero emissions future, an independent body that will support Canada in achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. It will ensure that the setting of national greenhouse gas emissions targets is based on the best available data. This advisory group will provide the Government of Canada with expert advice on how to reduce our emissions, meet our targets, and ensure that Canada performs in this 21st century carbon neutral economy. We expect the proposed measures to catalyze long-term, low-carbon economic growth, sustainable jobs, and collective health and safety. Madam Speaker, Canada is not alone in its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Many countries around the world, as well as provincial and state governments, cities and business leaders, have embraced the goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. A number of countries have already signed up or signaled their intention to sign up to a commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This includes Norway, the UK, Germany, France, New Zealand, and Japan. Within Canada, Quebec has committed, and Nova Scotia has included it in legislation, and the current government of British Columbia has also committed to it. This call to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and the efforts that many jurisdictions are making to achieve it unites not only the international community but all sectors, from environmental, non-governmental organizations to the private sector, Indigenous peoples, unions, environmental organizations, including Eco-Justice, the David Suzuki Foundation, Équiterre, and many others, see the introduction of Bill C-12 as an important step forward for Canada. Combined with a robust plan to fight climate change, enshrining the bill in law will ensure the transparency and accountability needed regardless of which party is in power as we move forward on the important and crucial challenge of achieving carbon neutrality. For their part, several major Canadian companies have committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Canadian companies like Maple Leaf Foods or CAE are already carbon neutral. For their part, several major Canadian companies have committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2050. In light of these efforts on all fronts, it's Canada's turn to commit to carbon neutrality through legislation. This legislation will require the establishment of national greenhouse gas emissions targets every 5 years, starting in 2030, to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. This will ensure the transparent sharing of the actions and progress needed to achieve this goal, which will bolster Canadians' confidence. This act will create accountability for meeting our targets and add responsibilities for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who will now be required to table several reports and plans in Parliament on the country's progress. If the target set is not achieved, Canada will have to explain why it did not meet its target and provide a description of any actions the government is taking or will take to address the missed target. Furthermore, the Act will require the Minister of Finance, in collaboration with the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, to prepare a public annual report on the key actions undertaken by the federal government to manage its risks and capture the financial opportunities associated with climate change. We know that the costs of inaction on climate change can be very high. Just think of the financial consequences of natural disasters. Not to mention the inestimable costs of biodiversity loss. This is priceless. These reports in the Act will ensure that financial transparency is achieved when it comes to climate risks. Finally, the Act will require the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to review and report on the government's implementation of mitigation measures at least once every 5 years. All of these measures ensure that the Canadian Carbon Neutrality Accountability Act will provide a clear and credible process for setting our targets, as well as transparency and accountability for progress accomplished. This accountability is critical as Canada embarks on a carbon neutrality trajectory to 2050, but also as we move towards our ambitious new 2030 target. I would like to remind you that it was only last fall that the government announced a detailed plan to meet our Paris commitments. This included new investments that encourage, accelerate, and support the work of Canadian businesses to move to a high-performance, carbon-neutral, sustainable, and above all, competitive economy in the global marketplace. As the Prime Minister has said, our most important international partners and competitors are positioning themselves to attract investment in new clean technologies. Canada must do the same, if not more. Carbon neutrality creates the greatest economic opportunities of our time and will ensure a sustainable future for us and for generations to come. In addition to this detailed plan, a few months later, we answered the call of Canadians to increase our ambition and go beyond the 2030 Paris Agreement target. And the target set out in our plan by almost a third for a 40 to 45% reduction in our greenhouse gases. Achieving our climate goals is an ambitious and long-term task. It will require immediate actions by all of Canada's governments, industry, non-governmental organization, Indigenous peoples, essentially the entire population. It's important to acknowledge the individual and collective actions that have already been taken. The actions of provinces and territories are very important to Canada's success in fighting climate change and will complement our actions and exceed our targets. Provinces and territories continue to announce ambitious new measures and targets. The Government of Canada recently launched the Plan for a Green Economy 2030, a policy framework for electrification and fighting climate change. While the legislation being debated today does not impose obligations on provinces and territories, the targets and plans prepared under the Canadian Carbon Neutrality Accountability Act will seek input and contribution from the provinces and territories and from Indigenous peoples, experts, the public. They will all have the opportunity to make proposals on the targets and plans. Madam Speaker, transforming our economy for the future and securing a prosperous carbon-neutral future by 2050 cannot be achieved by a single government. I look forward to the day when, like the Conservative Party in Britain, the Canadian Conservative Party recognizes the importance of climate change, but also, and even more importantly, has serious plans and targets to address it. I hope that opposition members will support this bill that will hold us all accountable for this necessary carbon-neutral future. Not only for the transparency it brings, but the benefits it can bring to our children and grandchildren for their health, opportunities, and well-being. It is a matter of fairness. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to what my honourable colleague said. I heard the word efficiency. C12 is a step. No one in this House should be against the reality that we're experiencing in 2021. However, I would like to hear, with all the expertise that the minister had before he was a minister, we're hearing 2050. We want to know what's happening in 2030 for assessing targets. What does he think of our current posture on this dying planet when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, what does he think about it today? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I share her consternation when it comes to the fact that one party, among all the parties present in the House of Commons, does not share our concerns and our worries when it comes to climate change. When it comes to Canada's performance on the international stage in terms of fighting climate change, I will admit very humbly that that is what led me to not only get involved in politics, but to do it with the Liberal Party of Canada. I've been fighting in the field of the environment and fighting climate change for nearly 25 years. I've dealt with many governments here and elsewhere, and I was impressed by what I saw from 2015 to 2019, putting a price on carbon, electrifying public transportation, record investments in solutions that are based on nature, the protection of our marine zones. From 1992 to 2015, we've barely achieved 2% of protection, but now, in 2019, we were about 19%, and that happened in 4 years. That said, there's a great deal left to be done, and that's why we presented an action plan last December, an ambitious one. I'm sorry, but I need to leave time for another question. Perhaps you'll be able to add on to that. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his intervention. One of the things that's really interesting is the talk about electrification, especially electric vehicles and green technologies. And I'd like to ask the Minister about his party back in 2015. That was when Prime Minister at that time talked about how we had to transition out of manufacturing. And what's happened is we actually have done that in many respects for the auto industry. And how can the Minister reconcile his party's plan? And maybe he can tell us when the last time Canada had a greenfield site, and maybe he can tell us why Canada doesn't have a battery plant, and why can he tell us that Mexico and the United States are getting massive investment in new manufacturing, including Magna, a Canadian company, is not expanding its operations in Canada. Perhaps he can explain that we are becoming dependent upon others' vehicles manufactured instead of green, clean technology domestically, just like we're dependent upon vaccines from others right now, is that we're going to be completely dependent upon new lower emission vehicles. Perhaps he can explain why their strategy is not producing any results, and perhaps when we actually had a last greenfield plant in this country.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would beg to differ with his characterization of what's happening in Canada. Just a few months ago, there was an announcement by the Government of Canada in collaboration with the province of Ontario and Unifor for the construction of North America's largest electric vehicle plant, Madam Speaker. And since then, we've heard more good news on this front. We're seeing collaboration between the federal government, the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, and many others on the development of battery-powered vehicle. I could talk about the recent investment in E-Lion, a Quebec company that produces electric school buses, all kinds of different types of trucks. I think he's right. I mean, he does have a point. It is an international race, and Canada must be at the forefront of that race. If we don't do that, then we will become dependent, and we're doing everything we can to ensure that Canada is at the forefront of this race. I can tell you that there's some very encouraging discussion with the new U.S. administration in terms of Canada-U.S. collaboration on electrification, on green technologies, conversations that unfortunately weren't possible until just a few months ago, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to join the discussion today on Bill C-12. And Madam Speaker, this is an issue of great importance for me, as climate change is an urgent issue for me, for many of my constituents across the Kenora riding, and of course, many Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And in northwestern Ontario, we have seen many environmental changes and challenges in recent years. There's been shorter and warmer winter seasons. There's been more sporadic weather patterns and changing behavior of wildlife. And these are all, of course, new realities that we must face. And that's why I believe it's incredibly important that we work with Canadians, we work with industries, and we work to ensure that we are doing our part to aid in the global effort to preserve and protect our environment for future generations. And I will speak to that in more detail shortly, Madam Speaker. But first, I want to address this bill directly, as I do believe that the title of the bill in itself is somewhat misleading to Canadians who may be watching at home or potentially may see this speech online. I believe this bill does very little to bring transparency and accountability to Canada's efforts of reaching net zero by 2050. I believe that this bill is a typical Liberal bill, Madam Speaker. It places accountability on future governments, not their own. Through nearly 6 years of this Liberal government, they've spent the majority of their time either pointing fingers and criticizing past governments or making commitments such as this one for future governments. But the one thing that they failed to do is hold themselves accountable, Madam Speaker. This bill proposes, of course, the goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2050, but there's very few details on how the government is planning to get there. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that the goal of net zero is something that our party shares with the current government. We also know that many Canadian industries share that goal, and they're already on a path to reduce their emissions, to diversify their operations and find innovative solutions to help Canada reach these goals. But again, this bill does not truly provide any support for those solutions. It's in many ways simply stating the target that we're planning to get to. I will also add, Madam Speaker, that this government is already failing to meet their current climate commitments set for the year 2030. It's interesting that instead of taking action to reach the government's current goal, they are now instead looking further down the road and they're committing to more aspirational goals. Unfortunately, given the Liberals' track record thus far, I have very little faith in their ability to put Canada on track to meeting either the 2030 or 2050 targets. Truly, this has been a government that's been big on promises and short on action on the environment. We know they said they would plant 2 billion trees, but they have no plan to reach that target. They said they would put Canada on a path to reducing emissions, yet emissions continue to rise. They also continue to export non-recyclable Canadian waste abroad, and in my riding, they have failed to take meaningful action to protect Lake of the Woods. Madam Speaker, what's worse is that the Liberals claim that they would balance economic activity with environmental protections, but they have, even as they've been missing these environmental targets, they have done nothing to allow Canadian industry, which is some of the cleanest in the world, to thrive. We know that Canadian oil and gas holds itself to very high environmental standards, and many in the industry are already committed to net zero by 2050. Madam Speaker, last year I had the opportunity to visit Fort McMurray, Alberta. I was joined by the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka, and others, and I toured Suncor, and I learned about the great work they're doing to supply clean and sustainable energy to the world and ensure that the environmental impacts of this are as minimal as possible. Suncor alone has planted over 8 million trees as part of their reclamation programs. And we know, Madam Speaker, that's many more trees than the Liberals have been able to plant. And that's, of course, in addition to the related efforts of other energy companies who have similar programs. I do believe overall, Canadian energy companies, often vilified by the Liberals, are actually doing more for the environment than this government itself. The cement industry as well is also taking ambitious steps to lower their emissions by transitioning to lower intensity Portland limestone cement and investing hundreds of millions in low carbon fuels. Of course, Madam Speaker, this is an industry that employs many in my riding and across the country. I like to look at the forestry industry as well, a big employer in northwestern Ontario. They're taking a leadership role in helping Canada reach its low carbon goals. Weyerhaeuser, which has an operation in Kenora, for instance, reduced their GHGs by 53% over the past 2 decades, and they are becoming greener and more efficient every year. Resolute Forest Products, which has a mill in Ignace, has reduced their emissions by 83% compared to 2000 levels. And since 2010, only a decade ago, Domtar, which has an operation in Dryden, has seen their emissions decrease by nearly 20%. These are figures that the government could only dream of meeting themselves. If we look at the mining industry, Madam Speaker, which also employs many in my riding, and it is a major employer of First Nations, they are taking great strides to reduce their environmental impact. Evolution, for example, which has a mine in Bulmertown, has increased by 11% the amount of water they're able to reuse, and they are also continuing to take steps to reach their climate risk mitigation targets. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we know that clean Canadian natural gas has the potential to lower global emissions by displacing less clean forms of energy and preventing carbon leakage abroad. Madam Speaker, Canada's Conservatives recognize that industry must be at the table when we are talking about reaching net zero. We can lean on their expertise to help us reach our climate goals while supplying the world with sustainable, ethically harvested natural resources. And that is why it is so incredibly disappointing that the Liberals continue to take their cues from activists that are determined to destroy our industries instead of recognizing their environmental leadership. The government has failed to address many environmental concerns that are on track to miss their targets. This government's only climate plan is to implement a tax redistribution scheme that makes life more difficult for hardworking rural Canadians and also lets big emitters off the hook. So I'd like to take some time, Madam Speaker, to discuss some of the tangible actions we must take to meet our targets. Primarily, we must incentivize and invest in innovative technologies to reduce emissions. We must incentivize Canadians to make their homes and their businesses more efficient and support industries as they make their operations cleaner and greener. And we can do our part to reduce global emissions by supporting the responsible production of clean Canadian energy and get it to international markets, reducing the world's reliance on coal and other high-intensity forms of energy. And of course, we also need to continue to invest in conservation initiatives so future generations can continue to enjoy cleaner air, cleaner water, and the beauty of our natural environment. Madam Speaker, we must not forget it was under a Conservative government, under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, that took decisive action on the acid rain crisis. And I believe now that we need a Conservative government with a similar vision to address the environmental questions of our time. And that is exactly what we intend to do. The Leader of the Opposition recently announced our climate plan. It's ambitious, but it is practical, with real targets and concrete steps to reach them. Under a Conservative government, Madam Speaker, Canada will embrace innovation, making real investments in the production of electric cars and trucks, as well as hydrogen vehicles. We'll also invest $1 billion to deploy small modular reactors, a zero-emission source of electricity and heat across the country. We'll work with our neighbors to the south to establish North American standards for industry with border adjustments to prevent big emitters from outsourcing their emissions and their jobs to countries with lower environmental standards. And we'll place carbon border tariffs on goods imported from big polluters like China to ensure that we are holding all nations to the same standards that we set for ourselves. Additionally, we will invest $5 billion, Madam Speaker, in carbon capture, utilization, and storage to help our energy sector reduce their emissions while continuing to provide high-paying jobs for Canadians. Madam Speaker, I could go on, but I see that I'm limited in time. So I would like to say that Canada's Conservatives are going to move forward on this plan and many other things that I can't get to right now. But this is the plan that Canada needs as we seek to secure a greener future, not more rhetoric, more empty rhetoric from the Liberals. If we want to combat the effects of climate change, Canada needs more than aspirational goals and empty words. But unfortunately, empty words are all that this Liberal bill provides. Canadians deserve better, Madam Speaker, and the world deserves better. For years, the Liberals have been spinning their wheels in the fight against climate change. Conservatives actually have a roadmap, and we're ready to get in the driver's seat to implement it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I really like this member, Madam Speaker. He speaks clearly. He comes here, he speaks what I believe to be his own mind. But I just cannot get over when Conservatives routinely harp back to Brian Mulroney. That's like me taking credit for the formation of this country because I happen to come from the same riding as Sir John A. Macdonald. The Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney does not exist anymore. They need to stop invoking his name. But my question for this member is when when he talks about the ability to people to invest in their homes to make them more energy efficient, how does he think that the new plan that's presented by the Conservative Party accomplishes that? All it does is put money into the bank accounts of people who are wealthy, people who can afford to do those renovations anyways. How does he propose that their plan will help those that don't have the resources to retrofit their homes?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for that question. I always appreciate him asking me questions and participating in the debate. We know he has a lot of thoughts and a lot of opinions he likes to share. And I would just say, with respect to the member, that we clearly disagree on the substance of the low carbon savings account he was talking about. We know that this is a measure that will keep more money in the pockets of Canadians. It will allow them to invest in greener technologies for themselves. It will not be a big government program that gives more revenue to the government and redistributes it across the country to those who haven't been paying. So, Madam Speaker, I stand by our plan. It is a credible, tangible plan that will help Canada reach its climate goals, and at the same time, it will ensure that we have more economic activity and more jobs than under the Liberal plan.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague, and I appreciate my colleague, by the way. I think he's a great member of Parliament, and I hear that he's there every day for his constituents, so I commend him for that. It's funny, I heard the last question from our Liberal friend who says that the Conservatives can't stop talking about Brian Mulroney. Well, they can't stop talking about Pierre Trudeau. And I think they should be a bit embarrassed to make that comment about Mulroney. Now, speaking of Brian Mulroney, I'd like to know what the current Prime Minister of Canada has done for climate change. He's been around for 6 years now. What does my honourable colleague think of his record? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the bloc for his comments there. And I will answer in English because he'll probably actually understand me better than if I tried my French. But Madam Speaker, I appreciate his question, and it's important to note, as I've said in my speech, that the current Prime Minister talks a very good game on climate change, but when it comes to delivering, he's really been absent. And I do believe that the government needs to do more to work with our industries, to work with those who are already doing great work to help Canada reach environmental goals, instead of vilifying them and instead of making them out to be the enemy. So that's the approach we would like to see the government take, and that's the approach that, of course, we will take under the next Conservative government.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I can see the good intentions in Bill C-12, but like any first draft, I think it needs some revisions. And so, we've identified some ways at committee that we would like to see some substantive amendments come forward, a 2025 milestone target, more powers for the advisory committee, maybe separating some of the targets and the plans away from the minister's mandate. Does the member have any suggestions to the House about some of the improvements and amendments he'd like to see to this bill to make it substantially more stronger than what we've got right before us? Thank you.
A brief answer from the member for Kenora.
Very good question, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. I would just say briefly, as I must be now, that I believe that there needs to be binding targets on this government. Not looking at 2030, not looking at 2050. We need to ensure that we are doing our job to hold the government to account right now. I believe that that's an important step, and I would add as well that we need to make sure that the advisory body that is working with the government on this needs to have representatives from our energy industries and from natural resources, so that we can ensure we're leaning on their expertise and the innovation that they've been working towards to help us reach our goals. I thank the member for his thoughtful question. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Oui. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Guilbeault. Move that Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. Shall I dispense? Whoops. Reasoned amendment. Monsieur Deltel, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Richard, move that the following amendment dispense.
Oh, excuse. Madame. Si j'avais dit pas. La mise au voix porte sur l'amendement.
The question is on the amendment. If a member from a recognized party present in the House wishes to call for a recorded division or for the amendment to pass on division, I would ask that they indicate so to the chair.
Then the islands?
I would ask for a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:43 so that we can continue on.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:43? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, concurrence in committee reports. Resuming consideration on motion number 4, motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Investing in Tomorrow, Canadian Priorities for Economic Growth and Recovery, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak yet again on a very important matter. You know, I was really actually quite encouraged on a couple of things today. I understand in terms of vaccinations that we've delivered more than 14.5 million doses of vaccination, Madam Speaker, to our provinces and territories. Actually, I think it's about 14,700,000. And out of that, as I was sitting at the Winnipeg Convention Center with my telephone, I did a little bit of research, and I found out that in terms of 12,696,698, at least on that particular site, were actually vaccinated by one dose. Well, Madam Speaker, as of this afternoon, I'm one of those individuals now that has been vaccinated, and very grateful as I too, as others, waited for my turn. And when your turn does come and when you do become eligible, I think it's really imperative that all members of Parliament, in fact, leaders within our communities, to encourage our constituents to get the vaccination. You know, I believe we're at somewhere in the neighborhood of 34% of our population, and it's growing, Madam Speaker, and that's really quite encouraging compared to the other G20 countries. I believe that we're in a strong and healthy third in terms of getting out that first dosage. And as I say, I really quite pleased, and I wanted to start off on a relatively very positive note, Madam Speaker. You know, Canadians have heard from coast to coast to coast so many speeches and facts and numbers and stats over the last number of months. I thought maybe I would try to pick up on something a little bit different, something in which we have talked a great deal about since, well, I guess I would suggest maybe last summer going into September, when the Prime Minister would often talk about how it is as we go through the pandemic that we have things that we can learn from. Things, for example, like what was taking place in our personal care home facilities in different regions of our country.
Certain concerns related to financial supports that are provided to Canadians. The Prime Minister wanted us to listen and to take action and lobby and advocate for not only changes, but ways in which we could actually build back better. And you'll notice, Madam Speaker, that there's a number of members of Parliament that will often use that phrase, to build back better. And I really do believe that we can do that. And it's really quite encouraging. As the Minister of Finance and the Minister for Middle Class, along with the Parliamentary Secretary and others, but those three in particular I would like to highlight in terms of how successful they were in terms of canvassing our country, canvassing the many different stakeholders that are out there, Madam Speaker, and to ultimately present a budget. First, the Deputy Prime Minister brought forward an economic statement back in September. Actually, it would have been in November. The throne speech was in September. In November, we had the economic statement from the Deputy Prime Minister, and most recently, a couple of weeks ago, was the actual budget. And I believe that if you read through and you get an understanding of what the Minister of Finance has put to the House of Commons, you will see that it actually reflects, excuse me, it actually reflects what it is that we've been hearing across the country. And that is something that I know has been very important to the Prime Minister and, in fact, to the Liberal caucus as a whole, that we wanted to ensure that what we see coming to the floor of the House of Commons reflected what it is being talked about in our communities. And I wanted to highlight a couple of examples of that, Madam Speaker. We all know, for example, what's taken place with our seniors. The seniors have had a very difficult time as a result of the pandemic. And there are things that we have learned from that, Madam Speaker. We take supporting our seniors very seriously. We need to make life easier and more affordable for our seniors. We understand that, and it's something that we all heard about in a very clear and tangible way. We would often see in our newscasts, other media types of reports, consultations with a wide spectrum of stakeholders, that the need is there, it's real, it's tangible, and the government has actually responded very positively. We are going to support Canada's seniors. It is absolutely essential, especially as many seniors continue to cope with isolation from their loved ones in particular, Madam Speaker, but in general, financial difficulties that they're having to experience, not to mention the many different mental health struggles as a result of the pandemic and the outcome that has actually been following, Madam Speaker. Particularly, we're concerned about the long-term care facilities. And when you think of Budget 2021 and how it highlights a plan of action that deals with the COVID-19 and the issues it created, amongst many other things affecting our seniors. That's why I am so glad that we came with a commitment, a one-time payment of $500 for old age security, Madam Speaker, that will actually take and be distributed in August of 2021 for those seniors that are 75 and over, Madam Speaker. We also provided a permanent increase to the OAS pension by 10%. That's a significant increase, Madam Speaker, to, again, those age 75 and over, and that will take effect in July 2022. That's going to strengthen the financial security of over 3 million. That's 3 million seniors. It's estimated, Madam Speaker, that these commitments will lift well over 60,000 seniors out of poverty. And when you look at the numbers in terms of that gender lens, 65% of that group would be women, Madam Speaker. Very proud of that initiative. It also, at the same time, fulfills a campaign election commitment that the government made, Madam Speaker, back in the last election, just over a year and a half ago, when we said we would increase OAS for seniors over 75. And that's why to a certain degree, a little disappointing from other political parties being critical of us for giving that 10% to 75 plus, because that was an election promise, Madam Speaker. And that's exactly what it is that's been filled out in addition to providing that support. We created through Budget 2021 an Age Well at Home initiative. That's going to assist seniors to be able to stay in their homes longer by funding for supports of community-based organizations. Madam Speaker, I used to be a fairly proactive member of the Manitoba legislature for a number of years, just under 20 years. And I can tell you that on many different occasions, whether it was inside the Manitoba legislature or just talking to seniors, that they advocated that the best we can do to support our seniors is to provide supports where we can to enable them to be able to stay living in their communities longer. And within this budget, we are seeing just that, Madam Speaker. I see it as a very, very strong commitment to seniors. We talk about supporting provinces and territories to ensure that there is going to be long-term care standards that would be applied so that seniors can live and feel safe in their environments and get a sense of a dignified conditions. Madam Speaker, this is something that is absolutely essential. We learned that going through the pandemic. And the Deputy Prime Minister listened. This is a government that's responding to that. Yet, unfortunately, there are still some that will critique why or criticize the government for doing it. Whether it's people, members from the Conservatives or from the Bloc. We need to recognize, as Canadians have, that the national government does have a role to play. And we can, in fact, look at best practices, for example, in jurisdictions across Canada. We can provide some support financially to encourage that standard, Madam Speaker. For those that would say that the federal government has no jurisdiction, I would say that they need to listen to their constituents and to Canadians as a whole. As the Canadians as a whole, their expectations are that the Government of Canada do bring in and promote and encourage those national standards. Madam Speaker, we are talking about building and repairing and supporting an additional 35,000 affordable housing units for vulnerable Canadians, which include seniors. Madam Speaker, there are many ways in which, if not directly, indirectly, that we are supporting seniors in Canada that are witnessed through the last budget and many of the actions to date by the Government of Canada. Madam Speaker, I mentioned two that I really wanted to highlight. Another one is in regards to the child care commitment. This is something in which members should all be looking and saying, this is a great way in order to build back better. It will make a difference. You know, we often talk about childcare in the province of Quebec and how it is that Quebec has been fairly successful at enabling both parents or a single parent to be able to get into the workforce, because the desire often is there, and sometimes the economic need is there. And we see that the government has recognized that value by supporting a nationwide program. And it is a tangible commitment. And we're going to be looking for leadership amongst the different provinces and territory, and even the other stakeholders, to come to the table to recognize the true value. You know, depending on who it is you talk to, an economist or whomever it might be, you will see that there is a great value to expanding the workforce. Not to mention the benefits for the individual that is going to be a recipient of this of a child care, Madam Speaker. It is a generational change that will have a profoundly positive impact on Canadians coast to coast to coast. Whether you have a child or not, you will benefit because it will contribute to the overall success and increase to Canada's GDP, which enables us to do more as a nation, Madam Speaker. Now, there is a list of things that come to my mind that I could actually be commenting on, Madam Speaker. I think of, for example, housing. And I'm going to be encouraging my constituents to look at opportunities to be able to take advantage of federal programs that are going to assist in providing interest-free loans, if at all possible, Madam Speaker, to improve some of the structures within our community, our homes. As our housing stock continues to ages, it does provide opportunities for people to, or our constituents, not only to build or to improve their homes, but also to think in terms of energy efficient. It'll be better for our environment, Madam Speaker. So individuals can go to, for example, high energy furnaces and air conditioners, and provide and look to the government for some support in order to do that, Madam Speaker. It's a program that I believe will make a huge difference. Now, having said all of that, there is some other aspects that I want to provide some thoughts to members on. You know, I look at Canadians and priorities, and from day one, this government has been there in a very real and tangible way. It's one of the reasons why Liberal members of Parliament on a regular basis provided information to the government of Canada and the ministers to ensure that we listened and brought in the programs that were necessary. You know, when I think of the pillars of Canada's COVID-19 economic response, I think of the Canada emergency programs that included things such as the business account, the commercial resident assistance emergency program, the rent subsidy, not to mention the lockdown support program, Madam Speaker. One of my favorite, or my personal favorite too, would be the Emergency Response Benefit, CERB, and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. Madam Speaker, it put cash in the pockets of Canadians when they needed it most, Madam Speaker. It was a hugely successful program. 9 million, close to 9 million Canadians directly benefited by it. The wage subsidy program is something that literally saved tens of thousands of jobs in the different regions of our countries. It enabled us to be able to say, as opposed to a company going bankrupt or having to permanently lay off, that as a result, we're going to be able to recover quicker because of these types of investments, Madam Speaker. We continue on through the recovery sick benefit or the caregiving benefit or just a Canada recovery benefit. Madam Speaker, we have seen a suite of programs there to be supportive of Canadians. I've made reference to our seniors already. The one-time payments during the pandemic last summer. I could talk about the disability payments, Madam Speaker, or the many different supports that were there for students or young people, the enhancement of the summer youth program. We're talking significant numbers, Madam Speaker. As in particular, the Conservatives have been focused on the negative side of politics. This Prime Minister, this government, and the Liberal members of the House of Commons have been focused on minimizing the negative damage caused by the coronavirus day in, day out, 24 hours a day, I would suggest, 7 days a week, Madam Speaker. We want to be able to build back better, and we are committed to doing just that. And that's what this budget and all this consultation to lead up to the budget has put us at this point where we are today. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to share a few thoughts that I know are important to all Canadians in the many different regions of our beautiful nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. I appreciate this speech. As usual, obviously, he doesn't have a choice but to boast about his government and his party, and it's fine, I understand. And I think he can be quite honest. However, to say that the CERB and other things are what the opposition and the government did, they couldn't do it alone. So he will have to admit and say, honestly, that it was all the opposition parties along with the government that did that these emergency programs now exist. For seniors, there is a problem. Ms. Solange called me today. She was upset. She was 75 years of age. She wants to have the $500 increase this summer for old age security and a 10% increase. But her sister, Lise, who is 72, won't get it. Why is she getting it and not her sister? I would like a response for Solange from politicians. Thank you.
Secretary.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess part of the answer is to make it very clear to the members' constituents that in 2019 there was an election promise that we would do the 10% for 75 and above, and that's was a commitment that was made. Now, having said that, the member is right to the extent that there was a very high sense of cooperation within the chamber at the beginning for the first few months, and then the Conservatives kind of cut out. The bloc would have continued on. There have been some cooperative moments that have assisted in being able to facilitate. And Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to give the false impression. The Prime Minister was very clear at the very beginning. We wanted a Team Canada approach at combating the coronavirus, and that means getting everyone on side working together, whether it's opposition parties, the provincial governments, Indigenous leaders, other stakeholders, and so many others.
Questions and comments? The Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a member kind of spoke about a little bit of everything, but this is our concurrence report on the Finance Committee's pre-budget submission to the government. Over the years, we've seen that the number of recommendations being accepted by the government of Canada keeps going down. I think it's around 25-30%. I want to draw the attention of the member to recommendation 123, which is to withdraw from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. This is an all-party committee, has recommended something I've been asking for nearly 4 years now. Why didn't the government of Canada withdraw from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank following the series of human rights and democratic rights violations we see in Hong Kong, China seizing the South China Sea, and also the continued persecution of Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang province?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Conservatives have a certain slant that they like to be able to take, or a conservative spin. You know, I'm wondering if the member would provide his thoughts at a future time as to some of the projects that have actually been accomplished. I can recall one, for example, that assisted in floodproofing in the Philippines, and Philippines needed that floodproofing. So it's easy to bash China. Lately, the Conservatives have been fairly good at it, but it should also be noted it was Stephen Harper that agreed to a secret trade agreement, didn't even come to the House of Commons. So it seemed when he was Prime Minister, he was all gung-ho, let's do everything with China. But since the new leadership, they've seemed to take a 180.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, too many Canadian families are suffering from the high cost of prescription medication. And the situation has been made far worse from the pandemic because many Canadians have lost their jobs or seen their hours reduced, and they've seen their coverage under workplace plans eliminated. And these can have devastating and very negative consequences for the family budget. Now, the Liberals first made a promise for a national pharmacare plan back in 1997. That was 24 years ago. And yet here in the most recent Budget 2021, we saw a half a page mention of it. So I don't know what happened, Madam Speaker. Like, did the Liberals cave to the pressure from Big Pharma, or is this just another promise that they want to, you know, drag out for another few election cycles? Families can't wait. Working families cannot wait. They need to have this kind of a plan in place. It is the missing element for our healthcare systems. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member is, you know, how much longer are Canadians going to have to wait before the Liberals actually get serious about this plan? When can we expect to see some substantive action on this file?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, a few years ago, I was with my daughter, Cindy, on Keewatin Street, arguing and suggesting that we have a national pharmacare plan. And, you know, I think the Winnipeg Sun had us on the front page of the paper, and we've done petitions. I've spoken on many, many occasions from it. I was really pleased to see that it was in the throne speech back on September the 23. I'm an optimist. I believe that we are going to see a national pharmacare plan, but what the NDP need to realize that in order to maximize the benefits of a national pharmacare plan, you have to have provinces coming on side. You cannot have a truly national plan with the maximizing the benefits without the provinces. So if he reads the throne speech, you will see within the throne speech, I believe it references specifically that we need to continue to look at working with provinces on ways in which we can actually implement a national pharmacare program. In the last 4 years, we've had more discussions about pharmacare than the previous 26 years of my parliamentary experience.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary in particular for the answer to the last question. You know, you would think that the way that the NDP is coming in here asking why pharmacare hasn't taken place, why the Conservatives are saying, why haven't you planted all these trees? You think as though they were oblivious to the fact that we are in the middle of a global pandemic, which has capitalized a ton of the resources of the various different departments and ministers and where their time has been focused. Yet at the same time, we're seeing legislation continue to advance that was promised, perhaps not at the speed at which we would have liked had there not been a pandemic. Can the parliamentary secretary comment on the way that he has seen government respond to what's going on right now, but at the same time try to balance that against some of these other very important initiatives that have been brought forward?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question, and let me do it in two quick parts. First, I love our announcement about the 2 billion trees. It's something tangible. I think Canadians can really relate to it. I look forward to its ultimate realization as we have actually seen tangible movement. On the other point, in regards to where there is some frustration, take a look at Bill C-14 and and how the Conservatives have decided to play politics more so than act in what's in the Canadians' best interest. It's an absolute total shame when Canadians needed us most, when we need to be there, that the Conservatives, squandered away opportunities to see C-14 passed, which enhanced things for Canadians, whether it was the wage subsidy, the Canada Child Benefit program. And this is why I'm very proud of the fact that the Prime Minister has never lost sight. The first priority of this government is the pandemic and combating it, and ultimately striving to build back better, Madam Speaker.
On a le temps pour une brève question.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to come back to my colleague the question raised by my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean. The $500 and the increase of 10% is for people who are 75 years and older, and it leaves aside people who are 65 to 75. I've just spent half an hour with a senior in my riding who was discouraged and in tears because she needs this kind of money, and she's not 75 years old yet. What was the reasoning to exclude seniors under 75 and to focus only on those who are 75 and up, forgetting those who are 65 to 74 who also have needs? I'd like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Shortly after being elected in the first go-around in 2015, one of the first things we did is we increased the guaranteed income supplement substantially. I think it was about $920 would have been the maximum. At the end of the day, it lifted thousands or at least hundreds of seniors out of poverty here in Winnipeg North alone, tens of thousands going into well over 100,000 of seniors across Canada. And that included people at the age of 65 and over. There's other things in which the government is doing to make life a little bit hopefully easier for all the seniors. The 75 issue is something in which it was an election promise, and I think that Canadians recognize the value for those 3 million Canadians aged 75 and more by giving them a 10% increase.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je salue
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to greet my colleagues who are there for the debate. When we talk about the report of the Finance Committee, we're talking about budget policy, essentially. Adopting the report of the Finance Committee when the budget has been tabled means we're talking about the budget because we needed 2 years before we got this budget. For a year now, the world has been going through an unprecedented public health care crisis. Members are being asked to basically rubber stamp the government's proposals to the benefit of ministers' powers. The decision-making power is concentrated more and more in the hands of those close to the Prime Minister. This culture is manifested in omnibus bills, which are extremely lengthy and don't lead to any possibility of amendment and are quickly passed. The budget is coming a year after the public health crisis started, a year of a lack of transparency, a year after the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Office of the Auditor General have called attention to the situation. The Minister of Finance resigned through an excess of charity. There was prorogation, during which the democratic process was paralyzed. We never really understood why the government was so worried about tabling a budget, especially during these troubled times. We were waiting for the budget. It was expected, if not necessarily desired. And it really seems to be supporting this trend towards centralization. This budget is part of a long tradition, which is really a part of Ottawa's culture, which is the willingness of the will for nation building, so that the federal government is the only one to set the strategic priorities and actions that will be implemented. The budget repeats, or rather confirms, that the so-called Canadian Federation, which on paper assembles provinces who are free to make their own decisions and simply puts in common some jurisdictions. But that's a red herring. This budget shows that Canada is not a confederation. There's only one legitimate state, which is Ottawa, whereas the provinces are essentially administrators responsible for managing losses and having to beg for resources that are while they implement the federal government's decisions. More and more, Canada is becoming a unitarian state. This is disconcerting, but terribly effective. Drying up the funding for Quebec and the provinces, and then deploying new pan-Canadian structures and strategies, and centralized norms, removing Quebec's ability to act, and then imposing the choices it has, choices that Quebec would probably not have chosen if it could make its own decisions. In this vision, Quebec is no longer the home of a nation. It's just an administrator, a subcontractor. Last fall, when the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion demanding that Ottawa apologize for the arrest of hundreds of people as part of the War Measures Act in 1970, there was a member from the party in power who, during their speech, used their entire 10 minutes to talk about everything except the motion. And during the questions and answers, we raised the issue, and the member said that the past was of no interest. I mention this because we have no problem with coming back to the past to understand it. History has things to teach us. And what it's telling us now, in the light of this budget and the financial situation we're talking about now, it's showing us that from British to Canadian, the powers in charge have always tried to use crises to undermine Quebec. It was true during the Rebellion of the Patriots, it was true in 1980, and it was true after the referendum in 1995, and it's true now during this public health crisis. After the failure of the Rebellion of Patriots in 1837-38, the powers that be imposed the Union Act, which undermined our power. After the failure of the referendum in 1980, what did the powers that be do? Used its new power to proceed to the unilateral repatriation of the Constitution without Quebec's agreement, excluding Quebec. And to this day, Quebec has not signed it. And after 1995, Ottawa seized the opportunity to implement its Plan B. This resembles what we're living through now. The specter of Quebec's separation was thrown up. There was a great deal of propaganda, and there was the use of the sponsorship program to undermine Quebec. And in certain cases, Quebec's officials have not been invited to ambassadorial delegations. Reducing transfers simply leads to the federal government using that extra money to come up with ways of imposing programs that are part of provincial jurisdictions. Cutting transfers to the provinces was 5 times higher than the cuts made to their programs. There was also the misuse in 1993 of the Employment Insurance Fund. A significant number of people were excluded from being able to access the EI fund. After that, $845 million had to be spent by Quebec in that file. When it comes to healthcare transfers, in 1997, when he was leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, Jean Charest said, forget Lucien Bouchard and Jean Rochon, the closures of hospitals and limits of healthcare can be attributed to Jean Chrétien. Federal budgets succeeded each other and constantly got involved in provincial jurisdictions, namely healthcare and education. Marcel Massé, a federal Liberal minister, said with a great deal of candor that when Bouchard will have to cut, in Ottawa we'll be able to show that we have the means to save the future of social programs. It has the merit of being clear, if not cynical. In 2021, things haven't really changed. As we know, the Canadian budget is not increasing healthcare transfers to the provinces. The COVID crisis has revealed how important it is to have an optimal healthcare system in order to face the most difficult situations. The healthcare system doesn't depend only on its funding. However, that is an essential component. Provincial governments have had to hire doctors, nurses, care workers. Needs are constantly increasing. And this is exclusively under provincial jurisdiction, but the money is locked up in Ottawa. That means the healthcare network is overloaded. Since 1995, federal transfers have dropped significantly. Even without the pandemic, the aging population already represented a significant challenge. Quebec is going to have a tripling of its population of those aged 95 and over. Initially, in 1968, when the Healthcare Act was passed, Ottawa took on 50% of the funding for healthcare. 50%. Today, the federal government's contribution is about 23%. We weren't even asking for a 50-50 contribution, and the increase we asked for was denied. And the economic shock of this constant underfunding is having a serious impact in Quebec. This represents 50% of Quebec's budget. By 2048, we're talking about 15% of provincial GDP and 65 to 82% of public expenditures. Can you imagine? This is going to impact politics. This is going to lead to significant problems between the federal and provincial governments. The provinces will no longer have the means to meet their needs and will depend on healthcare funding from the federal government when it deigns to do so. Transfers must be adequate and unconditional. This isn't a gift from Ottawa. We pay our taxes. That's our money, and it should be directed to our healthcare needs. Transfers have not increased. The current Prime Minister criticized Quebec for handling vaccination when it's his government that did not provide enough supply. The Prime Minister of Canada talked about imposing national standards in long-term care homes. They want us to take care of seniors the same way they managed borders during the pandemic. The federal government has made healthcare transfers a real issue. The first time I spoke in the House of Commons, before it was even virtual, it was on this very subject. It was during a debate on the throne speech, as I recall. And we're not giving up. We're doing this because we have exceptional healthcare workers. I want to highlight their heroism. Our healthcare workers are dealing with what is basically a war zone. Let's describe things as they are. And yet they come to work every day, even with a smile. And so I am humbled by their courage and devotion. Costs are increasing rapidly, and Quebec is not in a good position to deal with them. This is the only issue we're going to hear about over the next years. Make no mistake, Quebec does not simply want to be a province among others. Quebec has developed relationships with other countries throughout the world through its own diplomatic system and developed programs, crown corporations, diplomatic representatives, and today we're reduced to basically being a branch of Ottawa's administration while the capital monopolizes all the financial leeway to make its decisions. Because undermining Quebec and other provinces' ability to act, we can read between the pages of this budget, like after 1838 and 1980 and 1995, we can see that the federal government is extending its tentacles everywhere. Quebec is weakening, and the Canadian state is building itself through infrastructures that will allow it to permanently get involved in what's under provincial jurisdictions. For instance, nursing homes, the Pan-Canadian Daycare Program, pharmacare, women's health, mental health care, reproductive health, water management, managing strategic minerals, property, recognizing foreign credentials, and other sectoral initiatives in the workplace. Age Well at Home, the advisory body on childcare, Skills for Success, apprenticeship service, a new data commissioner, natural infrastructure. The numerous pages of this budget has all kinds of innovations in it and deals with every type of facet. But there's no right to withdraw with full compensation from these programs. These multiple intrusions were decried in a letter in the Gazette. André Pratt was a senator and editorialist at La Presse. He's not a sovereigntist, let's be clear. I dare to quote him by saying that, as is often the case in Canada, when something is necessary and desirable, the federal big brother doesn't care about constitutional rules and takes the initiative. Peter Hugg was mentioned in that article, and he said that in a federal country, when the central power overtakes regional power, that country is federalist. Localities can exercise their power only as federal legislation permits it. This is like a declaration of war. Simply affirming one's national identity is to invite attack from the federal government. We're always being accused of starting a fight. But should Quebec say nothing and quietly accept that it embrace its status of a province with a linguistic minority, that it should accept becoming smaller and smaller every day and say it's not so bad? Once again, no thank you. Unlike what the federal government claims, the issue of political power and the ability to act is a real issue, especially during a crisis. This isn't some abstract idea about flags. It's a question of power, political power. And to get out of dependency, there's nothing better than independence. And I'm sure that statement surprises no one. But to do this, we have to, regardless of the cost, have our own budgetary autonomy. Ottawa, Bernard Landry was a minister of finance and a proponent of independence who talked about the tentacles being extended. And his successor is a minister of finance who is federalist and compared Ottawa to a vampire. That's going even further. The comparisons are getting even bloodier. It has to stop now.
Size.
Ottawa has to stop this and circumscribe its perimeter of action. But I don't think this is going to happen. The only way out is independence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's history of the past 30 years of political debate in Quebec, but I'd like to return to a comment that a Bloc member made about the old age security pension. In the budget, the federal government has decided to give those over 75 another $500. I'd like to ask, why does he think, it's just his opinion, why does he think the government decided to do that when a better option would have been to give it to those who are in receipt of the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS? These are lower income seniors. If the government truly wanted to help seniors, I know the Bloc is obviously interested in this topic to ensure that we know that with the demographics of our countries, things are changing. We're an aging population on average. So perhaps he could just speak to this. Why does he think the government decided to do this in the OAS instead of the GIS, which would have been much more helpful to lower income seniors, those with a much lower income than others in this country? Thank you. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary for his question. I would say that the solution we advocate, and he rightly raises the issue of care to the public, and the point is that the health transfers are the problem, even without the pandemic. The pandemic has made the situation worse, but what would have been needed even without the pandemic was to increase health transfers because of the aging population and the exploding costs that come along with it. Our solution for seniors, what we advocate, what we have and will continue to advocate, is increasing an ongoing, sustained increase to pensions, not an ad hoc one-time payment on the verge of an election, a true, sustained increase, and it shouldn't start at 75, it should start at 65. So increasing OAS would be for all seniors, it should be across the board, regardless of which category. Thank you.
Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the Bloc for his speech. Right before we started this debate on concurring on the report from the Finance Committee, of course, we spent most of the day today debating the government's Bill C-12. And I think there's widespread agreement that that bill needs some strengthening at committee. But, I've noticed that, it's specifically with recommendation 66 of this report, there is a recommendation to, increase serious investments in infrastructure for fighting climate change. Now, that's a very worthy initiative, and I don't think we'll find any disagreement on that. But I'm just wondering, what the member thinks when we see a recommendation like that, but you contrast it with the fact that the Liberals spend billions of our taxpayer dollars on buying a bitumen exporting pipeline. And of course, they're now spending billions more trying to upgrade its capacity. And we're all being warned that this is the most serious decade for us to get real climate change action going from this government. So I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, through you, if my honourable colleague has any comments on the actual infrastructure spending that's going on versus what is being recommended in the Finance Committee's report. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Look, I think there needs to be a lot more spending on making transportation electrified rather than on fossil fuels. It's a bit facile what the Liberals are doing. They buy a pipeline and claim they're going to plant a lot of trees, but then they don't. It's quite typical. You know, the Bloc tabled its own bill that would have made this binding and would have had a true accountability mechanism, because it's all well and good to say there are targets, but if there's nothing compelling you to reach them, then you never will. So the investment in fossil fuels has to go down progressively, not overnight, obviously. It has to be gradual. There has to be a transition, but it's incompatible. It's inconceivable to have so much investment in fossil fuels and at the same time have these climate change objectives. It's impossible. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a great speech by my colleague. I heard him talk about reliance, dependency, and so on. I'd like him to explain a bit, what have we learned from this health crisis where we had to work with the federal government, we tried to make changes to some programs, we tried, but eventually the government went out on its own like a maverick, and the provinces, as a result, still don't have the money they need to deal with these issues that come under their jurisdiction. Does my colleague have anything to say? Is there a movement growing based on the amount of money that hasn't been transferred that would have greatly helped all of the provinces, and particularly Quebec? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Absolutely. I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for her question. I'm going to take this opportunity to commend her on her outstanding work as a member of Parliament. It has to be said that, honestly, it must be easy for Liberals. It's so easy to just say, when members from the opposition question their choices, they say that we're just squabbling, we're just picking fights and so on. So it's very simple for them to hide behind that kind of logic. They just hide behind this all-powerful federalism, and sovereignty is just this abstract concept, but they would never question Canadian sovereignty, but they certainly won't touch any other, like Quebec sovereignty. Now, for health care, obviously the federal government has to send us our share of the funding. It's not a gift we're asking for. It's our money we want back to pay for health care. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to highlight the excellent work by my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's a pleasure to discuss these issues with him anytime. He's a great source of information, and his speech was yet more evidence of that, Madam Speaker. So I congratulate him, and I would encourage everyone to pay close attention to what he says and to hit him up for a conversation, because he always has interesting things to say. But I have a question for him, and it's about this tendency or habit of the current government, this apparent trend where they attach conditions and they attach strings anytime they transfer money to Quebec or the provinces for things that come under their jurisdiction. For example, health transfers, they always come with strings attached. So I'd like to hear what my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, what he has to say about that trend. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond. I appreciate his compliments. It's always a pleasure to answer questions from members of your own party, but I just want everyone to know that this wasn't prearranged. I promise. But yes, this is a very centralizing tendency we see in this government. They always want to impose their conditions, which confirms in our minds that Canada is not a confederation. We're not pooling our interests. We're not. It's unitary, and the proof is that whenever they send us money, it has to be on their terms. They have to impose standards on us. They have to give us guidelines or instructions or even orders to follow. The provinces are free, but only if they abide by the federal conditions. So we need some of our own money in order to have any independence. There's time for one last brief question. Anyone? Okay, resuming debate. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I should express my appreciation today. I'm speaking from the traditional unceded territory of the Kakait First Nation and the Coast Salish people.
Madam Speaker, by sharing, I think, with all members of Parliament and all Canadians, our deep appreciation for the frontline workers, for the first responders, for healthcare workers that have been carrying us with such courage and bravery through this pandemic. And we know how costly this pandemic has been. The third wave has now hit. We've lost over 24,000 Canadians over the course of the last year and a bit. And it's an appreciation for the courage of those frontline workers, those first responders, those healthcare workers, that I speak today about what has been a traditional rite of passage in Parliament. And I've been on the Finance Committee for a number of years, so I've been through a number of different versions of this where the Finance Committee goes out and does pre-budget consultations across the country. Now, this year, Madam Speaker, of course, due to the pandemic, these were consultations that were conducted largely by email and largely on Zoom. And in previous years, we've seen, regardless of whether the administration is conservative or liberal, members of the House of Commons Finance Committee going out across the length and breadth of our country and having hearings on what the shape and form of the budget should be. The budget, after all, is really the seminal document for the course of the year. It's the most important budget. The budget document is the most important document. The Budget Implementation Act, the most important legislation that we see over the course of the year. And of course, every year we see Canadians, organizations, communities step up to offer a very compelling vision of the future of this country. We've seen municipalities, and I'd like to speak both to the City of Burnaby, City of New Westminster, that spoke over the course of the last year to the Finance Committee, but municipalities across the length and breadth of this country. And we see as well, of course, Madam Speaker, organizations, seniors, groups of students, workers and labor organizations all stepping forward and have put an enormous amount of time into making sure that the submissions that they provide and the statements that they make to the Finance Committee fully communicate the importance of a shift in our budget orientations and essentially a shift in our values. People with disabilities stepping forward as well to talk about their vision of the country. Now, Madam Speaker, this has been happening for years. We have Canadians stepping forward in good faith, providing remarkably detailed suggestions and a vision of the future of our country. And every year, despite the fact of whether it's a conservative administration or a liberal government, we see the Finance Committee take all those great suggestions and documents and leave 90% of them on the cutting room floor. And we see, of course, in the budget an even less reflection of the importance of what we need to do as a country moving forward. And often we will hear liberals and conservatives say, well, you know, we don't have the money for this. How do we get the money for these compelling issues that people are bringing forward? Compelling solutions will make a difference in Canadians' lives. Now, Madam Speaker, permit me just for a moment a bit of a detour around the issue of how you pay for this compelling vision that the vast majority of Canadians share. I have been in Parliament since the Conservatives, in the outset of the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, didn't think of small businesses, didn't think of people, workers, didn't think of families. Their first thought was to the big bankers and bank profits. And so they waded in with at that time, unprecedented $116 billion in liquidity supports for Canada's big banks. Their first priority of the Harper Conservatives was making sure that the banking sector maintained high levels of profit. And so $116 billion was put forward for the banking sector. Now, fast forward, Madam Speaker, to this pandemic, a crisis that we have not seen certainly since the Second World War, arguably a crisis, a pandemic of this nature that we haven't seen in a century. And the first thought of the Liberal government wasn't families or small businesses, wasn't communities. The first thought was maintaining banking profits. And so the first and most important decision financially that the federal government took under this Liberal government was this time $750 billion in liquidity supports. $750 billion showered on Canada's big banks to make sure that their profits were maintained. Now, Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt that when you raise those figures with Canadians, they find it astounding that the same members of the parties that are constantly saying, well, how do you pay for this, are willing to turn on a shower of money without precedence, both in the previous financial crisis and now during this pandemic. And so these words of, well, how do you pay for these things, ring hollow when you compare the amount of money that both Liberals and Conservatives have been prepared to put forward to make sure that the banking industry is going well. But we'll talk about some of the other items that they've showered money on in a moment, Madam Speaker. The point is this: we have Canadians of goodwill coming forward each year and putting forward a compelling vision of this country that ends up on the cutting room floor because Liberals and Conservatives prefer to go to Bay Street and make sure that Bay Street's vision of the country is maintained, rather than the Main Street vision that so many Canadians share. Alors, Madame la Présidente, c'est pas...
So, Madam Speaker, it's not just support for liquidity in the banking system, but when you look at tax havens, $25 billion every year, we're talking about $250 billion, $250 billion, and the Liberals and the Conservatives have allowed that to help the ultra-wealthy in our country. That's the difference between the vision that the vast majority of Canadians have and what they get from their government, whether it's a Conservative government or a Liberal government.
Madam Speaker, what is the compelling vision that Canadians brought forward? Well, first off, they actually believe, and we saw this in witness after witness in the hundreds of briefs that we received from across this country. Canadians want to see the ultra-rich actually pay their fair share. The $25 billion a year, $25 billion each and every year that goes to overseas tax havens. That's tax dollars, as the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has indicated so carefully. That's $250 billion over the course of the last decade. You couple that with $750 billion for the banking sector, and you see $1 trillion that in a heartbeat has been granted to the ultra-rich. And what Canadians want to see is an end to those practices, an end to Canada being perceived and very clearly indicating that it is a home for those who want to take their money overseas and not ever pay a cent of taxes. Canadians want to see a wealth tax. They believe that the ultra-rich, as we've gone through this pandemic, should actually pay their fair share of taxes. And the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer and the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives have indicated that that's a $10 billion year investment that Canadians could receive for things like resolving the homelessness crisis, ensuring that we have in place public universal pharmacare, ensuring that we actually adequately fund our healthcare system, looking to put in place a national childcare promised for 30 years and still being promised by the Liberals, but as yet they have not made any concrete steps. These things, Madam Speaker, are all indicative of a broader vision that Canadians have, a vision of building a country where nobody is left behind. And of course, as you know, last week, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer also indicated that a pandemic's profits tax would bring in another $8 billion. That's enough to resolve the homelessness crisis in our country and ensure that everyone has that right to housing, a right and a roof over their head at night. Now, Madam Speaker, previous governments had a better vision and were more in tune with where Canadians are. In the Second World War, we had an excess profits tax. We ensured that everybody was in it together. And those taxes, the wealth tax and the pandemic's profits tax, served to fuel our fight against fascism and Nazism and to win it. And to ensure when women and men in the service came back home after the Second World War, that we could make unparalleled investments in housing, in transportation, in healthcare, in education. That's not the vision that Liberals and Conservatives put forward today. And so we see in the pre-budget consultations a scant reference to tax justice, except in the NDP dissenting report. Scant understanding of the vision that so many organizations and Canadians provided to the Finance Committee is a roadmap to follow, not something to be rejected because Bay Street wants to have a free ride. So, Madam Speaker, what are the other compelling components that were part of this vision that Canadians brought forward? Well, quand on regarde l'ensemble,
when we look together at what Canadians want and what they might like to see, what they might have liked to see in the budget that was just presented, it's making sure that everyone has the right to affordable housing in this country and for people to have universal pharmacare. People wanted to have a full social safety net, and all those things were very important to Canadians. Those are things that Canadians share.
Last year, how the cuts that we've seen, in real terms, and I fault the Conservatives and Liberals equally on this, they have over time simply not provided the funding for healthcare that is needed. And as a result of that, we see our healthcare system struggling under the weight of this pandemic. That is a vision that Canadians put forward to the Finance Committee to ensure that we have adequate funding for healthcare, to ensure that these cuts that we have seen that have been gradual but nonetheless very present get reversed. And Canadians have a compelling vision as well that they shared with the Finance Committee of applying home care, because we know in providing supports for home care that we save enormously in the healthcare system. It is much better to have a senior provided with the support in their home rather than being in a hospital bed at a much greater cost and a much lower quality of life in one of the nation's healthcare centers. So ensuring that home care, ensuring that public universal pharmacare, ensuring that dental care are put in place, these are all part of a vision that Canadians share. When Tommy Douglas brought forward and forced a former government back in the 1960s to actually put in place universal health care, his dream, and the dream of Canadians always at that time, was to expand and ensure that we had, as the member from Burnaby South, the national leader of the NDP says so compellingly, from the top of our head to the soles of our feet, health care that covers everything. That was a vision that Tommy Douglas brought forward, repeated now and amplified by the member from Burnaby South. And it's a vision that the vast majority of Canadians share, Madam Speaker. And as you know, a few years ago, when Canadians were asked, Canadians from all walks of life, Canadians from all backgrounds and creeds, were asked, who is the most famous Canadian in history, your favorite Canadian, the Canadian who best typifies Canadian values, they chose overwhelmingly Tommy Douglas. It's because they share this vision of ensuring that we have a full public and universal healthcare system that includes all of the other elements, pharmacare, dental care, ensuring home care as well. And Madam Speaker, at a time now when 10 million Canadians have the difficulty to pay for their medication, have no access to a drug plan, during a pandemic where any weakness in healthcare, like not being able to fully pay for your medication, can lead to inestimable tragedy, and it means that that person is more vulnerable. At all of those times, it strikes again, I think, Canadians who massively support public universal pharmacare at a rate of more than 80%. For Liberals and Conservatives to have said no, to have voted down the Canada Pharmacare Act at the end of February, is something that strikes to how hypocritical it is when you have Liberal and Conservative MPs saying, well, we're going to listen to all of this vision of tomorrow, but we're going to reject it, and we're not going to provide any supports for it. But if you're a banker, if you're a billionaire and you want to take your money overseas, we will make sure everything is put in your favor so that you can accomplish that. Now, Madam Speaker, when we look at the overall situation in our country, we know that Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. That more than 50% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency on any given month. That people with disabilities struggle. Half of the people who have to go to food banks in our country, half of those who are homeless, and it's a growing number of homeless across the length and breadth of our country, are people with disabilities. And yet, with the alacrity that the Liberal government showed in providing $750 billion in liquidity supports for banks within 4 days of the pandemic hitting, contrast that with the fight that the NDP has had to undertake for months to get a one-time $600 payment to people with disabilities. And even in that case, the Liberals refused to provide it to everybody with a disability. Contrast that, $750 billion for Canada's big banks and $600 for about a third of Canadians with disabilities who are struggling with the pandemic as they have to struggle in their everyday lives. Again, the statistic is something that needs to be absorbed by all of us. Half of those who go to food banks to make ends meet are Canadians with disabilities. Half of those who are homeless, in the growing number, the tens and thousands of Canadians who are homeless across the length and breadth of our land, are people with disabilities. And yet, the Finance Committee report doesn't reflect the urgent nature of putting in place something like a guaranteed livable basic income, provide income supports for people with disabilities. There's no reflection of that. We have instead, and the budget confirmed this, a study that will take a number of years and will lead to nothing. In the case of an urgent need for people with disabilities, not only did the Finance Committee majority not step up, but we saw the Liberal government in its budget not step up at all. And yet we know that we are seeing an increasing inequality that is profoundly disturbing in our country. Madame la Présidente, quand on regarde...
Madam Speaker, when we look at the growing inequality, it's very worrying. 1% of Canadians are taking a quarter of Canadian resources. 40% of Canadians share almost nothing because the rate of inequality is growing and of concern, while billionaires in Canada have increased their wealth to the tune of $78 billion during the pandemic. There is a huge gap between the needs of Canadians and what governments, be it Conservative or Liberal, are offering Canadians.
So, Madam Speaker, what should this Finance Committee pre-budget consultation really have included? It should have accurately reflected the views of Canadian organizations from coast to coast to coast. It should have set out that compelling vision of ensuring that we build a country where every single Canadian matters, where nobody is left behind, where we put in place public universal pharmacare, not promise it for 30 years, universal childcare, where we ensure that there is a right to housing for all Canadians, where we put in place a guaranteed livable basic income, where we ensure the needs of Canadians, regardless of their background, regardless of the region that they live in, that those needs are met. That would have been a Finance Committee report that I think we could all stand behind, and that would have reflected where Canadians want to see Canada go. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier in his intervention, the member was talking about childcare and the important need for childcare. But I couldn't help but wonder that he was here in 2004. I believe that's when he was elected. Paul Martin brought along a budget that had childcare in it, and then in a minority government, and then shortly thereafter, that member and his party sided with the Conservatives and took down the government. And as a result, Canadians didn't get that childcare that was in that budget. So I guess my question for him, Madam Speaker, would be, we're in another minority parliament here, same situation. Will he see this budget through to the end so that childcare can get to those Canadian families that have been waiting so long?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, that is complete and utter science fiction. Paul Martin brought forward a budget that was massively padded with corporate tax cuts. Paul Martin represented the corporate sector, and that's what he put forward. As you'll recall, Madam Speaker, $5.4 billion in corporate tax cuts. And what Jack Layton did and what the NDP caucus did is said, we're not going to support that budget. Stop these massive corporate handouts. We need money for post-secondary education, for public transit. We need to support seniors and housing. And we forced, as you know, Madam Speaker, the government to basically change their budget, stop with the massive corporate tax breaks and corporate handouts, and actually invest in people. And there is a social housing just a few kilometers from my home where I'm speaking to you now, Madam Speaker, that is just one example of how Jack Layton's vision made a difference and improved that budget. And so the science fiction, I simply reject. The members should speak from facts.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the comments that we've heard for the past 10 minutes, that is that the budget does not reflect what the community needs. There's inequalities. We should protect people. I hear a lot of things that are wrong with the budget. And I see this, me and my party voting against the budget. Why? There were two reasons. The increase of $110 for seniors over 75 years of age, not 65, and the healthcare transfers. So how is it that when I listen to this, why did they vote in favor of the budget, he and his party? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member knows full well, what we have is a document, and then the implementation of the budget, which is a bill. And the bill will be forthcoming in the coming weeks. We will look at it. We will propose amendments with the respect to everything I've just mentioned. All the points of dissatisfaction, I think to say it's something people aren't satisfied with is a generalization. The NDP has managed to make governments change their minds. We have improved many programs that were offered during the pandemic. We are not just here to vote against it. We're here to improve, change, and help people. As the member knows full well, the MDP has done so throughout the pandemic, and we will continue to do so.
Number 4, Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And a quick question for the member from the NDP, and it is that the budget outlines an extension to the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy. Certainly, I've heard from quite a few constituents who, especially in the tourism sector, seasonal tourism sector, that have found this extension to be not nearly enough. It leaves them at a disadvantage in terms of their businesses being able to recover. I'd be curious if the member from the NDP has any further thoughts or comments on that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. This is a major problem because what we see is in the budget is Liberals basically doing a victory lap. They're going around saying, "Hey, we've beaten COVID, and so we can wrap up all of these programs that the NDP forced them to put in place in the first place, and we can just wrap them up because things are going great." Madam Speaker, I need to caution this government from the victory lap mentality that they seem to put in place in this budget. We are in the midst of the third wave. It is deadlier than the previous two. We are seeing variants coming from various parts of the world that are strongly worrisome because they seem to be outpacing the very slow pace of acquisition of vaccines. And so we need to make sure that all of these programs continue for the tourism sector, as the member points out, but also for a wide variety of other sectors that will be profoundly economically damaged if we start to see the cutbacks that the Liberals are forecasting for in 9 weeks. In 9 weeks, they're going to start slashing programs. And this is simply not the time to be irresponsible. It's simply not the time to do a victory lap. It's the time to take care of Canadians and make sure that supports are in place.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I just have to shake my head at the most recent intervention by the member for Kingston and the Islands, complaining about the NDP when he conveniently forgets the fact that the Liberals had majority governments in 1993, 1997, and the year 2000. So, you know, why didn't they use that time to get childcare done? But, you know, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, you know, he's been in the House for a while, and he's been witness to a few things that would give a lot of people cynicism in politics. You know, he saw Jack Layton's climate change bill killed in the Senate. He saw his most recent bill, C-213, voted down by the Liberals, which professed to have an interest in pharmacare. And, you know, when it comes to things like climate change, healthcare, tackling poverty, you know, our approach has always been that, you know, those investments are really important at the front end. They might seem costly, but they will have those measurable impacts on people's lives at the back end. You know, those investments in dollars can have real and tangible results for people. I know he touched on some of those aspects in his speech, but if he could just expand a little bit more on that, on how these investments are so important at really addressing those very real and very evident gaps that so many people in all of our ridings are facing on a daily basis. Thank you.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for his question, but also he is extraordinarily hardworking, one of the most learned members in the House of Commons, and his contribution to debates every day always are at the highest possible level. He really does his constituents a proud work in the House of Commons, and I'm very honored to work with him. He's raising a couple of questions. First off, the childcare myth that the Liberals put out is just unbelievable. And the member from Kingston and the Islands, I guess he was given something by the Prime Minister's office that says, oh, remember Paul Martin's budget. And anybody who can actually do fact checking, this is not to Trumpism, you can't make up your own facts. Anyone who actually understands the budget in 2005 that Paul Martin put out knows that it was a disaster, that there was not a single mention of childcare. All it was massive corporate tax cuts. And the Liberals either disingenuously are trying to change that reality from the passed, or they're simply ignorant of how bad their government actually was. Massive corporate tax cuts. That was their siren song. Now we see the huge gaps. Canadian families are the most indebted amongst all industrialized countries. More than half of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency on any given month. We see rampant inequality, hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are homeless, and Liberals say, hey, we got the job done. They haven't. And I think it's time for them to move over and allow a government that is actually going to take the interests of people over the interests of the ultra-rich so that we can actually get things done in this country.
Debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, maybe the best place to start is where we left off with the last speaker there, Madam Speaker. And although I do admire his quip about the PMO handing me documents to say, I will assure that member, Madam Speaker, that I have 3 extremely capable, young, energetic staffers who do the vast majority of my research for them. And since I'm singling them out, I'm going to name them 2. That's Parth, Caitlin, and Kelly. They're absolutely incredible, and they do amazing work for me. And they're the ones that quite often bring these very important pieces of information forward that I can use in debate. So I'm extremely lucky to have those incredible young Canadians working for me. But to the member's point about fact-checking, well, let's fact-check this, then, Madam Speaker. I mean, I will admit I was younger at the time and not as engaged in politics as I am now. However, my understanding is that Paul Martin and Ken Dryden had worked out a deal with all the provinces. You know, that's kind of required in these constitutional things. You know, I know that the member completely disregarded that with his pharmacare private member's bill that he brought in. Of course, he doesn't see the need to work with our partners, especially the ones that we are constitutionally required to work with. But nonetheless, Ken Dryden and Paul Martin worked with the provinces, finally got the infrastructure or the programming structure set up so that childcare could be brought, national childcare could be brought into Canada. This is where the budget part comes into it, Madam Speaker. This member, with the Conservatives, teamed up against Paul Martin and Ken Dryden and took down the government. That's why we do not have national pharmacare. And that's national child care. And that's the reality of the situation. He should really go and do some fact checking on that, although I assumed that he would have known given that he was here at the time. But who am I? I was only 29 at the time and perhaps not paying as much attention as I should have been. But I do really look forward to using the remaining 18 minutes of my time to talk about this very important concurrence motion today that was introduced by the member from Carleton. He brought in this concurrence motion of this report from the Finance Committee, a very important report. 145 recommendations in total in the report, outlining the budget consultation process and what the government should be really focusing on as it looks towards the budgeting process. And I know that the previous speaker said that he was very disappointed that the budget seemed to miss the mark of a number of the different initiatives that were brought forward during that time. Of the consultation, and he went into great lengths of explaining how the consultation is done. But I would like to highlight some of the recommendations within the report that I actually thought were very good, some that made it into the budget and that will have meaningful impact and changes beneficial changes for the lives of Canadians. There are a number of different subsections or sections, I should say, to the recommendations, Madam Speaker, and I start in the section on healthcare. You know, one of the recommendations that I saw in there specifically with regard to mental health, I thought was extremely important. We are living in a day and age where mental health is finally being recognized as the health problem that it is. I find it very frustrating sometimes that we've always been able to focus so much on the health issues that seem to affect people's physical being, and we're always very quick and responsive to invest money there, but we're not as good when it comes to mental health. And I say that as society. Certainly, I think there's always more that can be done. I know that this government a number of years ago brought in a big stimulus towards research and helping people with mental health, giving them the supports that they need. But indeed, there's always going to be so much more work to be done, and I'm glad to see that the committee had come to that conclusion, obviously based on what would have been some research and recommendations that were given by various stakeholders throughout the process. The other one in the healthcare section that I really liked seeing, and something that's been talked about a lot in this House lately, Madam Speaker, was the request for long-term care national standards to be made. What we have realized during this pandemic is that we've failed Canadians. And again, I don't say this as one particular party or another, I just mean society as a whole. We failed our seniors. We didn't set up the right systems in place in order to protect them at a time when they would need it the most. And this, I think is something that can be shared. The responsibility of this needs to be shared by everybody, by society as a whole, and we need to do better. And if anything that we learn from this pandemic is that we have an opportunity to do better when it comes to long-term care standards, and we need to act on that. And I know that there are some members of this House who are very concerned about national long-term care standards, including my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. However, I really think that this does not have to be a top-down approach as they're suggesting it is. It can actually be an opportunity to share best practices, to develop standards that can then be used throughout the country as provinces see fit. And I have said this many times, and I'll say it again, I compare it to something like our national building code. A lot of people probably don't even realize that there is a national building code in Canada because provincial jurisdictions use the building code, or at least if you live in Ontario or Quebec, you might not realize that national building codes exist because Ontario and Quebec have their own building codes. The rest of the country pretty much uses those national standards. But when we think of a building code, you think of the best practices that are put in there. And if you look at the national building code and compare it to the Ontario building code, which I'm a lot more familiar with than the Quebec one, you will see that the two are almost identical because Ontario is getting their best practices from the national code. And of course, I'm sure that the national code is also influenced heavily by Ontario's building code and Quebec's building code. So I look at this as an opportunity to do something very similar as it relates to national long-term care standards. Develop some standards, not to impose them and force them upon provinces, but to set the standards there so that they can be adopted as best practices where they see fit. One of the other sections that I enjoyed seeing was in this report, Madam Speaker, was the section on children and families in particular, and talking about a national child care system. And you heard me speak about this at the beginning and in the questions that I was asking of the previous speaker, but it is long overdue. And I know that there's a tendency to say, well, what about this and what about that? And the Liberals have been promising it since the early 90s when I was literally still in high school. And I don't know what the situation is and why this happened, other than what I've been referencing around the Paul Martin time. But I will tell you that as a parent that has children that have gone through nursery school and daycare, I see so many parents out there, and in particular, it's more often than not women, who don't put their kids into daycare or childcare because it's just doesn't make economic sense. So one of the parents, usually, or more often than not, the woman, ends up staying home, and she doesn't have the opportunity to realize her full potential in the marketplace. So when I talk about childcare, it's not just about taking care of children in daycare and giving the parents a break. This is about unleashing an economic opportunity here. Imagine what it would mean to put so many more people into the workforce and what that would mean for our economy. If you don't care about the social impact of childcare, at least consider the economic impact of it. It has the opportunity to unleash new people working in our marketplace, which is only good for the growth of our economy. I also note, and I'm being conscientious of my time, Madam Speaker, that there was a recommendation in there with respect to domestic abuse victim supports. And I liked seeing that. I think that there will never be enough that we can do to support victims of domestic abuse. When I was younger, when I was in high school, early 90s, as I alluded to earlier, my mother worked at the Kingston Interval House in Kingston. And this was a special house that was there to support, again, more often than not, women who were subject to domestic abuse, and giving them that literal emergency that support that they needed right then and there to help them. And to know that the committee has heard from people in our country that are advocating for this is important. And I hope that as we move forward, we will see more supports being put into this particular initiative of protecting those and giving supports to those that have been subject to domestic abuse. Another section which I found very interesting when I was reading through the report was on employment and labor. Funding, there was a recommendation in there to fund Statistics Canada to make sure that they had the funding that they needed to do their job. And my predecessor, Ted Hsu, he introduced a private member's bill on this particular topic about reinstating the long-form census. Nothing is more important to government and agencies and businesses, for that matter, than good data. And getting that data and making sure that Statistics Canada can compile that data in order for organizations and businesses and government indeed to utilize is truly important for our economy and the social fabric of our communities. There was also in the employment and labor section recommendations on the development and supporting and developing training for green jobs. I talked about this earlier when we were discussing C12. The opportunity here of Canada being at the forefront of those green jobs and allowing Canadians to really expand in terms of their skills as these new industries are created in our economy truly are important, but we need to make sure that people, and in particular workers, have those skills that they need for these jobs. And along those lines, I know in the education and training section of the report, there was also recommendations on investing in young Canadians for skills training specifically. I don't know if anybody has tried to hire a plumber or an electrician lately, Madam Speaker, but they're not easy to get, and they can pretty much charge you whatever they want. For some reason, I come from this generation where, my parents are immigrants from Italy and Holland. They came here very young. They saw the struggles their parents went through, and the only thing that their parents wanted was for their children to be lawyers and doctors and teachers, professionals, quote unquote. And then that gets passed down to the next generation. And unfortunately, in the process of doing that, we've left skills, those core skills of those really important jobs, we've somehow devalued them when we made a giant mistake in doing that as society. When I say we, and so to put resources into making sure that skills training can continue and that people can get trained for those skilled trades jobs in particular. Truly is important in this day and age. And I'll tell you right now, if any of my 3 children come to me and say that they want to get into a skilled trade, I will be beside myself and excited by this, because I know that they will be set for life and they will be making money taking care of everybody else's problems for years to come. There was also a lot in the report about arts, culture, and hospitality. I come from a riding that really needs a lot of supports right now. Our economy is dependent, about 11 or 12% of the economy in Kingston specifically is in tourism. These industries are struggling right now. We have a number of museums that really make up the tour in Kingston that literally have been sitting empty for a year. And these museums and these cultural amenities that exist throughout the country really do need the supports to get through this particular time, so that we can still have those cultural assets when we get through this pandemic on the other side. So I was really happy to see that recommendation that was in there. But Madam Speaker, perhaps, and I saved it for the end because I only have about 4 minutes left, perhaps the part of the recommendations that I liked the most were the last 5 recommendations in the report that focused on electric vehicles. I think that there is such a huge opportunity here as we discover that we are going to transition to electrified vehicles. There's no stopping that. It's going to happen. I genuinely believe that we've passed the tipping point, and it's really going to take off at a much more increasing pace than it is now. I heard a member from British Columbia, I believe it was one of the Green Party members, indicate that BC is now selling approximately 10% of its vehicles are electric vehicles. This industry is really going to take off. So putting investments and incentives into research and development, which is what one of the recommendations calls for, I just think to myself, what will that lead to? Think of, when NASA goes to build new, goes and does research to build new things for space, quite often you get a whole ton of spin-offs that end up becoming new products that are available for more residential and commercial use. And so the spin-offs that come from the research and development in electrifying vehicles, for example, I think is tremendous. I also think that there is a huge opportunity as we're starting to see electric vehicles get to the end of their lifespan, because some have been around for a good 10, 15 years now. There's an opportunity to do a lot of research and development in what to do with an electric vehicle when it gets to the end of its life. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 3 minutes. So I think that there's a huge opportunity here, and I'm really glad to see that that was in one of the recommendations in this concurrence report. Of course, there was also another recommendation in that same section on incentivizing the purchase of electric vehicles. Again, I think it's extremely important to do that. I know that there are a lot of people out there who criticize incentivizing electric vehicles. I will be the first to admit I've taken advantage of those incentivizations on a number of occasions in Ontario. We are on our 4th electric vehicle now, and what I can say is that people who are overly critical about these incentives, I think, are being very short-sighted on how much we actually currently are helping the fossil fuel industry in Canada, in particular by the amounts of the amount that is the incentivizations that are out there and the credits that are being applied to the fossil fuel industry. And of course, there was another recommendation to increase the electrification of the federal government fleet dramatically. Again, something that I'm very encouraged to see. Another great recommendation that I think the government should act on. I think that we need to be leaders if we're going to convince other people to buy an electric vehicle. Well, the government needs to introduce a lot of electric vehicles into its own fleet. And I made a comment earlier, and perhaps I'll wrap up with this on electric vehicles, Madam Speaker. It's an industry that is evolving. I can tell you that our first electric vehicle that we had was a Chevy Volt. You could get 40 kilometers after plugging it in, and then you were using gas after that. We now have a Chrysler Pacifica, which is a minivan. You get about 60 kilometers, and then you use gas. And we have a high-end Kona, which you get about 400 kilometers on, which I drive to and from Ottawa. And to see the evolution, just from my own limited experience of how these vehicles have changed over the years in such a short period of time, 7 or 8, 9 years, is truly inspiring. And I know that it's only a matter of time before they're flooded into the market and everybody is driving electric vehicles. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands' speeches because he's direct, he's honest. Earlier he said he was against buying the pipeline in question, and that's fantastic because his party bought it, and yet he's still able to say he disagreed with that. He talked about daycare, childcare, and long-term care standards. These are all matters of provincial jurisdiction, but since he's so honest and direct, he's been saying from the outset that the increase for seniors over 75, the Liberals said that was a Liberal promise, and that's why 65 to 75-year-olds weren't entitled to that increase. But there's been a pandemic since the last election, and there's been an increase in the cost of medications, groceries, and our seniors have been the hardest hit. I want a direct and honest answer, as I know he's capable of giving. Why didn't seniors under 75 get that increase as well? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
To answer the question as directly as I can, I think that the member is confusing two issues. Yes, we have a pandemic, and on one side, and on the other side, we have a commitment to seniors. So in order to answer his question, we need to divide the two issues and not bring them together like he's trying to do. On the one side, people who are struggling in the pandemic and are having difficulties that have changed dramatically since the pandemic, yeah, we need to be there to help them and to make sure that they get the supports that we need, like I would argue that the government has been. On the other side, as it relates to seniors, well, we know, Madam Speaker, that seniors are living longer now. More seniors, as they get into to older age, over 75, need more supports by default because what they had when they retired is starting to deplete by that point. So is there an opportunity to have more discussions on the age? I don't think the age as a number matters as much as the data that supports when people need more support than others. So I don't think that the age to me, the actual number is not is irrelevant. It's about what the data says about when people need the supports the most.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to first thank the member for his comments. And as part of the concurrence report under recommendation 55, it did speak to the support for the cultural, tourism, and hospitality sectors, and it did ask about providing additional financial support to those sectors until COVID-19 related restrictions can be safely lifted. Now, if there's one thing from this budget that was disappointing, I think from the stakeholder community aspect, was there was almost unanimity in my conversations with stakeholder groups in the tourism industry across the country was they were looking for an extension to the CEWS and the CERS program until at least the end of the year. And some have even indicated that they may need that into the new year as we transition along, because tourism isn't going to recover immediately. It's not like we're going to snap our fingers and 14 million people, which traditionally would come to Niagara Falls, are almost magically going to reappear again. It's going to take time, and it's going to take the efforts and support for those sectors to get their feet back under them. And I'm wondering, you know, the member talks about tourism in his own community, and I'm wondering if he's a little bit disappointed in the early end of those programs.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, what I would say, Madam Speaker, is that, yeah, I mean, anything that is or isn't there for the tourism sector, Madam Speaker, is something that definitely impacts my riding and means something to me and something I'm watching very carefully. But what I would say to the member, Madam Speaker, is that the government has demonstrated through the work of Parliament and working with the other side of the House quite often through unanimous consent motion that it will be there for small businesses. It will be there for the industry. It has been there for over a year now. I would, although there might not be the particular item that this member is looking for in this budget, I have no doubt that this government will be there for small businesses and be there for these sectors and until we are through this pandemic and they can start to get on their feet again.
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I quite enjoyed the member's speech, and I want to compliment him on his delivery of the speech, quite passionate. But I wanted to ask him if he had looked further into the impacts of childcare. What I have been reading is that when you look at the Quebec model, not only did it grow the economy, it also took the female workforce employment to being one of the lowest in Canada, across Canada, to becoming one of the highest across Canada. When you compare Ontario and Quebec now, Quebec stands at an 81% female workforce participation, where Ontario only stands at 75%. So I definitely think so many improvements were made when Quebec moved to this model. Wanting to know more opinions from the member as to what he thinks about that and what he thinks about the wastage of skills and intellect that we currently are seeing across this country by not providing women and families the support they need with their children.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Brampton for her question. I sit on the PROC committee with her, and I haven't been there in a while, and I miss it, quite frankly, but nonetheless, I'm looking forward to when I get to be back on the committee. What I will say, Madam Speaker, is that she is absolutely correct. And this is why I said earlier on, if not for the social reasons of supporting childcare, because it will help families, think of the economic impact alone. The economic impact, as demonstrated in Quebec, is significant when you can unleash that potential of people who want to work. I mean, quite often, as she indicated, as I said during my speech, more often than not, it's the woman who ends up staying at home. And by making sure that the supports are there, women can then go out and realize that full potential of what they want to do. But it's a strategic decision that's being made by families, Madam Speaker. One parent says, okay, well, I guess I'll stay at home because even if I work and then after income tax and then after we pay this, we're only going to be ahead $50 a week or whatever it might be, it just doesn't make sense. So, so if we can conquer that problem, the economic impact of this and the growth of our economy will be incredible. And not only that, but people get to realize their full potential and realize the dreams of what they want to do, not to sound cliche.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a question for my colleague about how it was that seniors between 65 and 75 wouldn't get the check before the election for $500, but also the increase of about $73 a month, which was not what we were hoping for. And I understood that he was saying it was not a matter of age, but data or statistics. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to tell my constituents, but clearly there's upset. People feel abandoned. They feel like the government has created two classes of seniors. So I'd like to see that data because I don't believe it. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Evidence to suggest that there's two classes. The reality is, Madam Speaker, that what I was saying in response to the previous block question was that, to me, what's important is that people are taken care of. And I think that there's evidence out there to suggest that the older that people get, the more of their savings have been depleted along the way. So when somebody retires at age 65, which, by the way, 5 years ago, you couldn't even retire at 65, it was 67, but that's a whole other issue. But when people retire at 65, they have more saved up wealth that they can then use. As they get older, what I believe we're seeing is that people are finding it harder and harder to meet their basic needs. So when I say that the age, the number, not the age, the number doesn't matter, because I don't think that the number is arbitrary. I think that the number has been set up because it properly reflects when people need increased supports.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to be able to enter into debate on this concurrence report and more broadly the budget in general. And before I forget, I will be splitting my time, I believe, with the member from Caribou, Prince George. Madam Speaker, more than a year late, swimming in red ink, and rife with risky new economic strategies based on the Liberals' reimagined Canada, the Liberals appear to be doubling down on failures. Madam Speaker, it is with great disappointment that we look back at the budget presented a couple of weeks ago and see that in so many ways it is missing the mark on what Canadians need. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to try something a little bit different in this speech, and my communications assistant has live streamed my speech as well, which I'm going to try to get some comments on the record from some constituents. Now, some have written me about the budget here in the past, and others I'm expecting will comment on Facebook, but this is the first time I've tried something like this, so we'll go from there. Audrey from my constituency says clearly, instead of begging other countries for vaccines, we need to ensure Canadian manufacturing, like Province Therapeutics, that I would note just announced that they may be moving out of Canada. Without vaccines, we won't be able to get back to work, and a large percentage of small businesses that employ women may no longer exist. Madam Speaker, Deborah said there would be money for programs if the Prime Minister's Liberals stopped giving our money away to the Infrastructure Bank, China, and their friends. Fred says, with budget debates starting today, could we possibly get an answer as to why the OAS increase starts at 75 instead of 65 when OAS starts? Is that the Prime Minister's way to save money, since by 75 there's some who have already passed on? Madam Speaker, those are a few of the concerns that I've heard from constituents, and we look at other aspects of the budget. We see a childcare plan, and I agree that a childcare strategy is needed. And in 2006, this was a heavily litigated issue in the election. In fact, it was Conservatives that ran on a universal childcare plan. Now, the Liberals like to take credit for the Canada Childcare Benefit. But really what they did is they took a program introduced and incredibly popular that Conservatives brought forward in 2006 during that election, and changed it a little bit, adjusted it. Instead of paying taxes on it, which was based on income, which was a flat rate for every Canadian, they made it income dependent. And then ran on it as their own and claim it as their own. Well, Madam Speaker, that was an idea brought forward by Canada's Conservatives and was incredibly popular and ensured that the playing field was level. Madam Speaker, here we have proposed in this budget, which I would say it's interesting because it actually goes against what the Prime Minister wrote in the Minister of Finance mandate letter, where he talked about her not being careful to not introduce any more permanent spending. We have an Ottawa knows best approach to childcare. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm a Conservative, so ideologically, I would suggest that so often you see that government is not overly effective at delivering these programs. And you look, for example, at many of the government-run agencies and institutions across this country, and you see simply that it's not the best use of tax dollars, and it's not effective in terms of providing the best services for Canadians. And in many cases, and I've heard from some constituents, and I will admit there's some that are happy about the possibility of more childcare spaces, but are concerned that it will be focused on urban areas that will leave rural Canada behind, as we often see in these big government programs. But further, Madam Speaker, we see that there's many others that have alternative childcare arrangements. One parent chooses to stay home because it's a small business or differing hours, or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or whatever the case is, or an unregistered daycare, which is how many Canadians get their childcare. Those are all not being part of the plan. Instead of it's an Ottawa knows best. We see a $100 billion green infrastructure fund, a slush fund, little accountability. And Madam Speaker, forgive me for not trusting the government with that kind of money when we see 9,000 missing projects with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And now the government wants another $100 billion. The rent and wage subsidy, my honourable colleague from Niagara articulated very well some of the challenges with, especially, I have two communities especially, and other small businesses across my constituency that depend on seasonal tourism. And to see it phased out at a time when hopefully we just start to see a recovery. Very, very problematic in terms of these businesses being able to survive. Madam Speaker, I'll get into a few more of those specifics, but would just read a few of the comments that I'm getting on Facebook. One by Jesse say, with this budget, feeling very sad for Canada. Another from Shauna talks about the reimagined economy, that risky economic idea. It's troubling that at a time when Canadians need leadership, we are not seeing it. I have another question from Ken that is talking about concern about how the Liberals seem to deflect from the very valid questions that Canadians are asking. Madam Speaker, these are not my comments. These are comments from in this case, followers on Facebook, but Canadians that are asking some very, very serious questions. You know, I find it very, very interesting, this budget, and I've spent a great deal of time, Madam Speaker, over the last number of months talking about the need for democracy and an essential service. And I find it very, very interesting, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals talk often about a Team Canada approach to the COVID response and otherwise. And Madam Speaker, I think that it's interesting to see who is included in Team Canada. Because we saw with Parliament shut down, there was so often a lack of collaboration, and I would just add that the member from Kingston and the Islands, I hope I got a new follower on Facebook, because I'm certainly sure that my constituents will appreciate his comment. But this Team Canada approach seems to leave many behind. And it's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because at a time when Canadians need leadership, they are left wanting. Whether it's the 750 pages in the budget, which many pundits and political observers have suggested is simply the precursor for an election platform. You know, we see that the Prime Minister let it even slip over the Christmas holidays that, expecting an election. Well, Canadians are not looking for an election. They're looking for leadership out of some incredibly challenging times. We see so clearly, Madam Speaker, that the need for leadership at a time when, as many have rightly suggested, we face significant challenges. Whether that be the small businesses, the families, the women, the young people, and that don't have the opportunities that that should be present. You know, Madam Speaker, I would note another comment that was made, and I see I have 2 minutes remaining. And it's certainly been interesting to try Facebook Live while doing a speech in the House of Commons. I'm not sure that that's been done before, but I look forward to maybe incorporating this again in the future. But I see the question about where's the money coming from, and it's this lack of respect. And Madam Speaker, I have a tremendous amount of research on the swimming in red ink, as I mentioned before. You know, we see a deficit in the last year where there was no budgetary framework that was approximately equivalent to the previous year's entire federal budget. Madam Speaker, that's debt being accrued by our country. And I know that as I read through the budget, the debt repayment plan that's been outlined by the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has been, well, let's just make sure we refinance at a lower interest rate. Well, Madam Speaker, that's not a debt and a fiscal plan that Canadians can trust won't damage our future. That's money that will have to be paid back. And I know that it is the sort of thinking that could cause significant economic damage to our nation's future, the very future that the Prime Minister and that government talks a lot about, yet they're being left behind by some of these risky strategies. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to taking now some questions from other members of the House. And I would just note the member from Kingston and the Islands did comment on my Facebook post, so I'm not sure if that counts as his intervention or not. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. I just wanted to highlight, the member mentioned infrastructure, slush funds, and money that he thinks is not being well spent. Just today, this morning, there was an announcement in my city of Brampton for electric buses. We're finally getting electric buses out on the road starting tomorrow. And just a couple of weeks before that, we had the largest infrastructure announcement for a third bus facility in my neighboring riding as well, largest of its kind in that riding. This is really going to help set Brampton up to be a city and to meet its requirements. We have a growing immigrant population. A lot of people really need good, clean, safe transportation to get to work. So these investments can be life-changing. So I'm just wondering, from the member, I'd like to know exactly what part of the budget would he like to see cut for Canadians?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do find it interesting that the members opposite are always so quick to say, well, it's all about what will you cut. Well, it's Conservatives look at things a little bit different. See, the metric for success from the Liberals seems to be the more money you can shovel out the door, that's how successful a program is. Well, Madam Speaker, the reality is very different. Conservatives are focused on ensuring that dollars actually deliver for Canadians, to ensure that every dollar spent is respected and is held accountable and makes the biggest benefit possible. Madam Speaker, that's a fundamental difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals, I would suggest. And when it comes to this infrastructure project, $100 billion would buy a lot of buses. So, Madam Speaker, certainly I hope that that's not a precursor to some of the conversations that we had when the previous Minister of Infrastructure, when bragging about billions and billions spent, was only able to talk about a few buses that were purchased, because Canadians expect a lot more than a few buses for $100 billion.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did comment on his Facebook page, although he didn't read out my comment, which is fair, but I will say I do admire his desire for the use of technology for the purpose that he did. I thought that was very creative, so kudos for that. But I don't think that he answered the question to the member from Brampton North. The question was, what would you actually take out? Like, it's a fair question to say, you don't support this level of spending. Okay, well, tell us where you would start to remove money from it then.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I did answer the question and do appreciate, I'm sure that engagement that I got on my Facebook page from the member opposite will make waves in the constituency of Battle River Crowfoot, I have no doubt. But again, I bring it back to the very base level of what we're talking about. Dollars spent is not a metric of success. We've spent a tremendous amount during the COVID pandemic, and Conservatives have supported much of that spending because Canadians needed it. Now, would we have done things differently? Absolutely. We would have adjusted programs. In fact, we made a lot of suggestions. The Liberals did take some of our advice. They did not on other fronts. But, Madam Speaker, we have seen at different times throughout this country's history made clear when the finances of our country are not kept in mind, when there's not a strong fiscal framework, and let alone there not being a budgetary framework for an entire year, there being nothing more than a fiscal selfie, and yet there's such extraordinary spending. And now we see increasing evidence that we're set up for an inflation rate that will ensure that could drive more and more Canadians to poverty. Madam Speaker, these are all very, very concerning things. So for the government to simply talk about, the more dollars spent, the better. Well, Madam Speaker, if we're going to spend money, let's make sure that it actually serves Canadians and that every dollar is respected and that there's accountability to ensure that it's actually serving the best interests of the Canadians who pay those taxes, which is why it can be spent in the first place.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening and speak in concurrence on the Standing Committee's on Finance first report, Investing in Tomorrow, Canadian Priorities for Economic Growth and Recovery. Now, Speaker, there's a lot in the 378-page report that I'm sure the Minister didn't even have a chance to look at or didn't even look at. For the sake of time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to focus my speech this evening to a few key priorities that affect my riding. But first, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to something that our colleague from Kingston Islands spoke of, and that's mental health. Madam Speaker, over 143 days ago, this House unanimously supported a motion by put forth by myself, to bring a national suicide prevention hotline, a simple 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline to our country. 143 days. Let's put that in perspective. We know by statistics that 11 Canadians take their own lives every 24 hours, and another 275 attempt to take their life in 24 hours. So doing simple math, 143 days, that is 1,573 Canadians have lost their life, and another 39,325 have attempted to take their own life. Let that sink in for a moment. So while my Liberal friends can sit there and talk about the $1 billion, which is not a small number, in supports that this budget included, we need to be better. We need to do better. And it's incumbent on all of us, all 338 members of this House, to be better for Canadians when it comes to mental health. There is no health without mental health. And I'll leave you with that. Now, Speaker, I'd like to talk about Recommendations 55, support for tourism and culture. Recommendation 63, support for municipal assets. And Recommendation 72, support for rural Canadians' infrastructure. And 74, support for high-speed internet in rural Canada. Recommendation 55 talks about the chance to support local cultural, tourism, and hospitality sectors. Now, Madam Speaker, I have stood in the House and actually spoke about how COVID has impacted companies such as Central Display or C+ branches in my riding, how my communities such as Williams Lake, Quesnel, Vanderhoof, and Prince George, who depend so dearly on their events, like the Williams Lake Stampede, the Greatest Show on Dirt, or Billy Barker Days, or the Prince George, or the BC Northern Exhibition, or Vanderhoof Air Show, and how these communities are struggling. And yet what we've seen in this budget is really not a lot of support for these companies. I spoke about how Roy and Earl Call, who have ran their ranch, the C+ Ranch, for over 25 years, and they are the tops in the rodeo business in terms of rodeo stock. They're amongst the top 10 in Canada. And when those companies have to downsize, that means that animals lose their lives, because regardless of whether there's a show going on or not, those animals need to be fed. If there's no dollars that are coming in to support and to feed those animals, sadly, animals have to be euthanized. And we know, sadly, that this has gone on right across our country because that rodeo stock that is bred just specifically for high performance, they're athletes, those stock. And if there's no shows going on, then something needs to be done. Talked about Central Display, who do conventions and conferences all across northern British Columbia, who have been struggling to make ends meet. I've talked about all types of organizations such as Barkerville, a historic site in our country that is struggling to make ends meet, a national heritage site, and is struggling. Madam Speaker, this budget falls short in terms of our national post-pandemic needs in so many ways. And if you don't believe me, let's talk about all the premiers and mayors that have spoke out about this
from coast to coast to coast. Sadly, it seems like our Liberal colleagues believe that once COVID is done, it's just a flip of a switch and everything will be all right. And sadly, what we know is we're going to face a mental health crisis like never before. We know that over 200,000 businesses have had to close their doors. That's millions of Canadians that are out of work. We know that as we sit today, 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors. 1 in 6. You know, I want to talk about infrastructure, supporting municipal infrastructure. Roads, 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 roads. If you follow my Twitter feed, you'll see that over 200 roads in my riding are compromised by landslides or washouts or are impassable altogether. I want to talk about the hydraulic road, which in April of 2020 was washed out. There's a 400-meter section that was washed out. It has forced the residents of that area to ride or to drive and travel on a road, really a mountain pass logging road, one that's shouldn't be intended for passenger vehicles. For over a year, they've had to go on this. Emergency crews will not go on it. Ambulance, fire support will not go on that. And school district will not send their school buses on that road. Now, if you want to, Canadians that are listening in, if you want to see images of what that road looks like and some of the other damages that are going on, go to my Twitter feed, my social media, you'll see that. Those are real-time photos, and there's more coming. And we've been raising these issues with the infrastructure minister as well as our transportation minister since 2017. We knew that there was going to be challenges with the 2017 wildfires and the route structures that are missing. Madam Speaker, another thing I want to talk about is connectivity. Now, this budget announces that there's going to be $1 billion in terms of getting Canadians connected. $1 billion, and then $4 billion about getting businesses online. Now, isn't that backwards? Shouldn't we be doing everything we can to get Canadians connected? Now, Speaker, you of all people will know and will face the challenges that MPs from coast to coast to coast to coast face with our connectivity issues every day. You know, we were just having a storm up here in Prince George, and I was worried that I was not going to be able to make my speech because in a blink, just like that, because of our connectivity issues, that we can get booted off. We have to be doing everything in our power that every Canadian, regardless of where they are connected. They have access to internet. That makes sense pre or post-pandemic, that telehealth, that Canadians can connect with their friends and their family better, that we're putting a concerted effort and getting businesses and getting rural and remote communities connected. There are lessons that we should have learned over COVID, but sadly, what we've seen in this budget is that, the Liberals just want to pay off their friends and create a further divide between urban and rural. And that is sad, Madam Speaker. You know, somebody earlier said that I believe it was one of our colleagues, NDP colleagues, that said, you know, the budget is always an important document and is always an important week when the budget comes out, because this really is our keystone document as we move forward. We've just had 2 years of no budget and gone through the worst year perhaps in our country's history. And then we see a budget like this. You know, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of great recommendations in this report. Sadly, what we've seen with this budget is that the Liberals are bent. This isn't a budget. Really, it is a pre-election platform. And when the election is called, when the writ is dropped, I suggest that the word budget will be taken out and the word platform will be submitted. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island Powell River. I'll give you the first question as I missed you last time.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. He and I spent a lot of time together in the Veterans Committee, and I really appreciate the work that he does there. My question to the member is really to go back to veterans. You know, what we've seen in this last budget is another announcement of an interim program to help veterans who are on a huge wait list, up to 2 years for their disability pensions, for their supports that they desperately need. And here we have another program. And what we heard in the committee again and again is what veterans and their families want is one person who knows their story so they don't have to repeat it again and again. I'm wondering if the member could speak to this and how we are continuously seeing veterans failed in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. You know, I get fairly emotional when we talk about our veterans and those who serve our country and our community. Madam Speaker, our freedom isn't free. It comes at a very real cost and a very real sacrifice to those who serve our country and their families. And sadly, what we've seen is time and again that they're forgotten. They're told to go to the back of the line instead of, thank you, your bill has been paid in full. And I think that we need to do more. We need to make sure that they have that one-stop shop, that they don't have to continually relive the stories that just it re-traumatizes these veterans and their families. Madam Speaker, we can do more. We should do more. Sadly, this budget doesn't do more.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Oops.
Hello?
We lost him.
Sound, we don't have image.
That's just how we like to hear him.
Oh.
That's what happened there, Madam Speaker.
I don't know. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
That's okay.
I heard that too.
I think everybody heard it.
I think I'll have to put it past, Madam Speaker, if you want to cooperate with me.
The honourable members for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and he talked about small businesses, some of the challenges that they're facing. Dave Ball, who owns Vancouver Island Wine and Beer Making, he got a loan, a CEBA loan, and 5 months ago, the government announced the increase to the CEBA loan. And he applied for it. Now there's a technical issue, and he can't get the increase. So here we are 5 months later. He can't get the increase. We hear there's 60,000 businesses in the same position. We've written to the minister. We can't get a reply. There's no hotline for him to call to get information about his application. And in fact, we've been asking the government to increase the loan, the CEBA loan, from 60,000 to 80,000 because we're in the third wave where many businesses are struggling to survive. My colleague share if he has constituents in the same situation that have applied for the CEBA loan extension but can't get an answer whether they're going to get it or not. And if he thinks that we should increase it for those businesses that need extra help, especially those in hospitality and tourism and those being impacted greatly by the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Honourable BC, from Courtney Alberni as well, too, who reminded me of another thing. Absolutely, I've heard the exact same thing, Madam Speaker. We're failing small businesses, and we need to do more for them. Madam Speaker, he also reminded me of something that I failed to mention in my speech, and that is the opioid crisis in British Columbia. We are facing dire times, not only just here in our province, but right across our country, and this budget fails to do anything for that. Madam Speaker, we need to do better for those who are struggling with mental health and addiction, and this budget falls short.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If we could try that again. I just had to re-sign in. Madam Speaker, I appreciate what it is that the members been talking about, but I wanted to emphasize under things such as the Provincial Restart Program, the federal government has actually invested literally tens of millions, going into hundreds of millions of dollars into health support with a special focus on mental health. We have other provinces that have played an important role by working working with Ottawa to deal with this issue. And I wonder if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the fact that we have been investing more money in mental health than the previous administration has.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George, 10 seconds.
Madam Speaker, our previous Conservative government set up the Mental Health Commission. We need to do more. We are failing Canadians when it comes to mental health. There is no health without mental health, and until we actually view mental health in parity with physical health, we're failing Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to check with you how much time do I have for my intervention. Good, so I can go through the whole committee report that was provided. So as some members will know, I used to sit on the Finance Committee in the previous Parliament. I don't get to do that now as chair for the Conservative caucus, but I see that it's a report that has 145 recommendations, which is one of the biggest amount, I think, in the past 5 to 6 years. Typically, what I've noticed is that the Liberal government has been ignoring the Finance Committee recommendations, and we have an opportunity here in this concurrence report to compare what's in the recommendations from the pre-budget submission to the government created by the Standing Committee on Finance and the actual budget document. You can compare the two and what's been proposed. And some of these recommendations I actually agree with, but I know that the government has no intentions of following through. They're either not in the budget document or they've gone completely silent. So I want to highlight those issues I'm most interested about. Recommendation 12 is a good one. Ensure that the Patented Medicine Price Review Board changes do not create barriers for new medicines for Canadians. It's Canadians with rare diseases which will be impacted by these changes. January 1st, 2021 was when these new regulations were supposed to be coming in, and I don't think I've spoken to a single patient advocacy group, stakeholder group that said these changes were terrific and that they should go through, especially during a pandemic where we have interim health orders that have been placed and special rules in place for the federal health minister to manage the pandemic. And this is the wrong time to be introducing changes like this to be delayed. And now they've been delayed to July 1st. And so we have 2 short months, less than 2 short months. And the federal government should be delaying it further. This is the wrong time to be introducing PNPRB changes that will deeply impact new medications coming onto market, including vaccinations that will be coming onto the market here in Canada, because they provide so little direction to provincial governments, to health insurers, to benefits, to benefit plans. It'll create more uncertainty. In fact, it creates so much uncertainty that the Alberta Health Services, the operator of the Alberta Health Medicare system, has sent a letter to the federal health minister saying these rules don't make sense to us. We actually cannot inform the manufacturers, the people we negotiate with, to give them any type of certainty on what the future will look like. And that's Alberta Health Services, the provincial health insurer, telling the federal government, you've got it wrong. We're even confused by the contents. And that's repeated by the Quebec government. The British Columbia government has said the same thing. One of the biggest worries I have is the federal government is taking a lead from an organization that in its annual report to Parliament says that medication is going up in cost. It's actually one of the biggest drivers of healthcare costs in Canada, and 70% of it comes from something called EDRD, so expensive drugs for rare diseases. The problem with what the PNPRB is doing is in that 70%, that these are very expensive drugs, there are, like Kalydeco is a good example, there are many rare disease medications that are given for everyday conditions. The healthcare systems have decided, you know what, this rare disease medication works for your condition really well, we're just going to allow it to be prescribed off-label. Well, the federal regulator, this organization that is only supposed to look at excessive pricing of medication, is saying we're going to include that as if it was given to someone with a rare disease. And that's wrong. That's not the way it should be done. I've called them out on it at the Health Committee. I continue to do so in public advocacy. But recommendation 12 is very good. I think the Finance Committee got it wrong. They got it correct, and the federal government is getting it wrong. Recommendation 15. Diabetes Canada has been asking for Diabetes 360 to be implemented in Canada. I think this is a very good recommendation. I know there are many diabetics in my riding who suffer from this condition, or they have children who suffer from it, or family members. This, to the government's credit, is in Budget 2021. Diabetes, it's a condition that is chronic, it's ongoing, it's going up every single year in Canada. More and more Canadians suffer from it. This is one of these chronic conditions that will crush the different medical systems in Canada, because there are so many associated costs. I have a friend of mine who lost half of his foot to diabetes. It's a terrible, terrible condition. So I am pleased that it's both in the pre-budget submission, it's also in Budget 2021. Moving on to recommendation 23, it's a recommendation to uncouple the eligibility for the disability tax credit and the registered disability savings plan. So if you lose access to the DTC, you don't also lose your RDSP, and then you have to refund your RDSP. Now, when I was Speaker, you'll remember in the last Parliament, it was the federal government through the CRA that actually went through an audit process where they denied tens of thousands of people with type 2 diabetes very unfairly. Many of those then also lost access to the RDSP and were forced to then do this massive refund. There are many people on the Conservative side, but also in other parties, and on the Liberal benches as well, not in the government, unfortunately, who thought this was deeply unfair. The uncoupling of it would be the right way to go, but it would be much better if the CRA simply ceased going after diabetics in this country and just treated them like people who have a very bad chronic medical condition. Recommendation 24, to make the disability tax credit refundable, is a very good recommendation. I had a private member's bill in the last Parliament, which I'm hoping to reintroduce with some tweaks in this Parliament. The disability tax credit, there are many Canadians with disabilities that never go away. If you have an inability to walk, like my daughter who passed away in the last Parliament did, you will never walk. If you have a rare condition like Patau syndrome that she had, or Edwards syndrome, or SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and the disability tax credit makes it possible for your parents, while you still need their support, to pay for those things like a wheelchair, to have an assistance to get into a bed. It pays for all of those costs, but the way it's set up right now, lower income Canadians don't get access to it because they're not paying taxes. This is a good recommendation. I really wish the government had taken them up on it, because it would help especially lower income Canadians. Now, I'm going to move on to recommendation 45, because this is to adopt Bill C-395 for the 42nd Parliament. It's also on disabilities. It's actually from the member for Carleton. The member for Carleton had proposed this private member's bill, the Opportunity for People with Disabilities Act. Again, a terrific idea that a person who chooses to work, who has a disability, a learning disability perhaps, or a physical disability, that makes it so they're unable to work perhaps a full week, or makes it challenging to go to a workplace every single day, but they want to. They get innate dignity from work. They get a great sense of self-worth just for showing up to work, being able to do a job by their own two hands. But they should not be made worse off at the end of the day. So there's a lot of programs like PDD in Alberta and HoC in Alberta, where if you go to work, you will actually be penalized. You'll actually lose more money that you get from it. I'm glad to see that the Finance Committee decided to put it in. It's very sad that in Budget 2021 it wasn't added into the bill, but that would bring a great amount of fairness to persons with disabilities. I hope it shows that, I've actually looked at the contents of the pre-budget report and Budget 2021. There's a Yiddish proverb that goes, it doesn't cost anything to look, so I'm looking through the window at what's being done. Recommendation 62, simplify access and implementation to the CMHC Corporation's funds for housing. I've been a huge critic of the CMHC, and I make no apologies for it whatsoever. I will welcome Romy Bowers, who is the new Chief Executive Officer, and I look forward to filing many access to information requests at the CMHC. But I don't like this recommendation, because simplifying, the CMHC is there to provide one service. I know they tried to rename themselves to Housing Canada, and then I do believe that they misled a parliamentary committee when they pretended that they weren't actually using current funds to fund this rebranding to Housing Canada. It's now been set aside during the pandemic. It's something they'll do in the future, so hopefully they return to Parliament to ask for more monies to actually do this project. But they have a project called First-Time Homebuyers Incentive. It was introduced before the 2019 federal election. At the time, I called it an election gimmick. They were saying that this was going to help 100,000 first-time home buyers in Canada. By my count, as of January 31st, 2021, there's been 9,108 approvals. 100,000 people were supposed to be helped between 2019 and 2022. We're about at the midway point now, and they have 9,108 approvals. Approvals doesn't mean the first-time home buyer actually followed through and accepted the offer to have the government, share in the equity of their home for the purchase. So this is a program that, if we simplified access and implementation, I strongly believe will still be a failure. During the 2019 election, the governing party right now actually announced they're going to change the rules to make it easier, broaden the reach, expand the income levels where you could still apply for it. And the city in this country where the most people applied for and actually took the offer from the federal government through the CMHC is in Edmonton. Now, Edmonton is perhaps an expensive city in Alberta for the Alberta context, but it's not anything compared to Vancouver or Toronto. And very, very few people, those two large metropolitan areas, actually took advantage of it. So I don't like this recommendation because, frankly, the CMHC's sole primary purpose of existing is to provide mortgage insurance for the chartered banks and credit unions and financial institutions. That is their primary role, and they should focus on that job. They do a backstop, they do an immense service by providing and broadening the ability for first-time home buyers to become homeowners. That's the purpose of existence. And I know that the previous CEO, and I'm happy to continue to criticize him now that he's joined the Alberta Investment Management Corporation, but that's the purpose they had. Home ownership is the purpose of the CMHC. That's what it was created for. So I don't like this recommendation because I don't like them getting more powers. I'm sure I will get a letter in the mail from someone at CMHC disagreeing with me, and I look forward to ATIPing the drafting of that letter as well. Recommendation number 90. Requires the companies receiving large employer emergency financing facility, which was the LEAF program, a program that some employers in Calgary did take advantage of. It says here to prove that their business plans are in line with the Paris Agreement, target to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Now this is interesting because the Paris Agreement doesn't exactly say 1.5 degrees. They have several models in it too. The IPCC also talks about several different models. A lot of that work is based on the social cost of carbon by William Nordhaus, who's an award-winning Nobel laureate. This is the stuff that really worries my constituents. This is the stuff where they start accusing the government of trying to reimagine the economy, taking advantage of a crisis to force through their ideas. The large employer emergency financing facility was to help large employers during a pandemic. It shouldn't be used to then leverage them on one side to do policy objectives of the government. And on top of that, who's going to review these business plans? Like, who's going to sit down and kind of add up what is leading to the Celsius degree reach? And if you're like a trucking company, I might be able to understand it. But what if you're like a really large employer, like a post-secondary institution? Like, that's where it becomes really difficult. Like, who's going to review your business plan? I'm trying to teach tens of thousands of students every single year. What does that have anything to do with demonstrating to you my temperature increase? Do you want me to lower the thermostat in my buildings? Like stuff like that, Madam Speaker, it just seems kind of ridiculous. So I'm perplexed why it's inside this finance pre-budget document. And it kind of goes on like that. There are some good ideas and some bad ones. Recommendation 109 requires airlines to reimburse their customers whose flights have been canceled. I agree with that. I have a lot of constituents who are extremely angry at the airlines. Calgary is home to WestJet, which used to be our biggest employer after the downturn in the oil and gas economy. And now the pandemic has hit. Oil has drastically rebounded. It's very close to $70 for West Texas Intermediate. And Canadian Select, Western Canadian Select is just a few dollars behind it. So the price of a barrel of oil is actually very strong right now. But I have a lot of constituents who still haven't gotten their refunds. And, on the flip side, too, I want to make sure that if the government, and the government has struck a deal with Air Canada, WestJet is still waiting to hear from the federal government, but independent travel advisors also can't be hurt in any refund. And I know that the two major airlines, but others have been doing it too, they're leveraging independent travel advisors, trying to extract out of them their commissions back for services already rendered. I really wish the recommendation had included independent travel advisors. I've probably met with them 40 to 50 from my riding now several times, and they're suffering. They're small business owners, typically they're single parents. It's a really big deal. I know you've given me the signal that I only have 2 minutes left, so my very last one, recommendation 123, to withdraw from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Madam Speaker, I've been on this train for 4 years now, trying to get the federal government to withdraw from this bank. It was the member from Malpeque, I think, who put it best to the government when he said that the federal government needed to wake up and smell the roses. This is the only way we're going to find leverage. We have Canadians who are being held against their will in the People's Republic of China. They have cracked down on democracy activists in Hong Kong and reneged on the basic agreement they signed with the United Kingdom. They have intimidated Taiwan, which is an ally and close friend of Canada. They have tried to annex the South China Sea. They have persecuted over 1 million Muslim Uyghurs, an ethnic minority in Xinjiang province that they have interned in concentration camps to try to wipe them out culturally. Madam Speaker, the least that the federal government could do is get a stick and withdraw from the Asian Infrastructure Bank as a way to put political pressure to have a G7 country back out of the AIIB, a bank that is based in Beijing, has built pipelines in the suburbs of Beijing, has built pipelines in other countries and finance projects. Recommendation 123, I really wish that the federal government had taken this on. It's nice to see an all-party committee like the Finance Committee actually say to the federal government that they're right, and no less than the chair of the committee tell the federal government that they're wrong on the matter of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. We need to withdraw from it. It will send a signal to Beijing that we will not be intimidated, that we will stand up for the two Michaels and other Canadians who could be in the future held hostage by a regime who has taken advantage of this federal government at every single opportunity. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time you've given me.
It being 8:56, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Poilievre.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Seebeck, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Tuesday, February 16th, 2021, be concurred in.
The House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would request that it carry on division, Madam Speaker.
Agreed? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Okay. Okay.
At this time, pursuant to Section 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. The question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. We find ourselves here coming from the questions that I posed to the Prime Minister with respect to on the ongoing cover-up that we've seen this government undertake that came out of the very early days of the pandemic. Now, early on, we saw all parties, profess to want to take a Team Canada approach to really want to make sure that helping Canadians was the first thing that we did. But the first thing that the government did was propose legislation that would have given them the ability to tax and spend without parliamentary oversight for almost 2 years. And so it definitely got the radar up of opposition parties and the parliamentary press gallery. Now, we learned, of course, that the Prime Minister had dealings with the We charity. And this organization, we would later learn, had paid members of the Prime Minister's family about $500,000 in cash and other benefits. But what we learned in the very early days of the pandemic, just over a year ago, that the government was prepared to give a $500 million sole source contribution agreement to this same organization that would have benefited that organization more than $40 million. Now, tough questions were asked last summer, and we saw unprecedented interest in during the committee hearings. We saw the Prime Minister testify. We had massive document requests of the government. And on the eve, those documents were to be delivered. On the eve, documents that would have given us information about speaking fees paid to members of the Prime Minister's family were to be delivered. The Prime Minister shut down Parliament. And so we have this pattern that has developed with this government since first coming to office in 2015. We saw that as revealed in the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's report titled Trudeau Report 1, with the ill-fated trip to Billionaire Island. We saw that with the SNC Lavalin scandal and the Ethics Commissioner's report titled Trudeau Report 2, that this Prime Minister does not believe that the rules of this place, that the laws that parliamentarians are expected to follow, that they apply to him and to his government. And so here we are again with the Prime Minister under investigation for a third time, awaiting a report from the Ethics Commissioner. And the House ordered by a majority vote that witnesses appear at the Ethics Committee and at the National Defense Committee. Now, what did those witnesses do? Well, they were instructed by their employer, by ministers of the Crown, to defy an order of Canada's Parliament. It's unbelievable. But that's the lengths that these Liberals will go to hide the truth from Canadians. It's one set of rules for them and one set of rules for everybody else. So they want us to believe that they're following ministerial accountability, but really it's anything but that these Liberals are having us subjected to. So my question tonight is, why is it that this government and these Liberals think that the rules don't apply to them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, nothing could be further from the truth. We have a Prime Minister that is very much committed to accountability and transparency. He was committed to those principles even before becoming the Prime Minister of Canada. And what I have found is since the 2015 federal election, the Conservatives leave no stones unturned as they continue to look in every possible way as a way to be critical of the personalities within government. And we see that, Madam Speaker, virtually from day one. And one might think that during the pandemic, that the Conservative Party might have refocused and demonstrated more concern about Canadians during the pandemic. And at the beginning, it looked pretty encouraging, I must say. 14 months ago, 13 months ago, we saw a Conservative Party that had a higher sense of cooperation, wanting to be a part of that Team Canada to take on the pandemic, Madam Speaker. But it didn't take them too long to fall back into the ditch, looking at character assassination as their primary focus. And Madam Speaker, no matter what the Conservatives' game is, I can assure Canadians that the Government of Canada, in particular the Prime Minister, will continue to focus on Canadians first and foremost, with priority one being minimizing the negatives of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, to ensure that Canadians are getting the vaccines, to ensure that we are able to build back better. One only needs to look at the most recent budget. One only needs to get a better understanding of the environment that we are in today, in good part because the Prime Minister over a year ago took that Team Canada approach, brought together, whether it's provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, many different stakeholders, challenged members of Parliament from all political sides to come together and be there for a real and tangible way for Canadians. We see the Minister of Health, the Parliamentary Secretary to Health. We see the Procurement Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for Procurement day in and day out ensuring that Canada and Canadians Canadians are well served by ministers and parliamentary secretaries that are prepared to put in the sacrifice, work with other stakeholders, in particular other jurisdictions, to ensure that Canadians are well served at a time in which we need them. I would invite the Conservatives to get on board once again and get out of the ditches and the gutter and support what Canadians want us to be talking about, and that is dealing with the pandemic, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate the opportunity to share a few words and thoughts and hopes that my friend will see the benefits. When he talks about the thousands of questions during the summer, it's too bad they didn't spend some of those questions on vaccines, I must say, Madam Speaker. I think we'd probably be maybe a little bit better off if the Conservatives would have been spending more priorities on the pandemic and less on the character assassination. And that is the bottom line, Madam Speaker. I have no problems comparing this Prime Minister to any Prime Minister in the last 30, 40 years, Madam Speaker, in terms of performance, in being there for Canadians in that very real and tangible way, whether it's putting money in the pockets through CERB, whether it's protecting jobs through the wage subsidy program, or the whole suite of programs that the government has introduced with the support of Canadians and working with civil society.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the spirited response from the Parliamentary Secretary. It was creative and I'm sure a good bedtime story for some. I also wish that more time was spent on vaccines in the summer by this government instead of partnering with the communist China-owned CanSino, and instead they could have developed domestic vaccine production capacity like our friends in the UK. But, Madam Speaker, what we've seen with this government is that they look first to help their friends instead of helping Canadians. And that's what's disappointing. And this Prime Minister, the first one found guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act, the first Prime Minister in Canadian history. And he'll say, well, there's only been two. Well, he's one of two. He's the only one who has that distinction. So, Madam Speaker, we expect better, and we do expect answers from these Liberals, and Canadians expect better from their government. When are they going to get it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every day, good government, the issue of transparency and accountability is practiced by this Prime Minister and its ministers, and in fact, indeed, all Liberal members of Parliament, and I suspect a good number of members of Parliament, no matter what their political stripe is. It's just a relatively smaller number, and the official opposition that seems to be so much focused on the negatives and the character assassinations. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, just very quickly, when the member talked about domestic, well, we should have been doing domestic production of vaccines. It was a Conservative government that actually destroyed our capacity. When the member talks about the agreement with China, well, it's the Pfizers and Modernas and AstraZeneca. These are the companies that are delivering. We are getting the vaccines. We'll have 50 million doses before the end of June, third best out of the G20. We are on track, and we thank and we're very grateful for all the support we're getting from this. Thank you.
The honourable members for Regina Luan and Dufferin Caledon are not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice had been given. Accordingly, the notices are deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure.
Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.